In this video, you're going to learn everything you need to know to be a React Native developer. In this app, we're going to build a fully functioning note-taking app. You're going to learn things like navigation, how to set up push notifications, how to create different screens, how to go between those screens. You'll learn all the different elements, components that you need to know about. By the end of this course, you should know everything you need to be a React Native developer. If you'd like to see how this turns out, I put a link in the description below. I went ahead and made some improvements to the app we're going to be building in this video, and I published it to the Apple and the Google App Stores. It's a great way to support the channel if you really like this content and you want me to make more. Before we get started, if you like videos about React Native, Expo, Flutter, things like that, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon. We come out with videos all the time, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so some prerequisites for React Native is you should already know React, have a general idea of how React works, how JavaScript works. And if you're already using React, you should have already downloaded Node.js. But if you haven't, I've put the link in the description below. You'll need to make sure to download Node.js for whichever operating system you're using. I'm using a Mac, so in this tutorial, we'll be going through this as if we're using a Mac. But if you're using a Windows, you'll just need to use all the terminal commands for a Windows computer. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and so I've already installed Bash, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next part. So I have my terminal here. I'm actually going to move it over here. And the next part that you'll want to do is I'm going to put this link in the description below too. You'll want to go to reactnative.dev/docs/environment setup. If you do just go to the website, you could just go to the website and go to guide. And then there's this environment setup right here. You can skip the basics, move on to environment setup. And that's where we're at right now. We're at the environment setup. The first thing you'll want to do is install Expo on your computer globally. Expo is a set of tools built around React Native. It just makes React Native development so much simpler. If you read the instructions, it says with Expo, up here it says with Expo you can be up and running in minutes. If you use this one over here, React Native CLI Quick Start, they say it could take about an hour, a whole hour before you can get running. So I love Expo. I think Expo is great. So for this video, we're going to use Expo. It makes life just so much simpler. If you've never used React Native before, you'll want to use Expo. It's really great. So that's what I'm going to do. So you'll want to go ahead and copy this. Open up a terminal, just in your terminal. Go ahead and paste that in there. It doesn't matter where you're at the time because this is a global install. So I'm going to go ahead and install that. And while that's installing, I'll show what we're going to do next. The way you create a React Native project using Expo is you'll in your terminal, you go to the directory that you want to go to, and then you create it saying Expo in it, whatever you want the name to be. But we'll get that in a second. All right, so this had a bunch of errors. If you see this in a Mac or in a Windows computer, it means you need to use like an administrative override. So for Mac, you would say sudo. Paste that in again, and then I have to put in my computer password here. I'm putting it in right now. You can't see it because it keeps it hidden, so people can't see it. But if you get all these errors here, you'll want to make sure if you're on a Mac to say sudo. Try it again. If you're on Windows, it's some other term. You'll have to look up sudo for Windows. I'm not quite sure what that is. I think it has to do with admin or something like that, but you'll want to look that up. This is what it should like when this is what it should look like when it successfully installs. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and for Mac, you could say CD to CD into wherever you want to go. On mine, I have, oops. Okay, I have documents. Inside of my documents folder, I have something called React Native Apps. This is where I want to go. If you want to see what's within the terminal, you can say, or sorry, if you want to see what's within the document, you can just say ls to see what's in there. I'm going to do that just to make sure I don't use a name I've used already. And we'll go ahead and get back to this Expo init. So Expo init is how you would create whatever you want to call this. I'm going to call this thinking. So I've used in tutorial already. So I'll just say native, or I'll say React. Well, let me make sure I don't have that. Okay. All right. It doesn't look like I do. Okay. React Native tutorial, but you can name this whatever you want. So whenever this pulls up, you can just go ahead and click blank for a blank canvas. This is using JavaScript, traditional JavaScript. If you want to use TypeScript, you can go down to blank TypeScript. But for this tutorial, we're just going to say the blank option. All right, and this is creating your React Native project. This is all we'll need from this page. And then we can go ahead and get into the code. All right, so I'm going to CD into React Native tutorial. And I'll ls to see, okay, everything's in there correctly. If you're using Visual Studio, you can just say code dot. If you've installed this ability, you could say code dot to open it. And I'm going to open it this way. The other option would be you could just open up Visual Studio or whatever you're using. Say file, open, go to wherever your project is. So here's my React Native apps. This is my React Native tutorial project. You could just click on it, click open, do it that way too. All right, so let's make this bigger. I'm actually gonna move this over here. So I'll be going between this screen and that screen. All right, so let's go through a bit of how this is organized. You'll notice with Expo, if you use Expo, starting out, they don't have the Android and iOS folders over here. If you're used to using something like Flutter or some other cross-platform programming language, a lot of times they start out with an Android and an iOS folder here. Expo is kind of different in that they truly want you to be able to just write JavaScript code. And then whenever you build your app, at that point, they'll create those folders for you in the build folders. But there should be no reason to have to touch those folders in Expo because they pretty much have everything set up for you. So with assets, you'll notice there's some added photos in here. The adaptive icon is for, I believe, Android. It's for Android's icon, adaptive icon for the app. And so this can be used to adjust the size of the icon depending on the type of Android device. Icon is what's the app icon for like Apple, things like that. Splash, you'll notice it looks like a phone. The screen looks like a phone. This is the photo that appears as the app is opening up on your phone. This is what appears on the screen while the app's loading the initial state. And if you ever want to change any of these, you can just drag and drop new photos into here. And so for example, if I created a splash screen, I could move it in here. I could delete this file and rename the new file splash.png, something like that. And then that'll automatically replace that. But we won't worry about that for right now. We'll do that later. And then this app.js file, this is where you'll see, this is your initial app. And we'll just go ahead and open this up for Expo. If you click Command J, it should open up a terminal. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see everything better. All right. And to run an Expo app, you can just say Expo start. That'll pull up this. I'm going to move this over here where we were just at. Okay. And then if you want this to run on an Android emulator, you'll want to go ahead and open up an Android emulator. And to have an Android emulator on your computer, I'll put this link in the description below too, but you'll want to go to developer.android.com/studio. Click this download Android Studio. You have to accept the terms and conditions. And then the next screen asks you, do you want Mac or Windows? I've already got this installed on my computer, but if you don't, you'll want to go to Android Studio to open that up. I'll be using the Android emulator for this video since Android works both for Mac and Android. So once you install that, it should, here, I'm going to move this over so there's some space for the emulator. Android Studio looks something like this. So get an emulator open. This will pop up. You'll want to click these three dots right here. Click Virtual Device Manager. And that should bring up a page like this. This is another Android device I've created already, but I'll go ahead and create a new one so we can create one. And I'm going to just go to Pixel 2 because the Expo team said it definitely worked for them on Pixel 2. So I'm going to just open up Pixel 2. And here you'll see I haven't downloaded anything. So I'm going to download Tiramisu. Hopefully that won't take too long. All right, and whenever it's done, you can just click finish. I'm going to click next. I'm going to again change this name to React Native Tutorial. Click finish. All right, so I'm going to open up Pixel 2. And if you don't like the size of it, you can come over here and shrink it. I'm going to shrink it just so I can have more coding space. But anyway, I'm going to try Expo start. So open up Expo. All right, let's see. I'm going to click run on Android emulator. Okay, so it's looking like it's working. It's saying it's opening. So here we go. I'll make it a little bigger. All right, there we go. So it actually worked. So just make sure whenever you're opening up an emulator, try opening up Pixel 2. That'll definitely work. And if one isn't working, there's a chance that it's just the version of Android on that phone. So don't worry about it if it's not working. Just try again with a different version of Android. All right, so one of the things I always like to do is I like to organize my app. I usually create a source folder and I'll create my navigation, and then I'll also create my app state, which is where I store all my global variables and things like that. And I'll show you how to do that real fast. So let's just go and do that. I want to show you how to use hooks in case you haven't used hooks before. You should be using hooks for Expo. It makes life a lot easier, and a lot of the Expo functions won't work if it's not in a hook. So it needs to be in a hook, but we'll do that in just a second. First, let's go ahead, click into the root of your folder here, and you can click to create a folder. And I like to just call it source folder. Some people call it app, so you know that this is where your app's going to be. Inside of source folder, I'll create something called app navigation. And inside of app navigation, I'll create an app navigation.js file. Then I'll click back on the root of the source folder. I'll create a new folder, call it app state. This is something I created myself. I didn't really like the storage solutions out there, like Redux and things like that. Feel free to use Redux if you want. I find this way simpler, just in my mind. Basically, the way I've done it is app state is kind of at the top of everything, and then everything else is below app state. So it's just a quick way you'll be able to pass down any prop you want from the parent app state down to anything else. It just makes a lot more sense in my mind. But I'll show you how that works too. So within app state, just create something called app state.js. And then this is how I like to have the app.js file formatted. All I use app.js for is I'll have the push notifications installed here. We'll do that in a second. And then here where it just says return, I'm just going to return app state. So before I do that though, you need to come up here and say import app state from, and then I'll go ./source/app state /app state. And I'm going to switch all of this to just say app state. Okay. And to make it look a little cleaner, I also like to do it this way. So it dwindles it all down to that. You can go ahead and delete styles. You don't need it. And you can actually delete all of this up here. You don't need any of it. And so you could just have app state up here. In a second, we'll get push notifications running too. But before we do that, I'll basically, here, let me move this out of the way. All right. I'll basically recreate what was on here in app state. So, but I'm sorry, before I do that, within source, another folder I like to have in source is called home, or no, sorry, I like to call it screens. We'll call it screens. So this is where I like to hold all of my screens inside of. So within the screens folder, you can create a new folder for every screen in your app. So the first screen we're going to create is going to be called home. So I create a folder for home, and within home, I'll say home.js. And for this app, we're going to have some other screens too, but we'll get to that in just a second. So in the home screen, this is where I'm going to show you how to how to use hooks. So one of the first things you'll want to do is just say import React, comma. You'll want to put curly braces here, like an object. And what we're wanting to access is something called use state and use effect. If you're used to React and you've never used hooks before, use state is basically just a way to where you can use state in a functional component. With React, there's functional components and then there's stateful components. Well, with hooks, it kind of combines them both together into one. So inside of a hook, you can still use state and use effect. What this is basically component did mount. So in React, if you want to update state after the page is rendered, you would use component did mount. With hooks, we use effect. And so I'll just show you how this works really fast. So I'll import that from React. Okay. And let me just, okay. And so you want to say export default. I'm just going to say home because this is the home screen. Oops. And let me come over here. And I'm so sorry. You should say function first. And then home. And then this and that. Okay. So this is a basic hook function. It's just like a normal function. And you don't have to render anything. You can just return. So you can just say return. And we'll go ahead and kind of set this up like it was a second ago. But we'll just say text, which gets us to kind of the unique things about React Native. With React Native, it's all component based. So instead of using JSX like you would with React Native, like instead of saying something like H1, hello, something like that, that won't work. You need to use a component. And to do that, you need to import it from React Native. So I'm going to say import, and let me just make sure I'm doing this right. So you can start out by saying text, and this might, hold on. So sometimes you can just say text. What am I doing? Okay. Okay, and then if you go down here, you can say React Native, and then it'll automatically import it for you. And you can say hello world for your first text. And that should appear on the screen. We'll see. And first, let me see. Oh, okay. I need to delete that. That's what was wrong. All right. So once this gets up and running again. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm actually importing app state. Before I do that though, let me just go ahead and import home so I can just show you what I'm doing. So I'm going to switch this out to show you what I'm doing here. Home/home. All right, and so there it is. It's up over there. But we'll get to that in a second. I am so sorry. Let me just undo this, get back to app state. We'll get to the home screen in just a second. But in your app state, this is where we're going to start creating our global state. And from here, we're going to go down the tree to app navigation, and then we're going to go down to home after that. So that's kind of how it works. App state, app navigation, all the other screens. All right, so first things first, we want to import React and use state again, because we're going to use a hook function for this. And I will show you how hook functions work right now. So I'll say export default apps. Oh, sorry, function app state. I'll do it like this. We'll return. We'll just go ahead and import, I'm going to import app navigation. And that's what we're going to return in this from sorry, app navigation / app navigation. And down here, just like in the app screen, how we just return app state, here we can just return app navigation. And we're going to put some things, some props in app navigation in a second. But before we do that, let's go ahead and show you how hooks work. So here's how a hook works. To create a variable, you would say const brackets, this first spot here. So there's going to be two things. Well, I'll just do it this way. Okay, the first thing I'll say, so this is going to be a note-taking app. So let me think about this. So one of the things we'll definitely need is probably all your notes, your note data. So I'm just going to say all notes. So this is going to be an array that holds all of our note data. So I'm going to call that all notes. That's the name of the variable. That's the name of the state. To be able to update the state, this second value here is what you would use to update the value of all notes. And the way you can just name it is say set all notes. You can just say set whatever you call your variable, and you'll know that that's what you use to update your state. Over here, you would say use state. And within here, this is the original value of all notes, of whatever your state is. Just like with a stateful component, you would start out with something. Here's where you would put it. So I'm going to say this is an array, just an empty array. So I'm going to put that there. And so that'll be a value for all notes. But say, here, I'll create a few more of these. And I'll say, I'll have one for just note. And then I'll just say set note. So this will be, say, like all the data inside of a single note. So for our note-taking app, you'll have all the notes on a screen. And then if you click on one or tap on one, that could open up the whatever's inside of a single note. So we'll want that to be an array too. And let's see. We might not need much more than this for now. Let me think though. But just as an example, I'll just say, I don't know, note text. We probably won't need this, but I'm just gonna show you. Note text. If you wanted it to be just a string, you can start it out like that. And then if you wanted an object, you could start it out as an object. And so maybe actually this note will be an object. So I'm actually going to switch this to an object. Okay. So all the notes will be in an array. The individual notes will be an object with values inside of those notes. And I don't think we'll actually need this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I just wanted to show you how hooks work. And then from then on, whenever you want to access the value of one of these, you could access the value of, say I want to do a console log. I could access the value of all notes this way. And then if I ever want to change the value of all notes, I could do something like this, copy set all notes. And then within there, it would still need to be an array of some kind, because this is a const, so it can't be any other type of data. But I could go ahead and in here, I could add an object with a key that says note text, say hello. And that would change the value of this all notes state to this. And that's the basics of how hooks work. So we'll be using hooks a lot in this. So that's just a brief overview so you know what we're doing if you haven't used hooks before. But it's that simple. Again, it's super, super simple. And before we go on, just so we have some data to show on the screen, let's put some dummy data in here. So for all notes in here, again, we're going to create a note. I'm just kind of making this up as I go. So what are some things a note needs? So one of the things would be, which you don't need to do it that way. You could just say note text. So this is my first business. I'll say startup idea. I'm gonna close this so we have more space. Okay, and I'll go ahead and create another one. And I'll just say note text for now. Maybe we could add in an ID in a second. I'll say this is my second startup idea. Okay, and maybe actually, so let's do this. We'll say note title. So we'll give all our notes a title. And I'll say the title will be first idea. And then the note text is this is my first startup idea. And then I'll do the same thing here. Note title, second idea. Okay. All right, so we have some dummy data to work with. We might want to give this dummy data an ID or something like that. Give your notes an ID, which let's just go ahead and do that. I'll say note ID, and then this will officially be good. I'll say 1, since this is the first note. And here I'll say note ID 2. All right, so we officially have some dummy data. And while I'm creating this, I'm gonna expand this so we can see better. Okay, and then for set note, we'll use this later. We'll make it to be when you tap on it, whichever note the user taps on, that's what's going to be given to the value of this note here that will open up on a new screen. All right, so here's how app state is designed. From here, you would just say const app state equals, and let me, hold on. Okay, and say an object. So app state equals an object. And then the value of those objects would be just all of these. So the first one would be apps, all notes. And you can actually just do it this way. Because if you have the variable name and value are the same, you don't have to give it a value for it to work. So I don't have to do it this way. All notes. If this is what I'm saying, all notes, to shorten it up, I can just do it like this. And then within app navigation, I'm going to pass down app state to my app navigation this way. I'll just say app state equals app state. And so then from then on out, I'm going to pass this app state, I'm going to pass it down to the rest of my screens. And then from then on out, in any screen that you want, you can just access any of these variables by just saying app state dot whatever. So all nodes, set all nodes, anything like that. All right, so that's how app state works. This is just something I created. I designed it this way because it makes the most sense in my head. Feel free though, if you use some other type of global state management, use whatever you want. But this is just what I use. All right, so let's go ahead. Let me make sure. So we didn't use effect in this function, but we will in another one. So I'll just leave that there though, in case we want to use it. Next, we'll go to app navigation, and this is where we'll link to the home screen. And before I do that though, let me come back to this screen here. I have this in the comments below as well, in the description below. But for Expo, we'll want to use React Navigation. And so you'll just want to go to reactnavigation.org, and you can click try it. Or actually, let's go back. You can click read docs. And there's this getting started. So it says the first thing you'll want to do is npm install this. So I'm going to go ahead and npm install this in my terminal. This is what we're going to be used to create our navigation. So this is where we'll be able to switch between screens, and we can also show you how to create links. So because Expo can be used to create websites too, not just an iOS and Android app. You can also create a website, and I'll show you how to have like your website.com/home/whatever screen, and we'll go ahead and do it that way. So I went ahead and installed this. And it says if you're using Expo, it's a good idea to Expo install these things as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that since we're using Expo. Let me move this out of the way. Okay, so I'll say Expo install these things. And it's always a good idea whenever you're installing something from Expo to Expo install it, because what that does is it checks what version of React Native you're using, and it'll install the packages that are compatible with your version. So you'll never accidentally install the wrong version of an Expo package if you use Expo install. So that's pretty cool. You'll want to use Expo install for anything you install from Expo. You don't have to worry about this bare React Native project. We're using Expo managed workflow, so you don't have to worry about this at all. So just ignore this. And let's see here. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Let me drink my coffee real fast. All right, so we're going to want to import this. This navigation container is going to contain all of our screens. So let's go ahead and we'll import both of these actually. So we'll import React and React navigation. So you can import that there. We'll just go ahead and import app state since we know we're going to need it. Well, actually, never mind. We don't need to import app state. We can just go ahead and say export. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. What we do need to import is home, because this is the screen we want to show. So we'll say import home from. And if you need to go up a layer, you can say / and go down to screens /home. Okay. This is the first screen we want to show up in our app. All right, and then you can say export default function. And so by the way, before I move on, there are shortcuts for all of this, but I've noticed myself, I'll forget how to create like the most basic things if I don't just practice it. So what I've started to do is instead of relying on extensions to do everything for me, for this basic stuff, I like to kind of write it out myself so I don't forget how to do it. Because it's the most embarrassing thing in the world if you're ever in like an interview with somebody to try to get a job and like you can't even remember how to write out a function because you're so used to using the shortcuts that you look like an idiot. So I don't want to look like a dummy. So anyway, that's why I write out everything so I don't ever forget it. All right, anyway, so I'll say app navigation. And you remember in app state, we passed in app state to app navigation. So we want to go ahead and import app state here. Okay. And then from then on, we have access to this. If you ever want to use a value inside of it, you can say const. You can use the deconstruction to say we want the value all nodes, which we'll do this in a second, but I'm just showing you ahead of time. We can do it like that and say that's all we want in this. And then from then on out, you can just access all nodes, which we'll be doing that in the home screen in just a second. I'm getting ahead of myself, but we want to definitely bring in that prop so we can pass it down to our screens. All right, so let's just click next to hello navigation. So we've already npm installed. Okay, well, actually, we haven't done this. So we want to go ahead and npm install React Navigation native stack. So we want to go ahead and do that too. Again, these links are in the description below that you can follow along with. All right, and we've already imported React. We've already imported this navigation container. Now we need to import this create native stack navigator. This is really important for creating the navigation in React Native in an app. All right, and this home screen, this is in another, we've split it apart, so don't worry about this for now. But what you do want is to const stack create native stack navigator. Can come under the home that you just imported, which is basically what this is up here. And so anyway, we'll get to that in a second. All right, and then in here it's saying this is the app.js screen, but we're not in the app.js screen anymore. So all we need from this screen is this right here. So we'll do it like this. So basically the navigation container. Go ahead and copy that. And actually we'll take the whole return because I haven't returned anything yet. So take all of that, put that there. From here on out, the way that we'll create new screens is you don't have to create a new navigation container. From then on out, you can just copy this stack.navigator and like this. And you can name your screen, screen 2, and so forth. Before we move on though, we want to be able to pass in this app state prop into the home screen. Let me just see if it mentions how to do that. I know, so normally what I have to do is you have to design this a little bit differently, but I'm seeing if they've added in the ability to pass in a prop. I'm just going to say passing additional props. Okay. Okay, they have not. Okay, so if you do not need to pass down props, you can just leave it like this. But we do need to pass down props, so we do not want to leave it like this. What we want to do is click this over here. It says passing additional props. This is how we want to design our stack dot screens. So you could copy it like this. Instead of having a one line stack screen, you can do it like this. Okay. And let's do it like this. Okay, that looks better. Okay. So if you do it this way, before I move on, let me just make sure I didn't tell you the wrong thing. Moving between screens. Let's see. I think I did tell you the wrong thing a second ago. So I want to look real fast. This is not what I'm looking for. Nesting navigator. Okay. I told you the wrong thing a second ago. So let's go back. Let me go back to this original one. So in here, it's actually, you want to keep this stack navigator there too. So don't touch the navigation container or the stack.navigator. The way you create new screens is this way. I was a little confused because it originally has you do just one line, but it's actually like this. So this is how you would name your additional screens. Screen 2, screen 3. So, which we'll get to that in just a second, but we don't need to do that just yet. But anyway, just again, just to emphasize, you'll want to click this passing additional props. And this is how you're going to want to create your screens in the navigation. And this is so that you can pass in props. You need to design it this way. And then replace this extra data thing. You can just name that app state. Then everything within app state, all of this will now be available within this home screen. And I'm going to change this home screen. Notice it says home screen. I'm just going to call it home instead of home screen to match what I named it up here. But if it makes more sense to you, call it home screen. All right, so we're officially good to set up this home screen. We want to show this dummy data that's in the all notes. We want to go ahead and show this in the home screen. So I'm going to go ahead and come back to the home screen. Before I do that, this should be showing up. So let me see here. Where did I see? Okay. So if your app is ever frozen like this, you can just reload the app, which when you first open up the app, it tells you how to do that. I believe you just have to click the R button. Let me see. Yep. Okay. So if you're in there, you can just click the R button and it'll refresh the app if it's frozen like that. And there you go. You see we have the beginning of our app. One of the things you'll notice here is there's automatically a header for you. And it's whatever the name you give it, here is what it's going to be. So home screen, I'll just say home screen. And I'll actually just change this to, I'll say all notes, because this is where I want all my notes to show. And so we'll just go ahead for now, keep this here. But I do want to show, if you want to create your own header instead of this creating it for you, there's something called options. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let's see what's here. So show, I think it's called show title false. Let me just see if that works. Let me do it that way. So, no, okay, let me look real fast. So if you want to not show, let me look up in here how to turn don't show header. If you don't want to show header, let's see. Okay, sorry. Okay, the options is header shown false. So I'm going to switch this to say header shown false. And that makes the header go away. And then within here, you could just like create your own header. We'll do that eventually. I like to create my own headers, but for now, I'll just go ahead and take this off. But, and so we'll get back to this, but I just wanted to go ahead and show you how to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and style this a bit. This gets us to one of the next parts of React Native that's different than React. With React, you import a CSS file and style it that way in a CSS file. In React Native, though, it's different. You'll come down here and let me actually, here, let's go back to this screen here. And I'm going back to the React native.dev. And I'll click, let's see, design style. Okay. So React native.dev is where you can find all of this, but you're going to want to, if you go back to the documentation and click design here, click style. This is how we create styles in React Native. Underneath your component, you would create the styles here that, and everything is inline style based. So the first step is you'll want to go ahead and import style sheet, and you can go ahead and import text and view as well from React Native. And I've already got text imported. Well, I'll just go ahead and add that and then delete this. All right. So down here, we'll go ahead and come back here. So the way you can do it is you just say const styles and to create a style sheet. So I'll say const styles equals style sheet, which is, that's what this is up here, dot create. I believe it's just create. Yep, create. All right. And then you can put an object within there. And this is where we'll put all of our styles. So the first thing I want to say is, I'll call it screen. One of the things to know about React Native styling that's also different than React is with React, you have, so back up a bit. So with React Native, everything is automatically Flexbox. You automatically use Flexbox styling. The main difference with React Native is everything is automatically, instead of flex row being side to side, it's automatically column based, top to bottom. So it's not left to right, it's top to bottom. And let me just go ahead and show you what I mean. Okay. Another thing you'll need to do is make sure you wrap everything within a view component. And so normally in like React, if you added something else, it would be left to right. But you'll notice with React Native, it's always top to bottom. If you want it to become left to right, you would have to go in and say flex direction and change it to row in order to switch it to a row. And let's go ahead and add an inline style here to show you what I mean. So style this view. you can say, let me go back. Hold on. Okay, sorry. So normally there's an S at the end of this. So say styles dot screen. Okay. And so there you go. Now you see it switched it to a row. All right. So, but we don't want it to be a row. What I want to do is I want to center the screen for now. So I'll say justify content center. And remember, this should center it top to bottom. And then align items center will actually center it left to right. Now you'll notice it did not automatically take up this whole screen. One of the things to remember that's kind of weird with React Native is it has something called flex. And you need to add flex. Flex is just a way of saying, it's hard to put it into words, but so since this flex is at the top level on this view, you can think of this as like 100% of the space. And if I went back here and removed the header, it would be 100% of the whole space. If you put back in the header, then it's just 100% of this space here. So I'll go ahead and leave the header in for now. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the header right away because I like to create the headers myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and you'll wanna, in your stack doc screen, just say options equals you'll wanna do an object in here, say header shown false. And so within here, you can basically see, so at the top level, this is 100%. Now say I wanted each of these, I'm gonna add a fourth one. Say I wanted each of these to take up 1/4 of the whole screen. So what I'm gonna do here is I'll say 1/4. And if I give each of these a flex value of 1, since there's 4 objects, 4 different flexes, these will each take up 4%, or sorry, 25% of the screen. It's something you kind of have to remember. So let's try that out. Styles dot 1/4. Let me copy that, paste that there. Oops, I deleted this. T, I got to put that back. All right, so there you go. So now you can see a little bit better. And let me here, I'll put you can say border width to add a border. I'm going to say 4 so you can really see it. Yeah, okay, there you go. So now you can see it's taking up, whenever you add flex, it's like meaning top to bottom. Let me try something actually. I want to see if this changes anything. If I say flex row. Okay, so it does. All right, so basically, depending on which direction it is, if this is a row, it'll split up it in a row direction. If it's just a normal column like this, a top to bottom, flex will split it top to bottom based on how many flexes are within the top layer flex. So the top layer is 1. Since there's 4 in here, it each takes up 1/4 of the height. If I added a 5th one here, each of them would take up 1/5 of the height, so 20%. And then say you want it to stretch the width, then you would need to put the width here. So I'm gonna say width, and you can say 100%. Before I move on to, you'll notice here how I created the styling. If it's going to be like a percent or something like that with inline styling, it needs to be a string. But if you're saying a pixel, if you're using a pixel, instead of having to do like 4px or something like that, with pixels, you can just write the number and it'll just know. So this is automatically 4 pixels. This is automatically 2 pixels. And then if I were to switch this to 100, this would be like 100 pixels. So yeah, that's a good brief overview of styling and how that works. Before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and just add in push notifications. So you'll be able to send yourself a push notification. And to do that, you can go to nativenotify.com. We'll just go together. You can go to nativenotify.com, click this sign up free button. It's free to sign up. There's no credit card required. That should take you to a page like this. The first thing you'll want to do is click create an app. And we're using React Native Expo, so you'll want to go ahead and click this. And we'll go ahead and just follow these start here instructions together. It only takes about a minute, literally a minute, to get up and running. So your first step is copy this, come back to your app, paste that into your terminal. Okay, so go ahead and install Native Notify. And where I like to keep push notifications, I like to keep push notifications in the app.js file. And so the step 2, where it says import this function, you want to go to your app.js file, import that right there. And then it says make sure you're using a hook function for your app function, or push notifications won't work. We're already using a hook function. This link here goes more in depth into how hook functions work if you'd like to view that. But we're already using a hook function. And then your last step is to copy this. And you'll notice your app ID and your app token are already in there for you. So you don't have to add that in. You can just copy this. Oops. Okay, and you can come over here, just paste it right there at the top of your app. You're actually done. Push notifications are finished. And you can see right here, it says you can now send a push notification. You successfully registered your Native Notify push token. So one thing about push notifications, though, is they will not work on an emulator. Like, we'll try it out real fast. This is a test. And let's see. Okay, actually, I stand corrected. Never mind. So this does work on an emulator. Okay, so we went ahead and tested that out, and it's sent to us right there. So you can go ahead and click that. And there's the push notification. You'll notice that it takes you here to the send page once you successfully sign up. You can go ahead and change this to whatever you want to call it. I'm going to say Expo tutorial, so I know what app this is. And once you successfully send a push notification, you'll see down here a receipt of the date, what you sent, everything like that. And there's some other advanced things you can do. You can send a data object. I won't go into how to send a data object. I made a video on it, though. If you want to learn more about it, it should pop up right there. But again, you can just go ahead and test out another push notification, another notification, test, send a notification. Okay. And the receipt showed up there, so it's saying it's sent. Let's see if it appeared. All right, there it is, another notification. So there we go. That's you have push notifications set up in your app, and what we just set up is good for iOS in production mode, and it's good for iOS in development mode, Android in development mode. But there's one extra step you need to follow, this Android setup guide. If you watch this video, it'll walk you through how to get push notifications ready for being in production mode live on the App Store. So there's some extra steps you have to take to get Android working on the App Store. But yeah, after that, you're completely done with push notifications. All right, so let's go ahead and start showing some of our notes on the screen. Before I forget though, I forgot, I actually, in App State, instead of doing it like this is actually how I usually like to organize this, so that it can kind of be like a straight line, sort of like your hooks. Put a comma there and then like this. So you can do it like that, or you can do one straight down, however you want to do it. So we've already passed down our app state through the app navigation. So we can go ahead and import it here, app state. And the first thing we'll want to do is say const. We want to deconstruct this app state. And what we want here is, let's see, what will we want? We'll want definitely all the notes, because that's what we're going to be showing. We want to be able to set the note, because we want it to be, if they tap on one of the notes, we want to set the value of this empty object to that note. And we want to set the value of note to that note within all the notes. And we're going to want to create a new screen to navigate to show note details, something like that. So these are the two I'm thinking that we'll probably need from this page. So we'll go ahead and capture it this way. And I'm going to go ahead and create a map function here to, first off, I'll go ahead and delete this 1/4 styling. That was just an example. I'm going to delete all of these. We definitely need to have everything within a view. And so I'm going to keep this view here. I'll keep this way, so it'll be centered. And then here, I'm going to put curly braces so that I can use JavaScript in here. And let's see, I'll say, so all notes is what we want to use. We'll say all notes map, so that it'll actually return something. And I'll say E and I. So E stands for element, I stands for index of the element. I'll do it this way. One of the first things I always like to do with map is make sure to write return, because if you don't return something, nothing will happen. Return E. I've sat here wondering what is wrong so often because I forgot to write E here. So it says undefined. So let me see if this will work. So I'll say note title, note title. Let's just return the note title. Oh, and this will not work because it needs to be inside of a text object or it won't work. So let's just go ahead. I meant to say text component. So it needs to be inside of a text component to work. All right, so let's try that out. See if this works. Okay, it's saying undefined is not an object. Okay, hold on one second. Oh, okay. So I see what's going on. So what's wrong here is anytime you import app state as a prop, this needs to be within an object, or what it's doing right now is it's creating a new app state object within an app state object within an app state object. So we just need to import it this way, and then it should work. So let's see. Okay, all right, so this should work. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, whenever you're importing app state, just make sure it's within an object like this. So I'm gonna go ahead and uncomment out this again. All right, and this E dot note title needs to be within curly braces or they won't work. All right, so there you go. You see our first idea title is there. Our second idea title is there. The next thing we want to do is we want to make sure to put a key value here, or Expo React Native is going to yell at us. So we'll just give a key value of the index that it's within. All right, and so what we want to do is we want to make these look like notes with a box around them, something like that, that we can tap on and it'll take us to a new screen. It'll take us to like a detailed version of that screen. And what we want to also say is, so we just added the key there. We want to also say, once they press on it, we want to set the value. Actually, we'll do it like this. We'll say const handle press, and we'll make this an arrow function. And we'll add this here. So within a text object, within a text component, things like that, there's something that's called an on press event. So what we want to say is whenever the user taps this, we want to trigger the handle press event. So we'll do it like that. And within this event, what we want to do is we want to set the value of note to E, the element within there. So in order to do that, actually, we need to do it this way. In this on press event, we'll want to say when it's pressed, we want that. Let me just make sure I'm just doing this right. Okay. Okay, so it's actually accessing it correctly. All right. So what we want is, I'll just say, call this element so it's easier to understand. What we want to do is set the note, the individual note, equal to the object within the all notes object that the user taps on. And so now if you come over here, you'll notice okay, well, sorry. So let's do it this way. So this should be working. Okay. Let's make sure this is working. Let me do a console log here. Make sure everything's working properly. I'll say handle press triggered. And then I'll put the value of element here to make sure we're getting the correct value. I'm going to refresh the app, try out tapping on it. Okay, so there is a chance. I think what's happening is the text does not have the on press event. So basically what we're going to have to do here is create a button. In React Native, you can do something called a button, but this just is like a generic button that is pre-designed for you and everything. So you don't have a lot of control over its styling. What you want to do is import instead something called a touchable opacity. A touchable opacity is a button. It's like a touchable object that you have complete control over how it's designed. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. And I'll do it this way. I'll take this text out, put it inside of this touchable opacity, and I'll actually put this within this. take that out. All right, and this looks better. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm going to take this on press event, which it's not available on all components. Some components it's not available, so it looks like it's not available on the text component, but it should be. It's definitely available on the touchable opacity. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there, and you should see this should light up. So let me refresh the app. It should light up whenever I tap it, but it is not. So let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. So remember I said it needs a key. So since the touchable opacity is now on the outside, the key needs to go on the touchable opacity. All right, so let me refresh again. Hopefully it doesn't yell at me. Okay, it's not yelling at me. I do not know why this is not working. Let me add some styling so that I can see this better. Here, I'll do it this way. Make it look a little bit better. Okay, we want that to happen on the press event. Okay, and I'm gonna create a style. I'll say styles dot, I'll just call it button for now. Come down here, call it a button. And let me see, I'll put a margin in every direction of 20 so that it's separated a bit. Okay, I'll say padding 20 as well. And I'll say border width, because you have to give the border a width of 2. Okay. So for some reason, this is not working. Let me refresh. Okay, so it just shut down. Gosh. Let's try this out again. I'm gonna restart Expo. Expo start -- Android. So this should open this up. Okay. There we go. Okay. So sometimes if things aren't working right away and you know it should work, sometimes it's not your fault. Sometimes you just have to refresh your app. So I just completely shut down the app, turned it back on, and now it's working fine. So you'll notice if I click this down here, it says the value of element is now the first startup idea. If I click the second one, it changes it to the second idea. One of the things that's automatically available if you're using React navigation is there's an object called navigation, or a prop called navigation, that you can import into your screen. What we're going to do now is we'll go ahead and I'll make this bigger again. We'll create another screen, and let's just call this screen. We'll call it the detailed note, something like that. Or I don't know, I'll just call it note. In there, I'll make a note.js. All right, and I'll just go ahead and copy the home screen. And before we move on, I think I'm gonna change home screen. I'm gonna call it all notes, just for clarity, so we know this is all the notes. And I'm gonna change the name to all notes too. And then I'll go to app navigation. I'll change the name to all notes as well instead of home. I'll say all notes. So this is just to help me know, okay, so this is the all notes screen. And then whenever you tap on a note, it'll go to the individual note screen. And let's go back to all notes. I'm going to go ahead and Control All to copy all of this. And I'll go ahead and paste this into the note screen, and I'll switch this to just be called note. All right, and in this one, we don't need the all notes. We just need, I think we just need notes. Let's see, come back here. Or note, we would need note. Okay, so I think we need note. This will show everything in that note. And let's just say we can do a return. We'll just, oops. So we don't actually need to return anything because we've already returned something up here. What we'll say is, for now, we'll just return a text. And we'll just say note title, and we'll say note text. So this should show up on the screen. I'll go ahead and delete this handle press event for now. And so, yeah, this should work. And if we come back to this all notes, I'll go ahead and get rid of this console log. So what we want to happen is we want to set the value of note to whatever note they tap on. And then under that, we want to use this navigation prop, and we would just say navigation.navigate. And we'll navigate to the name of the screen we want to go to. The name of the screen we want to go to, here, I'll do single quotes, is note. We want to go to the note screen. And then let's come back here to app navigation. We'll go ahead and create the note screen. So let's copy, paste this. And you can click Control D to copy more than one thing. And I'm going to change this all to notes because that should be how, yep, or no, it should be note. So I'm going to undo, change this all to note. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and copy this, come under that, paste it there. We'll change the name of this to notes. And I'll actually change the name of this to all notes without a space, just camel case, so that we can use the name. So for example, if we want to go back, we could say all notes. So it's not confusing. All right, so we'll come back here to switch this to just be note. And this should work. So whenever we tap on one of the note titles, this should now set our note value, and it should go to a new screen. And it should show the value of the title and the text. So let's see if it works. I'm going to click the R button just to reload the app, just to make sure. And let's see if it'll work. So there we go. It worked. If you want to go back, well, first off, let's do it this way. Note title, so we know what we're looking at. Note text. All right. So if you want to go back, you'll notice there's no back buttons here, but over here, these are like your phone controls. So you can click this back button. Oops, and I accidentally went too far back, but so I'll try clicking the second one. There we go. We went to the second one, can click back. Go to the first one, click back, we're back home. So there you go. That's a basic navigation. We have navigation set up. We have sort of like the basic version of our app, sort of. Basically, we want a screen where we can see all of our notes, and then we want a screen where we can see the detailed version of our note. And eventually, we want to be able to come in here and edit the note. And then there's probably one more screen, maybe like create a note screen. So let's just go ahead. We'll go ahead before we move on. Within screens, I'm going to come to note. I'm just going to click copy, paste to create a copy of that folder. I'm going to rename this to create note. And within there, I'll just rename, instead of note.js, I'll say create note. I'm pretty sure this will be the only 3 pages we'll need. Within the note page, we'll be able to edit the notes and delete the notes if we want to. So we don't need like an edit note. I'm pretty sure we just need an all notes page, a note page where you can see what the note says, and a create note page where you can create a new note. So let's go ahead and come back to app navigation, and we'll also create the create note page. So you can come here, just copy. By the way, if you come to the end of a line and say Command C and then Command V, copy, paste, it'll automatically create a copy of that. And I'll just come here, go Command D over, say create note. Make sure that's what I named it. Okay, yep, that's what I named it. And then I'll come down here, we'll create a new page. And we'll just switch both of these to create note. All right, and I'll go ahead and remove the spaces here. But yeah, I think that's the basic structure for our app. So we'll go ahead and start working on things like the header and the footer. And like I said, I like to create those from scratch. So what I like to do is within the source folder, I like to also create another folder, call it headers. And then also within the root of the source folder, I like to create another folder called footers. And then this allows us to create a unique header and footer for each screen. And so I'll start out with the footer so we can see the 3 different types of screens. I'll say within this footer, this footers folder, I'll say all notes footer, which I'm thinking about this actually. So with the footer, for now, I think there'll just be a global footer for all the pages. I'm thinking, I don't think we'll need to change to a different footer as of right now. So I'm just going to say global footer.js. Within the header, we'll want to create different headers probably, so the text in the header could be different. But I'm thinking even that we could just have a global header as well. Let me actually, for now, we'll just say global header. And if we need to change this, we can always come back and create multiple headers if we need to. So let's just, now that we've created these, let me, I want to work on the footer first. So we'll go ahead and open up the footer. Again, we can just come back to notes. Notes is probably a better one. Control all the notes, the note page, come back to global footer, paste that there, and we'll just change this name to global footer. Okay. Global footer. We don't need anything within app state yet. So I'm not gonna put that there. But what we're about to do is I'm gonna show you how to import icons. There's a directory of icons that I like to use that we'll use for this. But instead of saying screen, since this is gonna be a footer, I'm gonna call this style I'm gonna change both of these to footer cont for footer container. And within here, I'm just gonna, for now, I'm gonna say home. Well, yeah, I'll say all notes. And create a note. And then the note screen is going to be accessible only when you touch on one of the note titles here. All right, so I think this is pretty good. Let's see. It will center everything. And I think that's good for now. Here, I'll delete this button style. Okay, so to get this showing up, I'm gonna go ahead and import this in the all notes screen. So I'll say import global footer, and it went ahead and found that path for me. Oh, and so, and well, anyway, okay, I'll go ahead and come here underneath where I have this right here. I'm just gonna put the global footer here. I'll go ahead and pass down app state just in case we need it. And another thing I'll pass down is navigation. We'll need to pass down this navigation prop into the footer so that we have access to it. So we'll go ahead and add that there. Let's see how that turned out. Okay. So in here, we want to go ahead and switch this to be a row. So I'm going to, and also, I don't want this to be flex one. Let's see here. Okay, so this is another thing I like to do. I like to create a header section, a body section, and a footer section. So first I'm going to go ahead. Let's actually import a header as well. We'll go ahead and do that. So import global header from dot slash headers slash global header, which we haven't created that yet. Just to have something in there, you can come back to global footer, copy all of that, open up global header, you can paste that all there. And for now, we'll just say, we'll say the title of this startup notes. Okay, so that should be okay. Okay, so this global header is going to have a flex of 1, and the global footer is going to have a flex of 1. And so the body needs to have a flex of 8 for everything to work out perfectly. And so let's just go ahead and set everything up. Back in the all notes page, just go ahead and put in the global header there. Okay, and there's the global footer. And now we're gonna wrap the body in another view that we call body. So we're gonna create another style in just a second. We'll call it the body style. Okay, and so this is officially how I personally like to set up each screen. So each screen has a header, each screen has a footer, and each screen has a body. So it sort of feels a little bit more like React. And let's go ahead and come down here, and we have a button. Okay, I'll come here and say body. And you'll see this should, if I give this a flex of 8, what this should do is basically the header we gave, the header we gave a flex of 1, the footer we gave a flex of 1, and the body we just gave a flex of 8. So what this is doing is the header is taking up 10% of the screen, the footer is taking up 10% of the screen, and the body is taking up 80% of the screen. Because 8 plus 1 plus 1 equals 10. So with the one that takes up, so it works it out to be 100% total. It'll always be 100% total. And I hope that makes sense. It's kind of hard to explain, but that's how that works. And just to give it a better visual, I'll say background color for the body. And you can do it this way. And I'll say, let's see, 202020. I think that's kind of a gray. Yep. All right. So there you go. You can kind of see that it's taking up 80%. And just to be a bit more helpful, the global header, let me see what it looks like this way. Okay. So you'll notice the header looks kind of funny. It's because we need to give a padding to the top of this. So if you come back to screen, there's some space here for all these things here that you see. Currently, right now, it does not have a padding to account for this up here. So we have to add that in. So Expo has, well, first I'll say padding top. All right, so what we want to do now is add padding to account for this status bar up here. That's what I was looking for. It's called a status bar. To do that, Expo has something called Expo constants. We want to use that to account for the padding because the way it works is this status bar up here has a different height for Android and for iOS. So you can't just set a single height and hope it looks good on all devices because a lot of times the status bar is different. But Expo has a dynamic way to measure the height so that your padding top is perfectly the same height as the height of the status bar on the device you're using. And that's called Expo constants. This will be in the description below too. But you'll want to go look up Expo constants, say Expo install Expo constants. And remember, anytime you install something from Expo, you'll want to say Expo install to install it to make sure it installs the right version for you. So I'm going to install Expo constants. All right, the next step is to make sure to import constants from Expo constants. I've already done that up here, but I'll just go ahead and do that again. So you would just put it up there. And then for here, there's something called constants dot status bar height. And this is a dynamic way to know the exact status bar height, which as you can see now, it's perfectly centered in the top 10% of the screen. And just so we can also visualize this a bit better. Well, first off, in global header, I noticed I forgot to change I forgot to change footer everywhere. So this global footer, it needs to be changed to header. Footer cont, let's just change the name to header cont. Okay. And let's go ahead for the cont, the contain, which is short for container. We'll just say for now border width. We'll just say 2. See what that looks like. Okay. And remember, flex only if you're currently set up top to bottom. Flex just controls the height. It won't control the width unless you're in a row. Then it will control the width and not the height. But since we're in column view, we need to also say width. And we'll say 100%. Hopefully this whole flex thing makes more sense the more you use it. And you'll notice it goes up here. There's a line at the top. I don't want that line to be there. So you can say border width bottom, I believe. Hold on. So it might be bottom border. Okay. Border bottom width. So what this will do is it'll only give a border to the bottom. Okay. And so you'll see it took away the border on the side and the top. Just has one for the bottom now. I'm going to copy this and come back to global footer. I'll put that there, and you can just change that to border top width. And we need to also give this a width of 100%. Okay. And actually, so for this one, I want the objects to be in a row. So we'll go ahead and switch this to, we'll say flex direction row, and you'll see what I was talking about. All right. And let's see what happens if I take that out. Okay, so never mind. I take that back. Okay, so you always need to set the width, no matter what. So you'll want to make sure to set the width. But as you saw earlier too, you'll also want to set a height if it's in a row. We already have a height because we have this flex here. We're saying take up 10% of the screen because this footer is still in all notes, which is column based. So I'm sorry if I'm not saying this the best way, but hopefully that makes sense. It's kind of hard to explain flex and how that works. But I'm going to say instead of justify content center, I'm going to change this to space around. See what that looks like. Yeah, I think that looks better. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to turn these into buttons with icons. This button is going to take us home to all the notes. This button will allow us to create a note. And before we continue, let me come to all notes. For body, I want to go ahead and give it a width of 100%. So it takes up the whole screen. And I'm going to go ahead and take off this back color. And what I'm going to do is for this whole screen, well, first I'll go ahead and take out the spaces here so it looks better. For the whole screen, I want it to be a background color of white so it matches the status bar. And so I'm going to say for the screen, I'll say background color. I believe white is 0. No, okay, sorry. I get 0 and F mixed up. It's F. Okay. And a quick styling tip. You'll notice a lot of apps just have a white background, especially for like the header and the footer. And then they just add in color with the icons. It's kind of a modern look for apps. I like it personally. And so that's what we're going to do for this app. We'll keep kind of a white background, but let me see, like maybe I can look it up. Look, YouTube app that YouTube app. Let's just see if we can find some images. I'll say YouTube app homepage. Maybe I'm telling you. Okay, here we go. So I'll bring this up. And so you'll notice this is kind of a modern look for apps that I've personally noticed. It's real simple and clean, easy to see. And you'll just notice there's just a white background for the header, white background for the footer. And then they kind of make it come alive by adding color with like the icon. And so that's something I've noticed with a lot of current apps. A lot of apps are designing it that way. So I'm going to stick to that design style. I like it. And so that's what we'll do for this app. Before I move on to the lines are going to bug me. So I'm going to change these lines. What I want to do is I want to add in box shadow instead. So let me go to this global header again. Let me see what it first looks like with one. Okay. And something you can do, you can change the border color from black. You can say border color. And let's see. So I'm gonna just say for now, I'm gonna see what this looks like. 909090. All right, that's a little better. Let me just see what 999 looks like. Okay. And I might, let's add in some shadow. I might completely remove this border. So we'll see. I think what I'm gonna do is change this to border. So let me type in shadow. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna add in a shadow to make this look a little bit better. I put this in the link below too, but there's something I like to use. You can just Google React Native box shadow. And this is a cool tool I found that shows you, you can just copy and paste this basically. If you want it to look like this, the box shadow to look like this. And you can kind of go up or down to whatever you want. I think, let's see, what looks good. Okay, so maybe at number 4, you'll notice there's different styling options. Elevation is Android's box shadow style thing. The rest of this is for iOS. And so you'll need both of them to style it the way you want. So let me come here. I'm going to actually keep that border bottom real fast. Let me see what this looks like. Okay, so I don't really like that at all. So let me take off the border width. Okay. Let's see here. Don't like. So I'm gonna just look it up real fast. Add box shadow just to bottom React Native. So Stack Overflow is your friend. I'll put this in the link below too. But it's saying, how can I just add a box shadow to the bottom like I want to do? And it says you can use overflow hidden to achieve the desired result without having to install a library. So I'm going to do that. And let's see what that looks like. So I'll undo that. so we can still see that. Okay, I am gonna take out this border bottom width and border color. I'll just have that. And then under here, I'll say overflow hidden. See if that does anything. It didn't do anything. He's lying. Okay, wrap the view in a parent view and set the parent's overflow to hidden and apply a padding only on the sides where you want the shadow to appear. Okay, so it's saying, okay, never mind, forget all of this. What you need to make that effect go away, let me actually just undo this overflow thing. You need to give this a background color because right now the background color is transparent. And that's why we can see the shadow. We don't want to see the shadow. So above here, I'm just going to say background FFF to make it white to match everything else. And you'll notice that completely fixed the issue. And I think that kind of looks good. Let's go back and maybe we can play around with it. Maybe try out a bigger shadow. Maybe try out 7. Let's try out 7, see what that looks like. Okay, let's see if we like that better. So that's with hardly any. 7 gives a bit better. Let's go back to where we just were with the YouTube homepage app. This is something you can do if you're wondering how you should style something, you're not totally sure. Look at other apps, see how they style it, see if you like it. It looks like they really don't have a box shadow. If they do, it's hardly any at all. I'm actually going to open it up on my phone just to verify. I'm going to try scrolling down the YouTube app and see if there's any box shadow. It doesn't look like they have one. So, okay. So I'm actually going to go back here and I still want to have a little bit of one. But maybe I'll just do like closer to 2. Something closer to 2. Let's come back here. Try that out. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I hate like sitting for an hour on something little like this. I think I actually am gonna have a box shadow because mine's designed a little bit different. I want to have notes across the screen. With YouTube, they have like a big picture all the way across the screen, so they don't really need a box shadow up there. But I think I'm gonna stick with the 7 setting for now, and you can obviously make this however you want. I won't spend any more time on that. And then for global footer, I'm just gonna change this to 1, see what that looks like. Let me go to the global header. Let me try, I'm gonna try adding in like a 1 box shadow instead of a border, a top border for the global footer. Okay, is there a background color? Okay, and again, we'll want to make sure to add in a background color of white, which is FFF. See what that looks like. Okay, I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. Instead of 1, I'll say switch it to 3. I'll switch it to 4. I promise I'm gonna stop caring about the box shadows so much. I know y'all want to learn more than box shadows. Okay, I still don't like it. I'm gonna actually switch this to 7 too. Okay, here we go. That should look better. Okay, yeah, that looks better to me. We'll stick with that for now. Or again, I might just go back to the border and change the color. I think actually, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna go back to border top width 1. I'm gonna say border top color. And I'm gonna go something like 555. See what that looks like. Nope, don't like it. 202020. And let me come over here. This is also in the notes below. This is a way to try to test out different colors. And actually, so this we'll use a little bit later, but a neat little tool in your developer console that I have found is you can inspect, if you're using Google Chrome, you can inspect something, look something with a color. So this has color blue. Okay, so you can click, you'll notice right here is the blue. You can click that, and I'll just do this, and I'll switch this to where I can see a hex. And we could try that. D8, D8, D8. All right, that looks better. And I don't want it to be that thick, so I'm gonna change this to 0.5. All right, that looks better to me. I'm gonna just stick with that. I'm gonna switch it to 7.5, and I'm gonna stick with that officially. There we go. Okay, I'm not gonna touch it anymore. I promise. I can't promise. I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I will touch it later. Who knows? Okay, so let me go ahead. We're in the footer. We already imported touchable opacity. What I want this to do is to switch between all notes, create a note. I don't believe we've created the create a note page yet. So I'm gonna go there real fast to screens, create note screen. I'm gonna open that up. All right. And then I'm gonna actually switch this to say, create a note screen for now. We'll leave that like that. And we already, for the global footer, we already imported navigation. And I'm gonna go ahead and wrap a touchable opacity around this text. And I'll go ahead and copy that, put that there. And I'll do it like this. It's easier to see. Okay, and then in this touchable opacity, I'll just say on press. And I'll add the brackets and the arrow function and just say, whenever this is pressed, navigation dot navigate. And we want to just navigate to all notes. Okay. And we'll go ahead and do the same thing for the create a note, except we want to go to a different page. So let's go ahead and put this here. And for that, we'll say create note. And let's go back. So what should happen is it should go to each screen. Let's go back to app navigation though, just to, oops, just to make sure I created that. Yep, I created it. and its name is create note. It's there. All right, so let's try this out. See if it works. And it did. There it is. And you'll notice there's no footer or header here, so you have to click back that way. But let's see if all notes works too. Well, actually, okay. So before we move on, I'm going to go ahead and import the global header and the global footer in all 3 pages. So I'll put these over here. So here are our different screens: all notes, note, create note. And maybe I'll do it like this. So you can click this split thing to split the screen up if you want. Just to help me organize things, I'm going to put my screens over here. And then these over here are all the global things that are controlling state, navigation, header, footer. And then over here are my screens. All right, so in all notes, we already have the header and the footer. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this header, come to notes, put that there. I'm going to copy the footer, come back to note, paste that there. I'll go ahead and copy this style body view, put that there. And then I'll move these here. Oops. Okay. And I'll just go ahead and copy this whole thing, come to create note, paste this here. I'll copy this, replace this with create a note screen. Oh, and I forgot note up here. I'll change this to create note too. All right, and now I just need to import the global header and the global footer. So all notes is on the same level as create note and note. So I can just come to this all notes screen, copy this global header and footer. I'll import that there in note, and then in create note, I'll import it there. All right, so now, before I move on I want to, like we did with all notes, I want to add the padding top and the background color. So I'm going to go ahead and do that in both the note and the create note. And let's see if that automatically, it did not. So we'll need to also import constants. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, import that, come to create note, import that. Okay, and so this should fix these errors here. Let me try to bring back the emulator. I'm going to go ahead and just click R in here to refresh the app. Okay, so let's see if this works. I'll click create. Okay, so you'll notice I did something wrong here. So we're gonna have, okay. The problem is I didn't bring over the body style. So let's come here to the all notes page, the home page. Let's copy this body. We'll come to note. We'll paste the body there. And by the way, something I kind of like to do too with the styling is if it's like a container, like the header, the screen, the header, body, whatever, I like to put those at the very top of my styles. And sometimes I'll add a space here and then put everything else down here in alphabetical order for the most part. And so that's what I'm going to do with these other screens too. And there we go. That fixed it. So let's see if it goes back to the home screen. So it did. Let's try going to one of the notes. There, it went to the first note. Let's go to the second note. Went to the second note. All right. So our app is coming alive. There's a couple more major functionality things that we need. We need to add in the ability to create a note and have that automatically appear on the home screen too. And then we need the ability to edit the note. And then we need the ability to delete a note. But before we do that, I want to add in some icons and some more styling to make this look more like a real app, just because I think it's fun to see the app look like a real app before we start adding in some of the functionality. Before I do that, in create a note, there's no button styling. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Note, there's no button styling. I'm going to delete that too. And then here in the all notes section, instead of calling this a button, in the style, I'm going to call this note cont, because this is like the container of the note. And I'm going to try out, I'm going to come back to my, I'm going to exit out of this. I'm going to come back to the, let's see here. Where is it? Okay. The shadow generator. And let's see here. What would look good for a note? I think that looks pretty good. A 4. I'm going to go to 4. I'll first make sure to add a background color of white. And then I'll do this. I'm going to go ahead and take out border width. Take out border width from the note container. I'm going to do that. 4 looks pretty good. I want to add a border radius to the corners. So what I'm going to say, before I move on, I am so sorry. So I actually think I want a bit of a border. So for this global footer, I put the border width at 75 and the top color at D8, D8, D8. I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna say border width, and this will just be for all borders. I'm gonna say 1. Well, actually, I'm gonna change it to 0.05, so it matches the footer. And then I'll say border color. I'll just, from now on, I'll use this D8, D8, D8 color for lines. Okay, yeah, that definitely looks better, I think. And then under here, we can add border radius. And I sometimes like 6. I'm torn always between like 6 and 3. 3 is less of a radius, and I might like that the best. But 6 is a little bit more of a radius, and it all depends on what you want, what kind of style you want. Kind of more of a radius is usually kind of more fun feel to it, whereas like a less of a radius is more of like a professional feel to it. I think I'm gonna try 6, and then if you really want to go crazy, you could say like 12, and it would be really big, or 8. I think I'm gonna stick with 6. I think, well, no, I like 8. I'm gonna officially, we're gonna go with 8. That's what I'm gonna stick with. And I want these to look more like notes, not like a, well, actually, never mind. Okay, I'm so sorry. So eventually what we're going to do is we're gonna be able to rate these on best idea at the top, worst idea at the bottom. So I am thinking I might actually keep it like this, and then just get rid of some of the space. get rid of some of the margin. So I'll change this to be margin top. And it'll probably stretch the width, okay? Or maybe I'll do it this way. So margin 20 everywhere. And then down here, I could just say margin bottom 0 to get rid of the margin bottom. I'm thinking though, I might want to do this a little backwards. I think I'm going to say margin top 0. And what I'm going to do instead is in the body, I'm going to actually say padding top 20, if that's what I like. Okay. The reason I'm saying this is because we're going to change this to be a scrollable screen. And if there's no margin bottom, there's sometimes an issue where there will be no space at the bottom. So I want to make the margin be bottom so that there is space. And you'll see what I'm talking about in a little bit. Okay. I think 20 I'm going to test out for these. I'm going to say instead 15. See what that looks like. That looks better. And then 10. Okay. And obviously all these are just what you think looks best. But I'm trying to see what I like the best. Okay, I'm leaning more toward 15. So I'm just going to say 15, but I'm going to stick with this being 20. I might even change this to 30 just to see what that looks like. I think I like 20 better. Okay. All right, I'm going to stick it like that. Let's see what it looks like when I click on it now. So you'll notice touchable opacity already kind of has that cool effect where it highlights what you click on. So that's pretty cool. And then let's go ahead and add in some icons for the footer. We'll maybe find an icon for like a home and then an icon for create. And so let's go to our footer. And your next page that you'll want to go to, there is, let's see. Have it up here somewhere. Okay, I like to use React Native vector icons. I have this link in the description below. You can come here and say npm install save React Native vector icons. Come to your terminal, install React Native vector icons. Okay, and then you can come back here to see how to use it. And we'll just go down and look at the code. You don't have to worry about all this random stuff because Expo's already got it worked out for you. So this is what we're looking for. Okay, import icon from React Native vector icon / font awesome. We might not use font awesome, but I'll just go ahead and import it that way and then show you how it works. Okay, so you can import it that way. And then this is what your icon will look like. You can say const my icon like that, or if you would like, you can just go ahead and copy this icon part right here. Just copy that. Come back to your code. And where this says all notes, I'm going to just replace that completely with this. And with these icons, you can update the size by based on pixels this way. Or you can, and you can also update the color. So those are the two things you can do with it. And what I'm going to switch this to is home. There's probably something for home. Okay. Before I go on, this will be in the description below too, but there's this cool, you can just look up React Native vector icon directory, go to that, and then you can search for what you want up here. Say we want home. And say I want a different home. You'll notice these are all the different ones with the name home in them. So I'm going to look through the different home options. Currently, we're using Font Awesome. Their home. I want to see if I like a different one. If there's any other homes I really like. And I think I like the ant design one the best. So you can copy ant design. I've already got home written here. These names underneath is what you would use. So for example, let me just show you. So where's Font Awesome? Okay, so I'll just, so you can see how this works. Say tachometer. I don't know why that has anything to do with home. I'll paste that there and you'll see it'll switch to tachometer. I'm going to switch this back to home. What I want to change is the library or directory. Instead of Font Awesome, I want to use ant design. And so then I would come up here to Font Awesome and just change that to ant design. And it switches it to that for me. And I want to switch the color to be just black for now. And let me see how I like that. I think I might want to make it a little bit gray. So let me actually, instead of this, I'm gonna look up color calculator. And I'll just pick this first one here. All right. So this is pretty okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so this is showing me, I'll have this in the description below too. This is showing me the different options. I don't know that I quite want it all the way black, but I still want it pretty dark. So maybe what was D8, D8? So we have been using D8, D8, D8. And you know, maybe we could just try that out, see what that looks like. D8, D8, D8. Yeah, that's too bright. But I put that in and let's just try to make it a bit darker. Instead of that, we'll say like, let's try 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, 4, see what that looks like. Oops. All right, I think that looks better. We'll just stick with that for now. All right, and then I'll go ahead and copy this icon thing, put it here for create a note. I'm gonna come back to our directory and look up create. Okay, and there's that. So we are creating a note. So something with a pin kind of looks good. I might like a plus button though. Let me try to look up plus. So we could do something like a plus circle or a plus square. Let's see. Let me try saying add. Okay. Maybe something like this would look better because we're adding a note. But let's see here, and we're using ant design. Something here is if you don't want to use, if you want another icon, you could do it this way and just say icon 2. And then you can change the directory you're using. And let's just, we'll test that out real fast. Let me see if I can find something I like for adding a note. We want to add a note. Let's see here. Okay, were we? Let's see. Plus was the other option. Okay, this one looks kind of like you're adding a note, file plus. So let me see though. Um, hmm. Uh, so I think maybe I like that one the best so far. And just one more time, look up add. There's also an add file. And there was create. That was the other potential. Create. There's something that looks like you're creating a button, sort of like you're creating a note. I think maybe seeing to match kind of the style, maybe this create outline. Let's just see what that looks like. I'm not sure that I like it just yet, but we'll try it out. So I'm going to switch this to icons. And then I'm going to try this one actually, medium create outline. Put that there. Yeah, I think that looks good. And you can pick which ones you want. I'll just go ahead for now. I'll stick with that. And you'll see it kind of goes back and forth. It's pretty cool. And home, I might actually, instead of home, I think I'm going to look up notes and see if there's anything related to notes. Like maybe a stack of notes. Note. We don't want to use Evernote because that's somebody else's thing. But let's see here. Note. I want like a stack of notes. Maybe I could look up paper. Note multiple. Maybe this will look better. Let's just try that. Let's see here. Is there an outline? There is. Note multiple outline. Okay. Let's just try this out. So I'm going to change out ant design. And I'm going to come here to note multiple outline. Switch home to that. Don't know that I really like it yet, but let me just look just a bit more. There's a notebook. That's kind of cool. Notebook, maybe. Let me see what that looks like. Maybe I like that the best. Let's try that. Note. I'm going to switch this to notebook. And then maybe I can switch this to note. Take off the 2. Change this to note. See what that looks like. I don't know. I don't know what I like. This is like, for me, the hardest part of development. Well, it can take the longest time because you can just be going back so often. I don't like that. What did I have it at? Let's see again. I'm just redoing everything. Don't know that I like it. Okay, I think I still like this the best. Oops, what's going on? Go away. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just trying to click. I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Go away. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm gonna undo one more time. I think I still like this the best for create. And then for notes, I still want something different. I'm not sure what I want yet. Maybe I can say notebook and maybe other people have a notebook that I like better. Let's see here. Maybe I would like this if it was smaller. Bigger. I don't like it. I still don't like it. Notebook. Another one, maybe I could look up papers. This can, or paper. Sometimes there's like a stack of papers or something that could look like a stack of notes. I am gonna have to give up on this pretty soon, but let me look up stack. So like a stack of notes. Let's see. Maybe this stack. I wish this were live and I could just talk to you guys and be like, what do you want? What do you think looks the best? Because I don't know. Maybe we'll do a live. If you want, by the way, if you'd like a live tutorial one day, just let me know in the comments below. And I'd love to do a live tutorial, talk to you guys while we're coding. Okay, so I don't know what to do. I guess for now, I'll just leave it like that. And for now, this will mean like the notebook. That'll mean create a note. Let me just one last time look up notes, see if there was, or note, and see if there was something we liked again. And if not, I'm just going to move on because this is taking too long. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just stick with the notebook. Okay, that makes sense though. So this is the notebook. This is where you go to create your notes. Yeah, so we'll stick with that for now. So the last place we might want an icon would maybe be for the startup notes, which actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. Note, see if there's a good icon here for a note. And if not, so here's one of the places I go sometimes to look up just basic basic logos that are open source. It's called the Noun Project. I'll put this in the description below too. These are all open source, and so I'm gonna just look up notes, since this is about notes, and see if there's anything that's kind of cool on here that I could use as a logo for my startup notes app. I'm gonna say just try note. Let's see if there's anything we like. I could be doing this all day. I'm just gonna need to pick something. That kind of looks too similar, I think, but it's kind of cool. Let's see here. Okay, here, I'm gonna go with this one. This one kind of looks cool. Okay, I'm gonna say get this icon. I don't want to pay for it, so I'm gonna just say basic download, and download it. And so if you download it this way, you just have to say who it's from. And so I'm gonna leave in this little created by Gregory Kresnar, and I'll go ahead and download the PNG. Okay, and I'm gonna drag this PNG to the desktop. I'm gonna rename this to say logo. because this will be my logo. And the great thing about a PNG is usually the backgrounds are transparent. But anyway, all right, I'm going to come back here. And this is something else I like to do. There's an assets folder in the root of your project, but I like to kind of leave this untouched because this is kind of like your app icon, your fav icon, if you're using this for a website, splash stuff. So what I like to do is inside of the source folder, I kind of like to keep the app in the source folder. I like to create another folder. I'll call it assets here. And within there, I'll create another folder called images. And this is where I like to keep my images for the app. I'm going to call this logo. And then in our header, I'm going to put this to the left of startup notes. So I'm going to need to switch this to be flex direction row. So I can do that instead of it being left to right. And then I'll come back here. Well, actually, so we're going to be importing an image. So let me just look up how to do that real fast. One of the things as a developer, you think you'll just completely remember everything all the time, but it doesn't happen. You end up Googling the most basic things, even after you've been coding for a long time. So I'm just going to say images, React Native. And this will show you how to import an image. So I'm going to import image from React Native in my header. So I'll do it that way. And then it says, this is how you would import your image. There needs to be a source. And we're going to use require to get it. And so let's just go ahead and do that. So here, I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to just say the style logo. We'll add some styling in a second. But you can just find this like you would any other photo. So I'm going to say .. / go down to assets, go to images, and then a lot of times it doesn't show, so you just have to actually type it out. Say PNG, and we may need to add in. I think we'll need to add in a height and a width to the logo, or it might not show up properly. So yeah, so you see, if I do not add a height and a width, it's just going to show the entire size of the logo, and it's not going to look good. So instead, I'm going to say logo. I'm just going to give it a height. So maybe a height of 30. See what that looks like. And I'm going to take out, let's just see what that looks like. Okay. And then you should also give it a width. I'm going to say width of 30. See what that looks like. All right. So it looks like for this one, let's see here. Okay. So the height should probably be a bit. I'm wanting to see, is this worth paying for? So I think what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to pay for this logo so I can take out the numbers or the text at the bottom. All right, so I just paid for this and I like it better already. So it doesn't have the text at the bottom. What I'm going to do now is I'm coming back to my header. And I did notice, so you do see, even with a background color, there's that shadow at the top. The way I'm going to fix that is come back here to notes. Instead of the padding top being now a part of the screen, now that there's a body, here, so actually take that out. So anyway, so now instead of putting this on the screen, I'm going to actually put it inside of the header so that this will stretch to the height of the screen. So I'm just gonna cut this out here. And I don't think I'm using constants anymore, but I'll change that in a second. So I'll come to global header. I'll put that here in the header cont for header container. Then I'll come here and get this constants. Come back over here, put this here. This should fix everything. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now there's not that that line at the top. Everything looks fine. For the logo, I think that's a pretty good size for the logo. What I'm gonna do is, instead of justify center, I'm gonna say space between, so that it stretches the entire width. Okay, and then I'm going to add some padding up here. I'll just say, I'll go padding left, padding right. And I usually like for this to give a percentage so that it looks good on any screen. So I'm going to say, I usually like the padding to be like 5% on both sides. So I'll say padding left 5%, padding right 5%. Okay. And I'm going to see what this looks like. Okay. So now that I've actually done this, I'm going to copy this padding left, padding right. I'm going to make that be the same in this all notes. Instead of saying for the notes having margin 15 everywhere, I'm actually just going to say margin bottom 15, let that stretch all the way out. And then what I'm going to do is come to the body and say padding left 5, so that everything kind of lines up perfectly. Which I'm questioning myself again. I might want to try 2.5 for the notes, because maybe that looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think I kind of like that a little bit better as of right now. So have the content be a bit wider, but the header content be a little bit further together. I think that looks fine for now. And I'm going to come back to this header. I believe image has an on press event already built into it. I'm going to try that out real fast. But if it does, I can just say on press. If this does not work, then I'm going to have to wrap this inside of a view or a touchable opacity, something like that. But let's just test it out, see if it works. And I'll say this should take us to the all notes page. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna refresh the app. It's not acting right. Okay. All right, so I do not know why this is acting this way. Let me refresh one more time. The footers are not working for some reason. I'm wondering if this is another one of those things where I'm going to completely shut down the app completely and restart it. Okay. It's frozen again. So if it freezes like that, just go ahead and Control C to shut down your Expo server. And then just say Expo start again. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. And then I'm going to click run on Android emulator. It could be because I have a lot of programs running at the same time. So hopefully this won't happen to you, but let's see if that works now. Okay. Well, all right. So I'm going to need to wrap this. So there's not an on press event for image. So I'm actually going to wrap this inside of a touchable opacity. And since I've already made one for the footer, I'm actually gonna just copy this. I'm gonna come over to the footer, copy this all notes one, that there. I'll put the image inside of this. Okay. And I'll go ahead and take that out. And now this should work. Oh, I think I was thinking about icons because I'm pretty sure icons have an on press event. Let me just test that out to see if I'm right. We'll see. Let me refresh. Let's see if icons have them built in, which they do. Okay, so that's what I was thinking of. You can just put the on press event in the icon, which I guess I'll just go ahead and do that to clean this up a bit. I'll take out the touchable opacity. And I'll put this, so this is in the global footer. I'll go ahead and just put this inside of the icon to clean this up a little bit because icons have on press events built into them. So let me just verify. I'm going to refresh the app. I'm going to test them out. All right. And it worked. Okay, I probably did not finish that. Did I say something wrong? What am I doing? Oh, okay. So probably what has happened is I probably did not pass down navigation to the header. I'm pretty sure that's probably what I did. Yep, that's what I did. Okay, so I'm going to come back here and take this that I passed down to the footer. I'm going to go ahead and pass that down to the global header on all three of these screens, because you have to pass down navigation to any component within a component for that to work. Let's see here. Just going to test all this out now. Okay, it's working. All right, so there we go. Starting to come together. And now let's go back to the global header. Just for now, I might just put, I'm thinking. So what I think I'm gonna end up doing is having a sign up page where you can sign up to create an account so that your data can be saved. That part will be in the Udemy portion. It won't be in the preview. So you'll want to click the link in the description below to the Udemy course if you want to learn how to create accounts and create a sign up form where you can capture users, sign up data. But for now, what I'm going to do is I want to have an icon here that looks like a sign up icon. So I'm going to come back here to the footer. I'll copy this icon import. I'll come to the global header, import it there, and then I'll come here and just take this icon here. I'll put that here. And let's just make this a bit longer so we can see it. And then I'm going to come back to my my directory and look up user so that there can be something like this. Usually looks good. The user can know to click on it. Let's see if I can find anything a bit different. Okay, I think I like the font awesome one. So I'm going to use this user circle O. I think either this one or that one. I think I like this one better. So I'll go ahead and okay, I'll come here. I'll paste that there, and then I'll switch this to font awesome. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I like that. The color, I might want to brighten it up just a little bit. But I'm not sure. So let me go back to this color calculator that I pulled up, if I can find it. Okay. And let's see here. Oops. Let's make it a bit brighter. I don't know that I like this color calculator very much, but it's the first one I clicked on. There's other better ones that you can get though. So I'm going to try A, B, A, B, A, B, A. Let's see what that looks like. A, B, A, B, A, B. Okay, yeah. That's too bright, too bright. I want it a bit darker. So let's see what, I'm gonna just try 999. Okay, that's better. Trying to see, what did I do for the footer? I did 141414. Maybe 1414 would be better just to match. For now, I think it's too bright though, because it's not an outline. Let me keep it like that and then look for an outline to kind of just match the styling. So instead of it being darkened, kind of look for an outlined version, something like this one, but it's too, I don't like it. Let's see. Well, maybe I'll just use this one and see what that looks like. Okay. And then I'll switch this to say user. Maybe that'll look better. All right, that looks better. I'll switch this to 30. Maybe 35. That looks okay. I don't know that I like it very much, but might switch this later. 40 looks pretty good. I don't know. I kind of like it. I guess it kind of looks a little cartoony, sort of like that. Okay, and this gets me to one of the next styling related thing. So I want to change the text to have its own styling instead of just being generic. So to do that, there's something called Expo Google Fonts. I don't know that I want to use Open Sans. Let me see here how they have you install this. So this is kind of a generic font family. But I don't know that I like Open Sans. So let's see, what other options are there? Expo Google Fonts. So there's a fonts page. So what did it say? Okay, this package lets you use the Open Sans font. Let me see if I can just Google or search the NPM for this. Okay, Roboto is usually pretty good. So you can go to npmjs.com and just look up the different Google fonts that are available. Don't know which one I like the best, but let me see. Noto Sans. I wonder what that looks like. I'm wondering if that's sort of like a note. But let's see. Open this up one more time. So that's what Roboto looks like. Kind of like Fredoka, maybe. Let me see if they have that. Fredoka. Let me see. I'll just go. What is it? Oh man, I just exited out. Hold on. Fredoka. Probably not. Oh, they do. There we go. Let's see. So I guess maybe you can look through the different fonts available. And I'll just go with Fredoka 1 for now. We'll use this. And it just contains one style. So anyway, let's just go ahead and use it, see what it looks like. So to do this, Expo install these things. So let's go ahead and Expo install these. Come back over here to your terminal, Expo install. And the place where we're going to load our fonts, I'll sometimes either load it in the app.js or app state, whatever kind of makes sense to you. Sometimes I like to just keep push notifications in app.js, which we're about to do push notifications, by the way. But I think I'll go ahead and just add it to app state, because this is sort of like the place where we want to keep our state. It's sort of like state. Okay, so it installed it already. Then it says, come down here to, we need to import app loading and also import these things here, use fonts, Fredoka 1. We need to import all of that. So I'm going to come back here to my app state. I'll import that there. And then it says down here, you want to use this fonts loaded function. So just copy this. And we'll come here. I'll put this underneath app state just to kind of keep it separate. Okay, you can put that there, and then, oops. We can put this if the fonts have not loaded yet. We want to return app loading, which is like an app loading icon. Else we want to return app navigation. So that's what we're going to do. We'll get this, move this up here. Okay. And I think we're good with that. Let me see. So I'm not sure why. Okay. Well, they have the font size predefined. We don't have to do that. We can actually do that later on. So I'm not going to worry about this. But now, anytime we want to use this, we can say font family this. So let's just go ahead and test it out, see if we like it. I'm going to come back here, go to global header. Here, I'm going to say style. Since this is the only text here, I'll just say styles.text. And come down here, say text. All right, let's see. Oops. Let's see if we like. So say font family. That, yeah, that looks kind of cool. I wish there were more options. Usually there are more options than just one. But I mean, for now, that looks pretty good. Let me see if I like it on the rest of the text though. I might want to find a font family that gives you more options than just the one. So let's come back to all notes and style. I'm going to call this styles note title. And then I'll come down here, create a note title. Okay. I'll paste that there. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna see if it'll let me change the font size. It probably won't. Oh, wait. So I'm meaning font weight. I want to see if it'll let me change the font weight. It probably will not, but let's see. Okay, try out 300. Oh, so for font weight, that's something with font weight. It needs to be inside of it needs to be a string, not a number. Okay. Well, I like this I like this font, but sadly there's only one option. So maybe I'll keep it as the header font for now. I'll change the font size to say 20. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks better. So I'll keep this font for the logo, but I think for the rest of the text, I'm going to need to find a different font. You can try using Google Fonts Dev Package. Okay, this is kind of cool. So it says, if you want to, you can just npm install Expo Google Fonts Dev. If you do that, then you can import any font you want. So I'm actually going to do that because I want to be able to just import any font that I find. So let's come back here and say Expo install Expo Google Fonts /dev. And that should let you install anyone that you want. And let me look over here. So it looks like you still need to import it in like the app state. So we'll still need to import whichever font we want. But let me see if this will work now. Instead of saying Fredoka 1, let me just say dev and see if it'll still work. And it looks like it is. All right, so it still works. So it looks like that's the best option for fonts. Just go Expo Google Fonts /dev, and then you can import any font you like. Since these are the actual notes, I actually think I will go back to Open Sans. That's kind of a good, it's kind of a good note-taking text type thing. So I would like to bring in the 400 regular. So I'll come here and import the 400 regular. And then for now, I'll just say, I'll also import 600 semi-bold, and then I'll import 700 bold. So I might not use one of these. If not, I'll come back and take these out. But for now, that's what I'll import. And I'm going to try out using, well, since this is a title, I'll say semi-bold for the all notes titles. Let's come back to notes. And the note title here, I'm going to switch it to semi-bold. and it's saying Open Sans 600 semi-bold is not a system font and has not been loaded. So let me try to refresh since I just added that. Maybe that's the problem. Make sure you typed the name correctly. Let's see here. So maybe that dev thing here, I'm going to try completely shut down the app. So it looks like it's doing that thing again. Let me just try completely shutting down the server and saying Expo start and run on Android. Let's see if it works now. If this doesn't work, oh, okay. Hold on. So that's the problem. I did not also load the font down here. So I imported it correctly up here. But in addition to importing it, you also need to come down here and import them all here in this fonts loaded option. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to restart the app again. All right, there we go. Yeah, that looks better. I'll show you what it looks like with 700 bold font. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I don't know which one I'm gonna go with. Maybe this. Okay, I'm gonna go with this. And something else I was thinking is instead of just having the note title, might try to have like a preview of the note text. And to do that, I'm gonna, well, first, hold on. I'm gonna say the styling for this will be note text. And I'll come down here, create a new styling called note text. And you can take out this font weight, by the way. You don't, it comes pre-defined. And so anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and do a font family. I'm gonna come back here to app state and I'm gonna get this Open Sans 400 regular. See what that looks like. Yeah, that looks better. I might like the 700 bold better. Let me just see. I don't know. Actually, man, I wish I could ask you guys again what y'all think you like better, but there's just kind of so similar. Let me see if there's a 300 light. Okay, let me see what 300 light looks like. Maybe I could just make the instead of doing 400 for the text, maybe I could try 300 light and see what that looks like. And let's just see what that's like. Go back. And you guys can play around with this, whatever y'all want. But it's just kind of good practice to know what to do. I guess for now, maybe I'll just, I'll stick, I don't know which one I'm going to stick with. Okay. I think I'm officially going to try that out one more time. Okay. All right, let me just stick with that for now. And then I'll say margin top. I'll say 5. Just a little bit of margin. I think that's okay. Maybe not even 5, maybe 3 or 2. Yeah, I'll just say 2. I think that looks better. All right, so the next thing I want to do is I went ahead and added some more text to this first idea in app state. What I want to do is create kind of like a preview feature. I don't want it on this home page to show the entire note. What I wanted to do is to have like a line of text, and if the text goes longer than the line, just have like a dot appear so that that's part, it's like a preview of the note. And so the way you can do that is inside of text. Well, okay, I'll go ahead and say that. So inside of text, go ahead and you can put something called a number of lines. And I'm going to say 1. So this so you see it already moved it to just 1 line. The other thing you might need to do is, let me see. Okay, it looks like that's actually all you have to do. You don't have to put width 100, but if you do it that way, then like you saw, it changes it from being just one big note to just being 1 line, and it'll cut off the ends. And I was also playing around with, if you would like, there's something called text input. Text input is where you can go in and change the text. So for the title, I went ahead and changed this to text input. And up here in React Native, you can import the text input. I thought maybe that could be a kind of a neat feature if you wanted to add that in. So have the ability to edit the idea directly from this page. But yeah, it's up to you. It's whatever you want to do. I might actually just go ahead and switch this back to text though, just so it's not kind of confusing. It'll work the way they want it. They'll know to just go ahead. Whenever they click on it, it'll take them to the page where they can edit the note from at this point. But anyway, we'll talk a little bit more about text inputs in just a little bit. You can add in the text input on this page if you'd like, but I'm just going to go ahead and leave it out. All right, so I'm liking how this is starting to turn out. There were some styling things I noticed. So if you go to one of these other pages, it looks like that whole top issue is there again. I think it's because I accidentally added padding top to the individual note, create note screens. We don't actually need those because we added the padding to the global header. Remember, we did that, and so that actually fixed the problem originally. So we need to come back into our styling on note and create note and take out the padding top. And I think I accidentally shut down my app. Let me turn it back on. Okay, here, I'll exit out of this. Another way you can open your app, if you've started your server here, you can just scroll up to see Expo Go on the app, on the emulator. Click on it. You can just click this startup notes and it'll open up your app that way too. But let's see now if we have the issue still. Okay, so it went away there. It went away in our create screen. All right, I'm really liking how this is turning out. It's starting to look kind of cool. So we'll start adding in some functionality now. But actually, there's one last styling thing I want to do before we do that. So there's something called a scroll view that we need to add. And let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'll just add a lot of extra notes and show you what happens. Okay, so as you can see, it just kind of spilled over the bottom here. the reason it did that is if you come back to our all notes page, if you just use a regular view, it'll do this. So you need to use something called a scroll view instead. And it's best to have a scroll view inside of a view. And so the reason is the scroll view needs to have a defined height and width to be trapped inside of. So we've already got this body here. What we want to add now is a scroll view. So you can come back up here to React Native. I'm not actually using this text input, so I'm just going to replace that and say scroll view. This, what we're about to add will make this section scrollable, so you could scroll up and down. So I'm going to take out that note that I left for myself. Within body, I'm going to add, I'm going to create a scroll view. And then I'm going to put this map inside of the scroll view. So you can already see, even without any styling, it fixed that issue there. And you can go ahead and scroll. So one of the things with a scroll view is it'll kind of, you may not have to add styling to it if it's inside of a view that already has styling. But if you do want to add some extra styling to a scroll view, like maybe the scroll view is actually just part of the screen and it's not meant to take up the whole part of the screen. Maybe it's just supposed to take up a part of it. I'll just briefly go over the styling of a scroll view. So with a scroll view, there's two different kinds of styling. It's kind of confusing to remember, but basically there's a normal style tag, and then there's a container, something about a container. Okay, content container style. The easiest way for me to remember this is try to style everything inside of the style tag. And then if something's not working, put it inside of the content style tag. So, so even when you've been doing it for a long time, it's kind of hard to remember. But say we had something like a scroll view, and then the big difference here, I'll just explain it, is I actually like to put the container on top, because what this does is this styles the container that everything's wrapped inside of. So whenever you think content container style, just know that's talking about the outside container. And then the style is what's inside of the container. And it's sort of just something you have to play around with to get the hang of. And like I said, sometimes I even get confused by it, and if something's not working exactly right, I'll just put it in the other style. So I'll go ahead and create these down here, so we know what we're talking about. And since this is sort of part of the body, I'll put it, I'll actually go ahead and put it down here. Okay, so say I give it a width of 50%. I think this should make the scroll view. Yep. So as you saw, the scroll view container, you have to put it in the content container style. And I said I want the container to only take up 50% of the screen. So it went ahead and split this in half for me. Now say, let me go ahead and let me think. So again, anyway, so let me go ahead and add in a scroll view that this is just the styling. And usually now I don't even worry about the scroll view styling because usually I put it inside of the view and it just kind of stretches the full width of the view. But I just wanted to show you guys this just so you have it. Here's an example. Okay, so this note container, what I'm gonna go ahead and give this, I'm gonna delete this in a second, but I'm gonna give it a width of 50%. So that you can see, here, I'm gonna open this up again. Okay, so now you can see this is 50% of the screen, but now the note container is 50%. This is one of those things I just have to try to remember. I'm pretty sure I have to, if I want to align it centered, I think I have to do it in the style tag. But if that doesn't work, you'll have to put it in the container. But let's just try it out and see which one actually works. Because again, it's just kind of confusing. So okay, so this is one of those examples. So if you want to align the item, it looks like that needs to go in the container style tag too, not the style one. So I just had one of those times where I thought this should go in the style, but I was wrong. If that ever happens, don't freak out. Just come put it in the other one. And that should center it. Yep, just like that. And then the scroll view, I think this could control things like text. Let me just try. I'm going to say red. No. So anyway, I think that gives you enough of an overview. But basically, the big thing to remember with a scroll view, if it's inside of a view, a lot of times you don't need to add any additional styling to it. You can if you and if you do need to add styling to your scroll view, just remember there's two stylings. There's the content container style, and then there's style. You can try just putting in content container style, and if a styling doesn't work in one of them, just put it in the other one and it will work. Like I tried to put align items in the style tag, it didn't work. So I just put it in the content container style. It did work. So that's the big thing to remember. If you ever need the styling, just try it in one. If it doesn't work, put it in the other one. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that though. And I'm gonna go ahead and delete these scroll view stylings. And I'm gonna go ahead and for this note container, I'm gonna take out the width because I switched that to 50%. All right, and you'll notice what I was mentioning earlier. I wanted to make these have margin bottom instead of margin top. And the reason is because of this. Let's say I switch this to margin top. I'll just show you what happens. And make this be, switch that to margin bottom 0. Okay, say I would have done it, oops, that way. As you can see, there's no space at the bottom of this scroll view. And so it was better for me to do it that way. Another option, I could have potentially said padding bottom here, 20. That might, but okay, so the reason I wanted to do it that way too is, so if you see if I would have put the padding bottom in the body, what it does is you can see there's kind of this space right here. And I don't want there to be a space here. I want it to still go all the way down. And so I don't want this to be like that. So instead I did it the other way. But this is actually one of those situations where you could in the container, let me just test this out. Okay, So if you wanted to do it this way, which I'm going to actually undo it in a second, but if you wanted to do it this way, in your scroll view, this could work in a content container style, or this might be one of those situations where you should use the style tag. I'm going to try putting padding bottom 20. See if that works. Okay, yeah, so that would have been another option. If I wanted to keep it the other way, I could have just put the padding bottom in the content container style and it would have been fine. But it was easier to do it the other way. There's less code. So I'm just gonna undo and put it back the way it was. All right, so that should make it look the way I want it. All right, I officially like this. One of the things I might do, just thinking about this now. So actually, I'm so sorry. I am gonna put in this content container style. And I'm going to add some extra padding to the bottom. So I'll just call this scroll view cont. And I'll say padding bottom. I'll just add 50. I personally like it to where there's some extra space at the bottom. So I might actually switch this even to 100. So that, I don't know, I'll say 200 actually. I like, even if there's nothing underneath it, for them to be able to go down like this and kind of move it further up. Something else I just noticed though is, that thing that I didn't want down here, well, it's happening up here. And I think it's because now that we have the scroll view, it messes this body padding top. It shouldn't go there anymore. We need to move this from that view to this container. And now that should go away. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. Okay, so that's some things you may have to change if you put a scroll view inside of a body. Sometimes some of the styling that you had in the top view, you should just move it down into this content container style. But yeah, I think that looks good. That gives a good bit of space. Yeah, I think I like that. All right. So the next step is we should go ahead and add these scroll views to these other pages too, just in case, say it does scroll down past this screen. We don't want it to spill over the footer. We want to be able to scroll like we just did. So let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and copy the scroll view container styling. I'm going to come over to the note page. I'll let's see, put that there. And I'll copy this, come to the create note screen, put that there. And then I'll go back to all notes, go ahead and copy this scroll view with the content container style. I'll go ahead and come here. I added a note for myself. I'm going to delete that note. And then within body again, I'm going to add the scroll view. I'll come here in the scroll view. Okay. And then I'll come to create a note, do the same thing here. Add that here. All right. All right, that's there now. And I'm gonna take this padding left, padding right styling from the all notes. I'm going to add that to the body of note and create note page. And I'm also going to take the text styling. So there on the home screen, there is a note title, note text. I'm going to take that. I actually don't need this. I'm going to take that. All right. And I'm going to come here, put that there in note, put that in create note so that we have the same styling for the text. And then in all notes, I'm going to take this style note title. I'm going to come to the note and add that styling to the note title text component. Then I'm going to come back to all notes and I'm going to grab the styling for the note text. I'll put that here. And I'm not going to worry about it for create a note right now because I've already got, I haven't really built that screen yet. So let's go ahead. Okay, so we need to import scroll view too. So I'm going to copy this, come up to React Native and import scroll view to make that error go away. All right, let's see if that worked. Okay, it did. So that styling matches. Okay, let me go to the create a note. There is the padding there that we wanted. All right, and this is now a scrollable area. If this text were longer, it would become scrollable. So let me actually go ahead and I'll do it this way. I'll switch these to be text inputs. We'll start adding in some functionality now. So in the note screen that we're in, this is like the detailed note screen. I'm going to switch this to say text input. It should automatically import it for me. It did, but I actually, I'm going to cut it there and import it from React Native, not React Native Web. All right, and I'll switch this to text input. Let's make sure, okay, I'm gonna fix this error here. I don't need it to say no title anymore. What I'm gonna do instead is here, I'm gonna put a placeholder in text inputs. There's placeholders that you can add. I'm going to do it this way and say note title. And I'll show you what it does, but I'm going to go ahead and take out this note title part. And I'm going to do the same thing here for the note text. Here, I'm going to go ahead and just copy this placeholder. And I'm going to say note text. All right. And I'll go ahead and take this out, this note text. And now let's see what happens. Okay, so if I click on here and completely delete the note title, it creates that. It shows that and that. So that's what we're going to end up having whenever we click create a note. I'm going to have that appear. So let me actually, just to go ahead and create a note, some functionality. I'm going to go ahead and import text input there. And just how we had these text views here, or text inputs, I'm going to copy these and put them here. And actually, okay, yeah, I went ahead and imported in these stylings here. So now let's see what that looks like. I'm going to open back up the app. Sometimes the app crashes when you're moving too fast, making so many changes. You just have to open it back up. And now let's look at the create a note page. Cool. And there we go. This is my next startup idea. Test. All right. So, well, eventually what we're going to need to do is have a way to save this to the rest of our, what is this called? The rest of our notes. Okay. But yeah, so this is starting to come together. I think for the create page, I think I might actually want the padding to be a bit bigger. So let me just try out 5 to see what that looks like. Nothing happened. It looks like it froze again or something. Here, I'm going to refresh that. Go back. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think that's better when you're creating the note to have some more space around the sides. I might even try 7.5. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, that might actually be better. I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I think I might like that the best. But let me see. Go back to 5. Definitely like having some more space. Man, I don't know which one I like better. Let me try 7.5 again. I think I might actually like 7.5 visually, just to have some extra space around the sides. I don't know, actually. Let me go back to 5 for now. You guys can decide this for yourself, whatever you think. Maybe I'll switch this to 6. That's gonna look awful. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe that looks a little bit better. I'm gonna click R to reload the app. Yeah, I think I actually like 6 the best. But again, y'all can do whatever you want. I think too, I'm gonna actually for note title. So for note text, I have the margin top. I guess I'll just go ahead and keep the margin top on note text. And I'll say 10, maybe 15. All right. Let's try 10 again. And let's just try 20. Maybe that looks the best. I don't know. Let's try 30. Let's go back to 20. 15. I don't know. Let's first, let me go ahead and make the note title bigger. The font size bigger. I'll say 14. See what that looks like. 16. 18. I think I'm liking 18 the best so far. And I might actually make the text size a little bit bigger too. These obviously are just all opinion type things. Whatever you guys think looks the best. Maybe I'll say 16. 14. I like 16 better. And let me try 20 for the title. All right. Yeah, I think I like a bigger title, and I like to make the font size a little bigger. It's at 15 now. I'm gonna try 16. I think I like that. Again, I'm gonna try 24. Okay. I think I actually like the title to be bigger. And then I'm gonna, with it being bigger now, if the text is bigger at the top, then more margin at the bottom looks okay. So I'm going to try switching this to 30 now and see if that looks okay. I'm going to try 20. All right. I think that looks pretty okay. I'm going to try switching the text from this light text. I'm going to go here and switch it just Open Sans regular, 400 regular. And see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that looks better. And let me try the extra bold, the 700 bold for the title. See if that looks better. Maybe. Let me actually type a title. This is my title. These are my notes. All right, let's see what that looks like. Okay. Go away. I don't want the little button. Okay. Yeah, let me do it this way. It deleted it for me. Okay, title, note, text. Okay. I'm trying to say enter, but maybe, hold on. Let me actually look that up. So what I want to happen here with text input, I want you to be able to click enter. And I think you have to add a prop to do that. So I'm going to look that up real fast. All right, before I go on fixing this, I'm going to update how this is designed a little bit, since this is the create note page, and this will kind of help. So we don't need a value in the text input right away, because this is the create a note screen. So we're not going to have a value. So I'm going to take out this whole note title, note text. And I'm going to make the text input a self-containing thing and component. And then I don't actually need this note from AppState. I may end up needing, let's go back to AppState real fast, see what I will need. I'll end up needing this. I might need both of these, all notes and set all notes. So I'm going to copy those, put those here. We might use those in a little bit, but we don't need them right now. I'm also going to here, I'm going to create, make sure I imported this stuff. Okay. I'm going to create a new local storage thing that we don't need globally. A new use state locally variable. So I'm going to have one for note title, set note title. And I'll set that equal to use state. And I'll just say this is a string. And then I'll copy that line and I'll just switch title to text. So note text, set note text. And I think I'll do it this way just to make it kind of separate from the app state. With text inputs, you should put a value. And I'll show you why in a second. But the way you do that is there's something called value. Just put that, and for this note title, I'm going to say the value is note title. And then under this placeholder here, I'm going to say value is equal to note text. And what we're going to say is there's something for text input called on change text. So what we're going to say is, as the text is changing within this text input, trigger some sort of function. And what we want to do is we'll put these brackets here, say text. What text is, it's saying take the text that's within this text view, and then we're gonna, and that's what this value is, this parameter. And then from that point, we'll say set note title. We're going to use this function up here. Set it equal to text. And I just want to verify that I'm doing that right. Because I know with React, sometimes you have to say event.target.text. I don't think you have to do that with React Native, but I'm just going to look it up real fast just to verify. React Native example. And let's go to this and see how they do it. Okay, so on their text input, it says on change text. It looks like there's a function for on change text in here somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it looks like you can actually make this a lot easier. I don't have to do what I just did. I can just, let's come back here. We can actually just take this function here, and it looks like on change text, you can literally just do that and it'll work. So just put the name of the updating state function in there, and it looks like it'll just update the value of the text for you. And then let's see here. All right, yep, it looks like that's how that works. So let's go ahead and do that down here too. For the text, I'm going to say on change text equals, I'm going to set it valued, its value equal to the set note text. Put that there. And just to show you how this works, I'll add some text here. This is the title. So now that should appear in the title section when I click this. Let me take out this on submit editing there. See it again. All right, so you see it starts out with whatever value you give it up here. I don't want it to have a value since this is the create screen, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Okay, and so it looks something like this. Now, what I want to happen is on submit, whenever they click the submit button, I want to try to forcefully add in a line break. Now, I don't know if this is the right way to do it. There's probably a built-in way to add a line break. I couldn't find it, but I'm going to just stop looking and there's always multiple ways to do things. So I'm going to come here, and before I move on, actually, this is not set. Let me see something. Okay, so as you can see, this is not going to multiple lines. That's because with text input, you have to add something called multi-line. You have to say equal to true. When you say multi-line equal to true, then there you saw it. It now allows you to have multiple lines. And actually, let me come back here. I wonder if that'll fix the problem. It did. Okay. So I was about to try to add in this enter feature, but the issue was, so I don't have to do that. The issue was this needs to be multi-line true. If it's multi-line true, then whenever you click the enter sign, it will create a new line. If this is not multi-line true, then what happens when you click that is it just shuts down your keyboard. But we don't want that to happen. We want there to be able to be multi-lines. We want to be able to click enter as many times as we want. And we'll come back here. And there we go. All right, so now that we kind of have a bit of the create note screen created now, what I want to start doing now is building out the storage functionality and the create a new note functionality. For this video, we're going to use local storage in order to store the notes locally onto an actual phone. So what this will do is even after you close the app, kill the app, and then come back to it, the notes will still be there. It'll be saved directly to the phone. Now, the big thing with this is you will not, if you delete the app completely off your phone, then all the notes are going to be deleted too. But if you do not delete the app from your phone, as long as the app is still on your phone, all your notes will be saved no matter what. But if you want this to become something that like you put on the App Store or something like that, you're going to want to end up building out your own server, a database where you can store all this information remotely on a remote database. We're not going to do that for this tutorial. I'm just going to show you how to store things locally onto your actual device. And this will actually come in handy with things like, this is sort of like a phone's version of cookies or something like that, to where if a user does log in, they can remain logged in. So each time you open up the app, you can, in the local storage, see, was this person logged in when they left? If so, just automatically pull up their account or something like that. But for this video, anyway, we're going to go ahead and get this local storage set up. And basically what I want to do here is here, I'll make this a bit bigger for now. What I've done here in these notes, I want to switch this back to just be an empty array. And I want to create in local storage a local way to store objects and set the value to of all notes to whatever's in the local storage. So we'll go ahead and get started on that. I'm going to go ahead and delete all but one, just so I'm going to keep one just so I can kind of see how I want this set up. I'll make this last line shorter. So what we're going to be storing is we're going to be storing objects within an array. And we're going to do that locally. The way to do that is there's something called async storage. I'll have this again, this link in the description below. But this is Expo's way to store things locally. You can just come here and say Expo install these things. So I'm going to come back here, open up another terminal, paste that there, install that. And then the next thing is to click this see full documentation. I've already opened that up. I'll put this in the description below too. This shows how to use async storage. So I'm going to go ahead and import async storage. I'm going to be setting up my local storage in app state. Again, I just like keeping everything kind of related to state in app state. So I'm going to come up here right under where I have imported all my fonts and stuff. I'm going to put that there. And by the way, if you, for this import, if you think this looks better, you can do it this way, import it this way so it doesn't drag all the way to the right of the screen. I kind of like doing it that way sometimes. You could even do it like this. I I'm going to do it like that. And so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And another option is you could do it this way. You can make it however you want. But I'm going to go ahead and go back like this so it takes up less lines. All right, so I've imported async storage. And it's super simple to store things. Whenever you create and store something, the thing to remember with this is the value always needs to be a string. You can still store an object, but the way you do it is first you need to stringify the object, and then store the object into the key. And then whenever you go to retrieve the object, you can retrieve it first and then JSON parse the value, and that'll turn the string back into an object that you can use. So that's how that's going to work. Coming back to here, we're going to need to use use effect here. I'm going to go ahead and just cut this out for reference because I'm going to turn that into a note in a second. But I'm just going to go ahead and make this all notes an empty string. And I'll keep app state with that. I don't know. I'll do it that way. Okay. And let's see. I'll keep that there too. And I'll put my use effect here. Again, if you're used to React, this is like component did mount. This is how you would create it. It's like you put a function inside of here. And that's how you create use effect. We're going to be creating the local storage, getting the local storage, creating local storage. Well, actually, we're just going to be getting the local storage here. So I'm going to put this here in a note to let me know that this is how I want my all notes to be structured. So I'm going to actually do this. I'll make sure I put the array around the outsides, because what I want the all notes to be, I want it to be an array of objects. But here in this use effect, all we're going to be doing here, I'm just writing notes to myself. I want to get all notes that are saved in local storage. And then I want to set all notes equal to, I'll just say equal to local storage all notes. I like to do this sometimes when I'm trying to think of how to create things. I'll write out the steps in notes, and that helps me organize things in my head. So as I'm thinking through this, what needs to actually happen is in the create note screen, this is where we're going to be creating the local storage. Here we'll actually, so I'm trying to think about this actually. We may, so see here how I have a node ID. I think what I want to do is I might want to create a node ID in the app state and assign that to local storage. This could help me to know what ID to give each of these notes. It may make it a bit easier. So I think that's actually what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and at the very top, I'm going to just say const, I'm going to say note ID, set note ID. I'm going to make the initial value be 0. And what I'm going to say is first try to get local storage node ID. If the value is null, which means there hasn't been one created yet, set node ID equal to 1, something like that. So let's go ahead and come back here to see about getting the local storage, and that would be this reading data part. So I'm going to grab this try catch. I'm going to come here, and the first thing I'm going to do in use state, I'm going to paste this here. Let me try moving this back. Okay, and then I'm going to move this forward. Okay. Oops. Okay, I'm going to move this forward, that forward, that forward. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is let me look at something I have on my other screen real fast. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do here is say, I'm going to call this node ID. So I'm saying, well, first, okay, so if you're going to use await, the function needs to be an async function. So I can make this an async function just by putting the word async in front of this. That should stop all these errors from happening. What I want to do is try to get the value of node ID. And then it says, if the value is not equal to null, do something else, and then I could have an else statement. But what I want to say is, if value is equal to null, and so I'm going to do it that way. If value is equal to null, then I want to do something, because what I'm trying to say here is, if a node ID does not exist yet, then I want to first, I'll set note ID equal to 1, so that once I start creating the notes, I'll have indexes starting with 1. Actually, so let me think about this. Actually, maybe I'll actually stick with 0 as the first index. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of making this up as I go along. So I'm actually going to go back to if it's not equal to null. So really what I need to know is there a node ID already saved locally? If there is, then I need to update the node ID. So I'm actually going to say, if the value is not equal to null, which that means there is something that has been stored. If something has been stored, then what I want to do is set node ID equal to the value of this. Now, remember, this has to be a string. So I'm going to say number value. And I believe that should create, make this a number. Let me look that up real fast, though, to make sure I did this right. Yes. Okay. So if you put a string inside of this number function, it becomes a number. It's no longer a string. So I'm going to do it that way. And let me just verify that I need to do it this way. I might be able to store it as a number. Okay, nope, I was right. Okay, so it can definitely only be a string. It has to be a string locally in storage. So since this number would be a string, I want to switch it to be a real number. So that's why I did it that way. All right. And this can catch for errors. I'll just say console log the error, just in case there's any errors. All right, I think we're actually good to go here with the local storage. I guess I could say, if it's not equal to, okay, so maybe something I can do too here is, if it is equal to null, which means there has not been a saving of the node ID, I'm going to go ahead and set the value of the node ID equal to 0. So to do that, let's come back here and look at how to store data. It says you can just do it this way. Await async set item equal to, first you want your key name. So I'm going to say, call it node ID. And I'll just, this again needs to be a string. So I can't put the number 0. It has to be a string 0. So I'm going to go ahead and set it equal to 0. And then that should work. That'll make sure that there's a node ID. All right. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to try to get. The next thing would be the notes themselves. So I'm going to store something locally called all notes. So basically, I'm going to copy this whole thing all over again. Or, I mean, instead of that, I'm sorry, again, I'm just making this up as I go along. But I'm actually going to say, instead of value, I'm going to call this, instead of node ID, I'll say local note ID, so it doesn't conflict with this name up here. I'm going to copy all of this all over again, come here, and I'll change these node IDs. I'll say local notes. I'll just call it local notes. That'll be what we're going to create. And what I want to do is, if the value of local notes is, first, I don't think I'll need this else statement. But what I'm saying is, if the value is not equal to null, which means that there are some notes saved to our phone. If that's the case, then I want to set all notes equal to whatever the local notes are. Before we do that, though, remember, this is going to be a string. So local notes is a string, but we need to change this to be an array full of objects. So to do that, the way we need to do it is, so first we're getting the value here. What we need to do is JSON parse the value. So I'm going to say JSON parse local notes. What this is going to do is it's going to change that string to an array full of objects that I can actually then use from that point on. Okay, and so yeah, that's local storage. It's pretty easy. I'll just, so that you can kind of see what's happening in the terminal, I'll put some console logs here so that you can see that there is a value showing up. Let me do it this way so that we can see the value here. I'll do the same thing here under local notes. Let's see. Okay. All right. So we can see there is a value here. Local notes, it just says value. Let me see if how this is set up. I'm going to completely refresh the app so we can see what happens. All right. So I may have accidentally set the value equal to value. Let's see here. Okay. Local note ID So these should be showing actual values. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down for a second. And I just went ahead and moved all this back here too. So now hopefully it should have officially work. It looks like I had it set up correctly the first time. I just should have shut down everything and turned it all back on. So let's see. Okay, it is working. Let me, again, I accidentally said get note ID. So this should just say get notes. And now when they restart, it should be 0, null, 0, null. Okay, so that's working. But just to be extra sure, I'm gonna try to uninstall Expo Go again. I'm gonna shut off my server. I'm gonna restart everything and just verify that this is working. That is the most frustrating bug to just be aware of, is that sometimes you did everything right and you just need to literally shut down Expo, uninstall it, reinstall it, turn it back on, and everything just works. So let me try this again. Expo start. I'm going to say -- Android, so it'll automatically start on Android. And I'm going to make sure this is actually working. All right, so it reinstalled Expo Go. So there should be a clean slate, which there was. All right, so it officially worked. Officially. So you'll notice this first time it checked, it was null because we hadn't saved this to local storage yet. And then the second time it loaded the page, it actually had a zero value. So it looks like everything's officially set up. We're officially ready to move on to the create a note page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this note here. So I just know how to set up the local storage here. What we're going to do here is we're going to say whenever this page loads, we need to take whatever the current node ID is and create a new object using that node ID. And as it's changing, automatically save the value of that to this new all notes. And then we're going to be saving this to local storage. And we'll just go ahead and do it. And this will make more sense as we move along. Before I forget, I want to come over here to app state. And I'm going to grab this node ID and set node ID and add this to app state so that I can then bring this in to any page I want. And I'm actually going to go ahead and use that in create note. I'm trying to think, what will I need? So we have a local thing called note title. I think we definitely need this note ID. So we'll go ahead and import that because we're going to basically what we're doing each time we create a note, we're going to be creating a new note ID, note title, note text. And maybe the way I'll do that is I'll do it this way. Const, I'll say new note ID. I'll just say it's equal to note ID plus 1. So this is kind of a way that we can guarantee that each new note that we create is going to be a new ID. And what we're going to need to do is whenever we save this new note, we'll need to update the note ID in local storage. And so I'm just thinking through how I'm going to do that over here. And so this is what I want my objects objects to look like. I think the easiest way to do this right now is to make it be to where the user has to click a save button, like save note idea, in order to create a new object, send it to local storage, and then bring you back to the main page. I'm gonna restart this because it looks like it's acting up. Eventually, though, you could build something to where each time you click this button, a new note just automatically is created and added to local storage without you having to click save. Which maybe we should just go ahead and do it that way, because I think that's a better user experience. So we'll just go ahead and do it that way. And we'll figure out how to do that as we go along. So I'm thinking that that is better. So what I want to happen is whenever they click this, even if they don't write anything and they come back here, their note should appear here, even if it's just a blank title, a blank text. That's what I'm thinking would be the best. Maybe. So let's see here, though. I'm not completely sure. So let's see. All right. So we've already got the majority of this set up. Now we just need a way to save this info to all notes. So I think what I'm going to do for now, I am going to put the save button, but maybe by the end of this tutorial, we'll figure out how to do this without a save button. But for now, it's going to be easiest to have a save button. And you'll see why functionality wise, but let's just go ahead and do that. So I'm going to just for now, I'll show you what the button looks like, how it's just generic. So I'm going to import button and show you how that works. I'm going to come here and let's see, just say button. And I think it has, there is a title. It may say text though. Okay, I think it's title. And we'll say save. See if that works. It does. Okay. And then as you can see, it gives you a generic color. I'm not sure what color I would like it to be, but let's see. First off, I'm going to look up button so that you can see, and I'll add this in the description below. So button React Native. And this will show you what can be used. So here's basically the different options. There's not a lot, but you can have an on-press event and a color, and that's it. I think maybe you can add some styling. Let me see. I'm pretty sure though, I don't even know that you can add any more styling. Let me see though. I'm wanting to maybe at least have some margin around the sides, but it might not have that. So I don't think it does. I think something you could do if you wanted what would be wrap the button in a view maybe. But anyway, so this is all there is, and I'll go ahead and for the color, we'll just keep it for now, but later on, I think we'll completely take out the save button anyway. But this is what I wanted to show you a second ago. Like, here's a color generator. If you're not sure what color you'd like your anything to be, you can come here and I'll have this in the description too. You can just click the space bar on your computer and it'll just go through different options, which I think that's pretty cool. Before I do that, let me try out the D8 option that we've been using for some other things. See if that color looks good. D8, oops, and this needs to be a string. D8. Yeah. The other one was 1-4, I think. 1-4, 1-4, 1-4. We've also been using that. Maybe that goes better with the theme of black and white. I don't know. I'm kind of wanting some color though. So I'm gonna go through here and see if there's any colors. I'm thinking this one looks kind of cool. Let's just try it out. Let's see if we like that one. And if we like a color, come across color we like, we can start using it. Oh, okay. And you see there's on the button too, there's already a bit of a radius added for you. So I'm thinking I kind of like this color. I might actually use it for the startup notes color. Let me just go through a few more to see if there's any other colors I might like. I'm thinking about this one. Let me see what that looks like. I think I still like, I don't know, I might like that one better. It does bring some life. Everything's kind of dead right now. That's a bit brighter. I think maybe I might like this one better, actually. Let me look through just a few more, because I want it still to be a little professional, but still kind of fun. Let's go back and see what it looks like. I kind of like this one. I'm going to just stick with this one for now. I'm going to take this color actually and come to my header and this text. I'm going to change the color of the text to this, see if I like it. Let me see what the other one was like. Let me come back here to see what my other color was. So this was the other one. Let me see what that looks like. I think maybe I kind of like this one for right now. I don't think I can just change the color. I think I would have to go and update. Yeah, that won't work. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I think maybe I like keeping the color closer to black for the text. So this is the 1-4-1-4. Oops. I don't know why it disappears without color. It shouldn't be. It should be black. What was it? This is a bug. This should not be happening. Okay, let me see here though. If we were gonna have a color, I think I like that one, but like I said, I like this a bit better, I think. All right, I'm gonna stick. I don't know what to do, but I'm gonna stick with that for now. All right, so let's see if I can get this button to be at the bottom of the screen. I'm trying to think of how to do this. Maybe I could oh, okay. Well, so that's the thing. I might have to, let me come back to button. It doesn't let you have a style or anything like that. So I might just go ahead and right now, I might change this to a touchable opacity. I think I'm going to do that because I want to make this come to the bottom of the screen. Another option, maybe I could do it this way. View. Let's move this here. And I'll come here, say style, button or styles button. I'll just say save button. Okay. And I'll bring this back. And I'll come down here. And I'll say position absolute. And see what that does. That did not work. Let me say absolute and then say bottom 0. See if that works. Okay. It looks like it worked. The body, I'm gonna say so let me just try this. I'm gonna take this out of the scroll view, put it there. Maybe I can just put the button there, see what that looks like without the view. All right. No, I need to do it this way. Okay. All right. I'm officially going to I'm so sorry for my indecision. I'm very indecisive when it comes to styling stuff. But I think actually I'm going to go ahead and make this a touchable opacity. I'm just going to do it because I want to be able to add some styling, and you can't do that with a button. I was just wanting to kind of show you how the button worked, just so you know. But you can already see there's just so many. You can't do a lot with a button. Let me see. Okay, we have note text there. I'm going to come back to note. I'll come back to all notes, see if there's anything. Okay. I'm going to take this note text box. I'll paste that there. I'm going to come back here and get rid of this number of lines thing. Just come here. I'm going to switch this to say save. And the style, I'll go ahead and say save button. Okay. Say styles, save button. And I'll go ahead and make that save button again. And then I'll come back and grab this color here because I liked that color. I'll come back here and say color. See what that looks like. Oh, okay, hold on. So that should be the background color, not the color. Sorry. Okay. And so that works. And then color should be white because color in inline styling is the font color. So I'll say 000. I think that's the right color. Nope, it's FFF. I get those mixed up all the time. Oh, okay, hold on. So I need to actually style the note text here, which isn't going to work. So hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to create a button text. Say save button text. And do it that way officially. And I'll copy this, come to the style, paste that there. All right, we're good with that. I'm gonna take this font family, Open Sans, 700 bold, put that there. And I might actually try out the header text to see if this Fredoka 1 looks good for the save button too. All right, I think I like that the best. Let me go ahead and delete this. I don't need that. And to center this text here, what I'm gonna do is for the save button, I'm gonna give it a padding first of 20. See what that looks like? Maybe 15. All right. And then I'm gonna align text. Or sorry, text align, center. Should center it. Let's see. Okay, that didn't work. Let me try align items center. Okay, yep, that worked. Let's give it a border radius. We'll say we did 8. I kind of liked 8. Let's see what 6 looks like though. For now, let's see. This is 10. This is 8. We'll stick with 8 for now. This button text size, I'm gonna say font size, I'm gonna try out 18. Okay, maybe 16. Okay, and now the save button, I'm gonna give it a margin top of 30. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll say, I don't know, 60. Let's see what happens here. Oh, and this text color should not be white. So let me come back to the note text. We'll say color black, which I believe is 000. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens here. Oops. When I do this. So let me do this. This is part of the, so what I'm thinking is the save button, it would be better if this save button is like its own thing outside of the scroll view. So what I'm going to do for now, so I'm going to completely take this out of the body. I might, yeah, I think I'm going to take it out of the body. And I'm going to do that just so I can give this save button a flex of 1 and give the body a flex of 7. And then this save button, I'm also going to give it a width of 100%. See what that looks like? Okay. And then I'll give it so I kind of think that's a little, okay. So what I'm going to do here, actually, since I'm bringing it outside of the body, I'm going to give it a save button. I'm going to create another one called save button cont for container. I'm going to take this flex one, put this here, and give it a width like that. And I'm going to wrap this button within a view and give it a style of styles dot save button cont. And then I'll put that in here officially. I think this is what I'm officially going to do. Makes the most sense to me. All right. And let's see here. The save button. Maybe I'll give the save button a flex of 1 too. I don't know. Okay, let me actually give it. I don't know why it's like this. Let's see here. There's a padding of 15. The text looks weird. Let me give it a height. We'll just say of 60 for now. Okay, there it is. Did this switch back? Nope. Flex 1, 7, 1. So this should be working. Don't know why it's not. Hold on. Let me take out that height again. Oh, it's because I gave it a margin top. So I'm going to take this margin top out. Okay. That's what happened. Okay. And then in the save button container, I'm going to give it the same padding left and right as the body so that it matches. Okay. Trying to think. Maybe, yeah, I think that looks okay. I'm going to come back to all notes and I'm going to pick the shadow for that I use for note container. I'm going to come here just from shadow color down to elevation. Going to come back to the button. I'll paste that there. So there's a bit more shadow. I think I might actually, let me see if I had like a 2. I'm going to come back to this shadow creator thing and I'm going to move it down to a 2. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I think this will look better on a button to have a bit less shadow. Let's try this out. So shadow color down to elevation. See what that looks like. Yeah, I think I like that better. All right. Okay, and let's see what happens if I do this. That should still look okay. Okay, let me keep going. Okay. And okay, so it's doing something it should not do. So this should be scrolling down. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Maybe this scroll view container. Let me try giving it a height of 100%. I might need to do that in order for this to definitely show everything. Let's see what that does. All right, so that did not work. Let's see. Let me make this button go away. Oops, was that? I think I was on the wrong page. Okay, hold on. Let me get this height 100%. Come back to create note. I'm gonna add that to this. All right, and that is still not. Let's see here. I don't know why. Is there a maybe there's a max height on here? There is not. So note text, maybe there, okay, there's a margin top there. Padding, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna take, remember I added padding bottom for the home page, which I like it there on the all notes, but it just doesn't look good here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. That looks better. I think I will add a bit of padding back, just not 200. I'm gonna say 20. See what that looks like. Maybe I'll change this to margin bottom 20. See what that looks like. Yes, that is good. Maybe instead what I'll do is I'm gonna give this the save button container a margin top of 20. All right, I think that's better. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's fine to just let it run into the save button. I don't know. Maybe, so I'm gonna try instead of 20, I'll say 5. Let's say 5. I think that'll be better. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll do it that way. All right, and I think this is good for now. I think obviously there's a whole lot you can do. You can be designing till you're blue in the face and never get anything done. But I mean, this is decent enough to go ahead and go live with this, I think, and then I can make updates to the app over time. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create the saving ability. We want it to where whenever they click save, a new object gets added to this all notes array. And at the same time, we want to update the storage, the local storage, all notes. And I'm just actually going to call this notes because that's what I called it in app state. I think that's what I called it. Yep, just notes. All right. So I think we're good to start creating the saving feature. So yeah, I think this save button turned out pretty good. I hope you like it. But I'm so sorry. You're probably going to hate me, but I think I'm going to go ahead and delete it because I figured out, I took a break and I figured out how to create this saving feature without needing a button. And so what I'm thinking from a user standpoint, it would be better if right when they click the create button, the note is already there. And whenever they type into here, it just automatically saves instead of them having to click a save button. Because I'm just thinking for myself, I've back in the day when there used to be Word and you had to click save. Sometimes I would type things and I wouldn't remember to click save, and everything I wrote was deleted. So I don't want that to happen to the user. I want them to be able to just click this button. The notes automatically created. Whenever you type into it, the notes are already saved automatically. But I went ahead and left everything we did with this button in the tutorial, just so you could have the practice. I wanted you to really experience how I find colors and how I build out buttons and how I style those buttons and things like that. But I'm officially going to go ahead and delete this button. I'm going to keep the styling just in case I want a button in a different screen. Like maybe if I build out a user's functionality where you can create a user page sign up or something like that. So I'll go ahead and save this styling here, but I think we're officially just going to delete this save button that we worked so hard on. And I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. And before I forget, we're gonna wanna come back to our styling. We wanna make sure to change the body flex back to 8 instead of it being 7, so that it'll take up the 80% of the screen instead of just 70%, so that everything looks right. And we're gonna build out the functionality to just save it automatically without having to click a save button. Okay, so the first step in doing that is in the global footer, we're going to need to create some functionality for once they click this create a note button. We don't want to just automatically go to that page. We want to do some things before we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and come here to global footer. We're going to create some functionality here. I'm going to say, call this handle create note. I'm going to make this an arrow function. I'll put this this navigate function in here, and I'm gonna put that here in this on press event. If you label it like this without putting the trigger, then you can just do it this way, and then whenever you click on it, it'll trigger this function here. So let's go ahead and just make sure that's working as intended. Let me see here. All right, it is. It's going to that page. Okay, now I'm going to take this note that I brought over to this create note. What I want to do here is I want to add this functionality here. So I want to basically what I want to do is I want to create a new note object. I want to put this new note object into both this all notes object in our app state right here. And I also want to save it to this notes local storage. So to do that, the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to import this async storage to the global footer. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to go ahead and make sure on all my pages, I'm sending down app state. I want to make sure I'm sending down app state to the footer, which I believe I am. I'm sending that prop down to all the footers on all my pages. So I can just go ahead and, like I've done up here, I can import app state, put that there. And now I'll have access to the set notes function. And let's see here. So the way this is working, I'm just looking, whenever the app opens, it sets the node ID for me. So I'm gonna basically everything I was importing here, I'm gonna just cut this out of the create note that we just added a second ago. And I'm gonna come back to the footer. I'm gonna paste that there. So this node ID is the current node ID. Whenever we create a new note, I want to put a new note ID there. Part of that will be, I want to also bring in the set node ID so I can update the node ID in addition. So I'll go ahead and add that in. So I definitely know I'm going to eventually want to make the node ID be this new node ID. And And let's see here. All right, so the first thing, I'll just go ahead here. I'm gonna say const new note. I'll go ahead and create the object that I'm wanting to create. I'll take this as an example to know what I'm wanting to create. I'm going to set the note ID to the new note ID. And the note title, note text is just going to be an empty key. All right. And so we have our new note created. Now we just need to add this new note to our async storage notes. And also we'll need to set all notes to this. So the way we can, I'll just go ahead and do the set the all notes first. So the way we can do this is we could say something like current notes. And let me look this up real fast. What we want to do is use a spread operator, right, or hooks. I'm going to say spread operator hooks. Okay, let me find that. Okay, I think I know how to do this, but let me just make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay. This is the basics of what we're wanting to do. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that there. Instead of saying previous contacts, I'm going to say current notes. And then I'm going to put this new note at the end of that. So what we're doing here is, this is a spread operator. If you're not sure what that is, what it's saying is this current notes is the content of the array that's currently in app state, which right now it's just an empty array. And then what we are doing is we're behind at the end, we're going to add the new note, which I'm thinking about this. I think I actually want to make the new note be at the beginning. So if you want to do it that way, you can do it like this and say, I want the new note to be put at the front of the array. And I'm sorry, I'm thinking about this actually. So I want the new note to show up at the top of the screen. So to actually do that, I think showing it at the end would be better. So I want to do it that way. So I'm actually going to go back to this, keep it like this. All right, so we already have the new note created. Let's see. So in app state, I'm trying to think of how this should work for the create note. What probably should happen is thinking. Okay, all right. So the way I plan on doing this is, so create note, instead of it being like this, where I have the note title, note text created here, the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to do everything based on whatever the current note ID is. And to do that, I think I'll actually create a new state, an app state. So I'm going to come down here in my app state. I'm going to change this note ID to, I'll just say chosen note ID. And over here with set, I'm going to make sure that's camel case correctly with a capital C. I'll go ahead and copy this, put a comma here, paste it into my app state. So what I'm going to do is whenever we're creating a new note, I'm going to set the chosen note ID here. And then over here, instead of using these this note title, stuff like that, I'm going to delete that. And instead, what I want is I want to know what this chosen node ID is so that I can know how to access the correct note inside of all notes. So that's how this is going to work. And if this is confusing, I'm sorry. It hopefully should make sense once we build it. All right, so that's good for now. I'll come back to this create note screen, but I'm going to go ahead and copy this set chosen note ID, come back to global footer. I'm going to import that from app state so that I can, I'll go ahead here, set the chosen note ID to this value, this new node ID. I'll just keep these close together. But all right, so we'll do that. And then I think we're good with all of that. Next step could be the async storage. We'll go back to app state, see how we set that up. So what we want to do is try. I'm thinking about this. So we could try to get the local notes, but I don't think we actually need to get it. We just need to set it. So we'll go ahead and do it this way. We'll say back in the footer, in the global footer, await get item. We need to change this to get item. Let me make sure that's how that's set up. Yep, get item. So actually, I'm sorry, I could have just copied this line here that says get the notes and come back here, paste it there. Okay, so but okay, I'm sorry. Again, we don't need to get the notes. We just need to set them. So actually, I'm going to say await set item. So one of the things that to remember with this is you have to set a string value here. So you can't just directly put the array there. It won't work. It has to be a string. So we first need to stringify it. So let's say, oh, but another thing is we don't want to just put the new note in here. What we want to do is we want to put all of the notes in there. So let me see if there's a way to say async here. I'm going to make all of these await functions so that it'll do it this way first. And then what I want to do is say let local notes equal. I can go ahead and just say all notes because I've awaited this set all notes function to trigger, which if you don't know how async functions work, if you put an async label here and then you use the term await, what it's doing is it says before doing anything else, first do this. Anytime there's an await sign, it'll go from top to bottom and it'll wait for that function to trigger before moving on. So we're waiting for the notes to be set. So we know that that all the notes are going to be set correctly. And what we want to do here is stringify this. Let me just look to make sure I'm doing this correctly. I think it's, I think it's just, you say JSON dot stringify. Yep, that's right. And then you put that there. What this is going to do is it's going to take this array, this all notes array, it's going to stringify it so it becomes a string. And I'm actually going to say await here too. It may not need it. Okay, if you see this dot dot, it says this has no effect. So we don't actually need an await there. Okay, and so now I can go ahead and take this local notes. I can put that there, and I'll keep these together since they're both about notes. And then, so what's going to happen is, since we have all these awaits, all of this is going to be triggered first before it goes to the create note screen. So this should all be set up properly now. And to once we, here, let me show you the emulator again. What should happen is once we click this button, it should go ahead and create a new note, add it to our local storage, add it to our all notes. And so that whole creating a note feature should all be working now. And here we've got the chosen note ID. So now I can look for the note based on the ID. So the other thing I want to bring in here is all notes. And I'm just going to write out what I want to do here to help me organize things in my mind. So what I want to do is find the correct note object based on the chosen note ID. Assign the note title and note text to the values of the text input. I'll say inputs below because I want to assign those here to the values. And the thing we need to do next is we need the on change text functions to update the values of the note title or note text in the chosen note object. And then I'm going to say in both app state all notes and in async storage. Yep, in async storage at notes. All right, so this is what we need to do. And we're going to go ahead and start building out this functionality. And what we want to do is, as the user is typing, as they're changing the text, it needs to automatically be updating the value of our all notes. So I'll probably need to go ahead and import set all notes. So we'll need to do that. So it's automatically updating all notes. And we need to also be updating just sort of how we did here. We need to be automatically updating the value of the notes in the local storage as well. All right, and the basics on how to do this, I found a good Stack Overflow article. I'll go ahead and just copy this, and I'll actually just copy this bottom part here, and I'll put this in the description below. This is how you can update the value of an object within an array based on a particular key value. And this is how we're going to create this functionality. Basically, before I do that, I'm going to say const handle note title update. And I'm going to say the parameter is text. And within this, I'm going to paste this just for reference. And I'm going to, instead of obj, I'm just going to say let obj index equal, and yeah, I think that's all I need to do there. And then I'm going to copy this all again. And this next one, I'm going to say handle note text update. And the way this is going to work is this all notes, this is our array. So I'm gonna, here where it says, anywhere it says my array, I'm gonna click Control D. I'm not, I think that's what you do on a Mac, on a Windows computer too. That's what you do on a Mac. Anywhere here where it says my array, I'm going to replace that with all notes. And then in where it says object obg.id, I'm going to change that to, let's see. So instead of just ID, it should say note ID. So I'm going to copy this, say Command D, and I'm going to replace that with this node ID. And then the chosen, instead of it saying 1, I'm going to copy this chosen ID, and I'm going to replace it with this. All right, so what's happening here is in each of these, the first thing we need to do is we need to find when we're updating our object, we need to first find the index of the specific object within the all notes array that you want to update. So that's what this does. We're saying using the find index function, and what we want it to return is the index of the object with a node ID that is equal to the chosen node ID. So now we have our object index, the correct index. And now this here tells us, it's like a console log of the object within the note, within the all notes array before the update. And then here, this is an update of that property. So what we want to update for the note title, we don't want to update name. We want to update the note title value of that. So I'm going to replace this name here with note title. I'm going to replace this string with actually this text parameter. So what it's going to be doing is as they're typing, changing the text within the title input, it's going to be setting the value of the note title in that object equal to this text. And this will show you how it's updating. This is the console log again after the update. So this will let you know it's working properly. And then what we need to do at this point is after the update has taken place. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And we basically want to repeat this same exact process for the async storage, the notes in there. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these notes just to clean this up a bit. But that's how this is working. And I'm going to move these all together. So what we know now is that, oh, and also the way we actually need to do this is we need to be using this set all notes function. So this won't actually automatically change it because this all notes value is a constant, so it can't change. Instead of trying to update all notes right away because it's a const, it won't work properly. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to say let all notes copy equal all notes. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can update this all notes copy. And what I want to do is for the second option here, I want to update the all notes copy. That's what I want to update. And then what I want to do after that is I want to set all notes equal to the all notes copy. And then I'm going to do the async. I'm going to go ahead and update the async storage. So let's go ahead and come over here to global footer. We'll import async storage. And it doesn't look like I'm using this constants. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete that, paste that there. And then I will come here wherever it says set notes here. I'm going to copy this, come over here, under here. I'm going to go ahead and basically do the same thing, turn this into an async function. I'm going to say await, set all notes to make sure the notes get set first. And then I'll go ahead and create a new local note storage, stringify all the notes, and then go ahead and set the notes equal to that. So this should officially work for handling the update of the title. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to copy all this, come down to handle note text update. Go ahead and turn this into an async function. I'll paste all of that here. And this should work. But just instead of updating the note title, I'm going to be updating the note text within here. And I think that should all work. I don't think you need to say await here because it kind of breaks it. So it should just update automatically. But we'll test it out. We'll see if all of this is working. I think it should. And what I'm going to do here is just handle note title update. I'm going to put that here in this note title on change. I'm just going to paste it there like that, and it should work. And then this handle note text update, I'm going to come here where it says on change text for the note text, paste that there. And then for the values here, what I'm going to do is, so first, let me up here, I'm going to go ahead and say, let me think actually. So the values, what should the values be? So I need to basically kind of do this same thing here to get the correct values. So one of the things to remember is if you find yourself copying code in multiple places, it's usually best to figure out how to only write the code one time. So instead of doing this 2 times here, I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. And I'm going to put this up here. And then I'll go ahead and cut it out of here. And I'll just do it like that. That should still work. Because this is being updated the whole time. And now I have access to the correct index. And so now what I want to do is say, this is going to be getting updated the whole time. So I'm going to copy this here where it says all notes copy, object index, note title. I'm going to copy that. Going to come here to the note title, place that there as the note title value. And then here where it says note text, I'm going to copy this. Come down here to the value, paste that there. And I think we may have a working app. Let me go ahead and delete these notes because I believe all of that should work. The last thing we'll need to do is create a way to edit these notes and delete them. But the edit function can almost be an exact copy of this page, basically. But let's see. Let me just go through here, make sure I got everything. All right. Well, let's see if this will actually work. If it works, whatever notes we create ought to show up here on this page because we've already added in that functionality. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the app since I've made a lot of changes to it. Okay. And let's see here. Make sure there's no issues. I'm not sure why it's saying this. Network request failed. There's a chance this means this isn't working properly. But let's just go ahead and test it out. Let's see what happens. Undefined is not an object. Okay. So maybe actually instead of using all notes copy, I'm just going to use all notes here in the value of the text inputs. That should be fine. And that should work. Let's see. So for some reason, we've created an infinite loop somewhere. So I'm thinking maybe what it is, I'm thinking, what is creating this infinite loop? Let me come back to the home screen. Let me click here. Let me refresh the app. Okay. It may be something wrong with the all notes screen. Okay, there's a chance actually. I may should have written the functions like this. What might be happening, maybe. Oh, hold on. Okay, so these are all local. So this might all be happening inside of use effect. Okay, so maybe what's happening is this use effect here is running over and over and over again. First, I'm going to go ahead and delete these notes here. We only need this to run one time. So if that's the case, one way you can tell it to only run one time, don't keep running it over and over again, is you can, at the end of this use effect here, you'll see there's the object here. Put a comma there and just put an empty array. And you'll notice that fixed this infinite loop. It was basically running this over and over and over and over again. And it just needed to run it one time. So hopefully everything should be working now. Let me refresh the app. Make sure. Okay. All right. So that fixed that infinite loop that was going on. Let's go ahead and see if our create an app function works. All right, getting exciting. So this shows before the update, like we just created in this create note screen. So this shows what the note is before the update. All right, so before I move on, let me actually, I'm going to go ahead and call this chosen op. Well, hold on. I'm going to copy this and call this chosen object, chosen note object. And I'll put the before the update here in the actual update function. So we can see this is what it looked like before the update. This is what it looked like after. And now let's see if it works. This, it's not working. Okay. I was concerned about this. Okay. So what it's doing is each time I'm typing something, it's updating the value of the title equal to just the character I'm typing. So it's not adding it to the end of it. Like I just typed K, I just typed I just typed O. So we'll go ahead and fix that in a second. Let me just see. Oh, cool. Okay, so I want to just make sure our note showed up, and it did. So as you can see, the note title is O. There's no note text. I didn't add any note text. But yeah, it showed up. So if I click this again, I should be able to see two notes, and I do. And I'll click this again. We'll fix this in a second, but let's go ahead and go to the last one. So yeah, there we go. It's showing up, but we have an issue here now where it's just showing one character at a time. So we need to update that to say, instead of just a single character, it needs to be taking the entire value within the on change event. So we need to take the whole value. All right, well, I noticed a couple things. So you'll notice each time I've been opening back up the app, the local node ID is still starting over at 0, which means when this use effect function is triggering, there's no, or it's saying the node ID must be equal to null, or it's already equal to 0. So it looks like it's equal to 0, but it's never going up. I realized the reason is here in this global footer, when we were creating new notes, we need to also increase the value of the node ID. So we need to, I'm going to come back to app state, copy this await async set node ID. We, in addition to creating the new nodes, we need to also set the node ID. So to this new node ID. So I'll just put it here, and I'll set the new node ID equal to this. And this needs to be, again, let me come back here. So yeah, it still needs to be a number. So, well, actually, so sorry, it needs to be a string. So let's go ahead and do this. Put a $sign, curly braces. That should work. Let me take it out from within these and let me actually put them in back. So in order to be able to use JavaScript, you have to do back ticks instead of just straight down. All right, so that should put the new node ID number in a string form. It should set the node ID to that. Ooh, and let me check something else out. Okay, nope. Yeah, okay, we did that right. So whenever the app state sets the node ID, it is changing it back to a number. So that should be fine too. Okay, so this should officially work. It should cause the new node ID to go up. So let's test that out. And I'm eventually gonna, I'll just actually go ahead and do that. So to really test this out, I'll need to completely uninstall. I'm gonna exit out of the server. I'm gonna uninstall Expo Go from the emulator. Let's make sure it's gone. It is. All right. So let's try this one more time. Expo start Android. Just before I do that though, I did realize that I was wrong about the current note, new note thing. So I actually do here on the global footer, when it says set all notes, I want to make the new notes appear at the top of the list. So to do that, I want to put this like this. And so what this does is on the home page now, all the new notes are going to be at the very top and the old notes are going to be at the bottom. So that's how I want to do it. So I'm going to put the new notes first and the old notes last. All right, so now I'm going to officially come back here, click enter. This should reinstall Expo with a clean slate with no internal storage onto this emulator. I'm just going to check everything. We are updating the new note. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that note. I'm not sure why this is not working. So maybe I'm gonna try to completely shut down the emulator. So I'm gonna come back here to, this is the React Native tutorial one. I'm gonna say wipe data completely. I'm just gonna click it again just to make sure it's actually wiped. Okay, gonna open it again. So this should be like, this is a new phone. Let's make sure though. And maybe this time it'll work. Okay. All right. I don't see Expo Go on here. It's like it's a new phone. So let's try it again. Expo start -- Android. Okay. So it's looking like it's opening now. Okay. So now, okay, there we go. It's reinstalling Expo Go. So it should work this time. All right. So there we go. Let's see if this will work. So it looks like the local node ID now is 0. All right. So we created a new one. Let's see if I can update the title. So it's not letting me update the title. It's still only adding in one character at a time. So, and I'm going to test this too. Well, let's go ahead and just see if it showed up, which it did. And it still just has one. And let me test out a new note, make sure it shows up on the top of the list. And it does. All right, so it's creating the notes okay, and it's showing up on the home page. All right, so we're getting closer here. So it's looking like basically, so we've officially got the creating new notes down. It's working. This saving feature, what it's looking like I'm gonna have to do is sort of like what I wanted to do originally, which was save the values to a state up here, and then basically have some sort of saving function. I originally was going to have that attached to a save button, but basically we're going to create an automated version of a save button. So we're just going to have the saving happen automatically. But let's go ahead and first off, we'll go ahead and create the state that we need again. So I'm going to say note title here, set note title equals use state. And I'm going to just start this out as an empty string. I'll copy this and I'm going to switch, instead of title, the next one I'm going to say text. I'm going to go back, and for the values here, for this first one, note title, I'm going to switch this back to note title. For this second one, I'm going to switch this back to note text. And I'm going to go ahead and use these update functions to up on the on change text. So it looks like you can just do it like this for this way. So whenever the text is changing, update the note title. And then the same thing for the note text. On the change text here, I'm going to just say set note text. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to create an automated function for saving both the title and the text every second, every like 1 second they're on the screen. And let me just show you what I mean. So I'm going to first just change this to say handle update. I'm going to go ahead and take out these console logs for now. And we already have all notes copy here, but we don't, I don't think we need to do it this way anymore since we're doing this new thing. But basically what we need to do is we're only going to have to set the notes one time. And so let me look here. Okay, so this is updating. Oops, hold on, let's undo that. Let me come here. This is going to be updating the title. This is updating the text. Instead of having it be from here, though, for this handle update, I'm going to say update the note title equal to the value of this use state. And the text is going to be equal to the note text up here. And then at that point, we can set all notes equal to that. And let me just make sure. So I think the rest of this should work. So I'm going to say, I'm still going to have this update, this console log before the update to see what it looks like. And then console log after the update to see what it looks like. And then I think this still will work. It'll still update all notes equal to the all notes copy, which we can update it because it's a let, not a const. And then it updates the string with all notes, which should be updated at this point because we've awaited the set all notes. Okay, so at this point, I think it's safe to, let's delete this second function. And what we're going to do now is here, I'm going to create a use effect function. I'm going to make sure with this one, I'm going to have this trigger handle update. And this may work just like this. What I was going to say is I might have to have this trigger every second. There's a way to set it to trigger every second. But if I do not do this, if I don't do that, which means only trigger use effect one time, there's a chance actually, I think what's going to happen if I just leave it like this, use effect is supposed to trigger every time we use state. Every time we use state. So I'm thinking that every time I text or type into the app, this handle update should be triggering every single time. So let's just see if this works by itself without having to set a time. All right, I'm going to go ahead and refresh the app just to make sure everything's good and new. Let me look at what was returned here. So it looks like everything was returned right. So there's a 1 ID, a 2 ID, 3 ID, 4 ID, and it's going backwards like I wanted. So it's appearing, everything's appearing backwards. The newest note is appearing at the top. And it looks like the local node ID is 5. So all that's working. Now let's try this out. This is my title. I think this is working. Look at that. It's updating it as we go along. Oh my goodness, I'm getting excited. This is my note. All right. Here's the big, I don't know, reveal. Let's see if it worked. So I have noticed, all right, it's working. So the next thing is I'm gonna have to make it, yes. Oh, just give yourself a big high five. Boom, there you go. It just feels so good when something works that you've been working on. For how long has it been now? I don't know, close to 6 hours. So feels good. Here we go. It's starting to come alive. All right. So, but you'll notice another title test. When I've been doing this and coming back, initially it's showing up blank, which we don't want it to do that. It should be appearing. And I think what we need to do to make that happen for on the all notes page, which is this page, I think we need to have a use effect, because by having a use effect, then this screen should re-render every time something happens. So what I'm going to say here is use effect. Here we go. Let's see. I'm wondering if I don't even need to put anything in here. I'm just going to test it out. Use effect trigger. And let's see if I even need to do anything from this point. Okay, test. All right, I do need to do something. Okay, so thinking through what is actually happening here. So what's happening is when I click this create note button, it's automatically sending an empty note to all notes. And that's what's appearing here. And then whenever I update that note and come back, it's not refreshing the page. And what we need to do is we need to create some way to update state on this page whenever we visit it, so that it'll update what's on the screen. Because every time you update state, we can trigger this use effect function and we can update what's on the screen. So we just need a way to update what's on the screen. Say re-render React Native component on back. Okay, so here's another good Stack Overflow article. They're saying how to re-render the component on going back in React Native. So it looks like other people are having this issue. In short, use is focused. Somewhere in your component will force a re-render every time window is focused. So it gives us a link here. I'm going to open this link up. Re-rendering screen with use is focused. All right. So, okay. So it looks like there's something called use is focused. I will leave this in the description as well. I'm going to import use is focused. It looks like it comes from React Navigation. All right, so we've already installed React Navigation, so we don't need to install that again. But I'll go ahead and copy this import. I'm going to come here to my all notes screen. Come here, import it there, and then copy this const is focused. And this looks like what it does is it triggers each time the current screen comes back into focus. And if that triggers, it's saying it should re-render the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and actually delete this use effect and this const up here, what I was doing. And all I'm going to do here is put const is focused. And hopefully that's enough. Maybe that'll work. Let me just test that out. I'm going to refresh the app. I'm going to try creating a new note. This is a new note test. Hopefully this time it'll re-render the screen. And it did. All right, there we go. Just thinking here out loud, it doesn't look like you need to say const is focused. It's like you could use this value. Apparently it triggers like a true response. So if you wanted to trigger something whenever this is set to true, you could keep that. I don't really need that. So I think I can just actually do it this way. I'm gonna just put this at the top of the screen. I don't know what I like better. I think actually I like to have app state at the top, but then I'll just put it, I don't know. Okay, I'll just keep it like that. Let me just make sure that this will still work. I'm going to refresh the screen again. All right. Yet another note. Test. All right, so there we go. So it's a good idea if you're ever going to be going back to a screen potentially. You'll want to use this use is focused function so that the page will re-render. Because if you do not, as you can see, it won't automatically re-render the page. So you need to use this use is focused. All right, so one thing before we move on, you'll notice the footer. This is a test. Okay, the footer has shrunk here. I don't want it to do that. So what I want to happen is there's a few things you could do. You could set a minimum height to this to make it to where it won't be any shorter than a certain amount. So I'll go ahead and show you that option. So you could say min height, I don't know, 70. And then if you do that, see it got a lot bigger. So I'll actually say 50. Doesn't need to be that big, 30. Yeah, that's probably good. So that looks better if you want it to do this. What I actually want it to do though is I want it to be hidden behind the keyboard. Another thing you'll realize when you do this is the header shrinks too. So we don't want these features here. We want to get rid of them. I've looked for solutions that are already pre-built. I don't really like all the solutions that are currently out there. And I've found personally, whenever I want something done, a lot of times it's just a lot faster to just build something from scratch. You could be spending like 5 hours trying to find something that's already been built and then it not work in the end, or you could just spend 5 minutes to just build it yourself. So what I'm going to do, a few things here design wise, is I thought about it. I don't want the header to show at all while they're writing their note. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and comment out the header to see how that looks. And what I want to do here is just have a lot of padding on the top. I like the feel of that better so that whenever they're writing their note, they're not even going to have to worry about the header. So I'm going to completely remove the header from the create note screen altogether. I'm going to remove this import here too. Instead, what I'm going to do here is so for body, I'll go ahead and switch body flex to 9 so that it takes up 90% of the screen and the footer still looks the same. And then for the body, let me make sure. Okay, yep. All right, so for body here, I'm gonna add a padding top. For padding top, I'm gonna try out maybe I'll say 6%, see what that looks like to just kind of match the others. Okay, yeah, I think that looks good. And let me just make sure it doesn't completely disappear. Okay, so it doesn't move whenever I use this. The other thing I want to do is I do want to go ahead and add a minimum height for the footer whenever the keyboard shows up. Well, actually, so what I do want to do, what I've been trying to find is I want to make this footer hide behind the keyboard. I haven't really been able to find something that works very well. So I'm going to just build it myself. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make the footer completely disappear whenever the keyboard is shown. And then I'm going to make it reappear whenever the keyboard is dismissed. And so to do that, I'm going to come back here to our create note screen. And here I'm going to create a new state. I'm going to call it show footer and then set show footer. I'm going to say equals use state. I'm going to set the default value to true. Then I'm going to take this value show footer. I'm going to come down here to the footer. Right above it, I'll put some curly braces there so I can use JavaScript. I'm going to use a one-line true false statement, Boolean statement. And the way this works is I'm saying if show footer is true, you put question mark. Question mark stands for true. Show the footer. And then the colon is for false. If it's false, say null. Okay. And so this should automatically show the footer on the screen. And it is, it's showing it. Okay. And then the next thing we'll want to do is we're going to want some functions to trigger based on if the keyboard is up or not. So if you come up here to React Native, first off, I don't think we're using any text. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this text here. And I'm going to replace this touchable opacity since we're not using it anymore. I'm going to replace it with something called keyboard. And then I'm going to go to the keyboard documentation. I'll put this in the description below. And keyboard is something built into React Native, so you can import it directly from React Native. And this allows you to listen for events. It can listen for, is the keyboard showing or is it not showing? That's basically what we're wanting to listen for. And we want to trigger something when it happens. So what I'm going to do here, I'm looking at their example here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, let me think about this. So I don't think I need to actually import this part. What I want to basically do though is this. I'm going to take this part here. And let me make sure this is all okay. I think this is all I want. So basically for their example, they're saying show the subscription, hide the subscription. What I want to do is show the footer, hide the footer. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to come here to use effect. I'll go ahead and go underneath that. And I'm going to change this to say, I don't actually think I even need these, the show subscription, hide subscription. All I need to do is what I'm listening for here. I'm adding a listener. I'm saying keyboard did show or keyboard did hide. If keyboard did show, that means the keyboard has popped up on the screen. And what I want to say is if it has popped up on the screen, set show footer equal to false. And then what I want to say is if the keyboard hides, if the keyboard is hidden, if that event takes place, set show footer equal to true. And this should work. And I'm looking to see if there's a cleaner way to do this. I think I can just do it this way to make it all one line. So take out the curly braces. I think I can just do it like this. I'm going to test this out and see if it works. Because I like how this looks better than having three separate lines. So I'll go ahead and take out these. I think this should work. I think this will work. Again, so that took me less than 5 minutes to figure out. I didn't show this in the video, but I was probably looking for like 20, 30 minutes for a solution that's already been built. And I am amazed how often it's true that it's just so much faster a lot of the times just to go ahead and build it yourself. Build whatever functionality you want, just build it. And a lot of times it takes 10 times less time than it would to figure out another solution. So anyway, okay, so but hopefully, cross our fingers, hopefully this actually works. So what should happen is when I click here, this footer should disappear. Let's see though. Okay, it's saying it can't find the variable set keyboard status. Let me see here. I think I just need to refresh this page because I don't think I have a set keyboard status in this page. I just deleted that. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna refresh the app. I think this should be working. Let me refresh it. All right, let's try this out again. Okay, and it worked. There you go. I'm so happy that that actually worked. I always I'm always so frustrated whenever I try to find a solution that I think should be so simple, but it's not. And so anyway, there we go. So whenever anytime I click on one of these, the footer disappears, and then if I dismiss, it goes back. There we go. All right. So I like it. I'm happy with it. Fine with it. So yeah, all right. So let's see if this is all working. Again, I like having the header gone when you're writing the note. It feels a lot better to me. This is an official note test. And one other thing I did want to test out that I think I noticed earlier was, let me do this. I'm wanting to see what happens. So you'll notice as I'm typing, creating new text, it's hiding underneath the keyboard. I don't want that to happen. What I want to happen is the text to remain on the screen. So I'm not having to scroll down to the bottom, and you can still see it's kind of hidden behind the keyboard. So what we need to do to make this work is, I think it's actually going to be as simple as just adding some padding to the bottom. And we may want to make this kind of dynamic too, so that maybe when the keyboard is shown, set the padding to be more than if it's not shown. Let me go ahead. Let me see what it looks like. Sorry. It's not letting me go over. Okay, there we go. Let me see what this looks like without the keyboard. If I like it. I think I do. Let's see. I'm gonna try to scroll. Go away. I'm not trying to do that. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is here. Let me type some more lines. Okay. Gonna try out the scrolling feature now. See if I like it. There it is. Man. Okay. Well, we're gonna fix all this in a second. Let me just come back here. Do another test. Causing Expo Go to overload sometimes. All right, I'm just trying to create a lot of lines. Here we go. Let me make sure I like the spacing without the keyboard. That's what I'm trying. Okay, I think I'm going too fast for Expo Go. I'm gonna go a little slower. Just gonna click enter, enter, enter. Let's try that. Okay. All right. Let this work itself out of it. Okay. All right. So let's close that. And I'm gonna see, I should be able to be scrolling right now. I'm not sure why. Let me make sure. I'm gonna click the up arrow. Oh, okay. Sorry. I need to create a few more lines to be able to scroll so it's longer than the screen. All right. Let's wait for that to update. Okay. Let's see now. There we go. All right. So yeah, I think it's probably fine as it is now. to be able to scroll. Yeah, I think I like it like that. So what I'm going to do is I want this to stay as it is for without the keyboard, but I want there to be padding added with I do want padding added if the keyboard, the footer is gone. So to make this padding feature happen whenever the keyboard is appearing, we need to use something called keyboard avoiding view. This is something that's built into React Native. So you can just go ahead and I'll put this link in the description below. There's just something called keyboard avoiding view. You can copy that or you can just type it out. I've pasted it up here, but there's a couple things you'll need to make this work. You'll need the keyboard avoiding view, and you'll need something else built into React Native called platform. Platform allows you to check what kind of platform you're using for in this phone. What kind of platform is this phone? Is this an iOS device or an Android device or a website? So you'll need to import both of those. Then we'll come back here. And the main thing here is we can replace the outer view that we have with this keyboard avoiding view. You can keep the style exactly the same. The thing that you need though is this behavior right here. If you copy this line, you're basically wanting to say, if the platform is iOS, then we want this behavior to be padding. If not, we want it to be height. All this is basically saying there's different settings on the background in the code with iOS and Android. For iOS, we want this behavior to be padding. For Android, we want it to be height. And this will, you'll see what it does. So let me go ahead and come back here. And there's something else I noticed in the styling, our scroll view container, I told you guys the wrong thing. So the scroll view container will just naturally take up the whole height of whatever it's inside of. So it's inside of the body, which already has a flex of 9. So I'm going to come down here and completely take out this flex. We don't need to say flex 1 again just to get it to stretch the full height. You can just take that out completely. You don't need it. And let's go ahead and test this out. See if everything's working. Okay, so the goal here is I want, when I click this, as you can see, it stayed like that. It didn't move up or down. Another thing that I was wanting earlier that I wasn't sure why it's not working, but I wanted to scroll past the title too, not just the note text. I noticed whenever I take out that flex 1, it fixes the issue too. So just the big thing to remember is don't put flex inside of the content container style. Just put the flex in the view above it. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is my title. I'll just go ahead and create a bunch of lines. And one of the big things here that I really was frustrated with was, you'll note before I took out the flex and before I added in this keyboard avoiding view, this line would, whenever I click enter, be going underneath the keyboard. It would just keep going underneath the keyboard. What this keyboard avoiding view does is it forces the line of text to stay above the keyboard. So no matter what, it will always stay above the keyboard. That's the big thing that I was trying to fix. I'm going to add a few more lines. And a few big things here to notice is now whenever I scroll, the title goes up too, which is what I wanted to happen to begin with. And I'm just so happy that it's actually working. But yeah, you see with a scroll view, it kind of has that cool feature where it stretches it up and then takes it back down, which is kind of cool. And I think this is officially working exactly how I want it. This is exactly what I want it to be like. And we already created, as you can see, the functionality to get rid of the footer. The footer's gone now too, which is awesome. And yeah, all right. I think we're all set for the create note page. So what I'm going to do now actually is the next thing we need to do, we'll just go ahead and create the editing feature on the note page. I want to be able to edit the note in the note page. Basically, we can just do everything. We can kind of just I'm going to copy this whole page, create note page. I'm going to copy the whole thing. And I'm going to come here to the note page. I'm just going to paste it. Because the way that we created the create note screen, the note screen should work exactly the same. The only main difference should be is instead of when we created a note, we would create a new note and add that new note to local storage, to the all notes, to everything like that. We don't need to do any of that. All we just have to do is we'll need to, here, let me fix this. We'll need to update the chosen node ID. But once we update the chosen node ID, if we set the chosen node ID, everything should just work on the note page. So on this note page, I'm going to go ahead and call that note. You might be wondering, well, why didn't we just make this the same page? Well, this could be more for like a URL. If you wanted a separate URL, maybe you want one that says your sitename.com/create note for the create page, and then maybe edit note for the edit page. That's one reason. Another thing though is you could combine both of these together. This could just be one page. It doesn't have to be separate pages. It would work just the same. But I'm just going to go ahead and keep it separated so we have a few different pages to work with, and y'all can see how that works. But you could have combined these pages together and it would have been fine. So here, what I want to do is I'm going to go to all notes. I'm going to update this handle press event. Instead of just saying element, I'm going to look back at what we needed for this. I'm actually going to copy this whole handle create note function from the footer. I'm going to copy that whole function. I'm going to come down here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let me actually see if I even needed the note. I don't think, with the way I set all this up, I don't even think we'll end up needing this, this note right here like this. I don't think we even need it. I'm actually going to delete it because we don't need that anymore. We can just do it all based off this chosen note ID with the way we designed this. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that from app state. We don't need it anymore. And I'm looking over here. I'm going to update this and say handle press, and I'm going to switch where it goes to note. I'll go ahead and just delete this handle press event. We don't need it anymore. Big things here. We do not need to create a new note. We don't need to create a new node ID. So I'm going to take that out. We really, I think all we just need to do is set the chosen node ID. And then we can go ahead and go to the note screen. So cross our fingers. I think this is officially all we have to do. And I think this page ought to just work, which will be pretty cool. We'll have almost a fully functioning app. Let's see if it works. Hold on. So it can't, okay, so I need to import this set chosen node ID. I need to import that. I don't need this set node anymore or set all nodes anymore. I can just go ahead and import it that way. Let me make sure I didn't try to import that anywhere else. Nope, I didn't. Okay, so now that I imported set chosen node ID, let me look down here with this press event. Okay, this is the big thing. So here's the element again. I need the notes, which this is like the note object. I'll say note ID. I need the element dot note ID, which I believe that's how we created these, which it is. Okay, so the element has these in it. It has the note ID, note title, note text. We need the element, the object, note ID. Okay, so officially, I think this is going to work. So let's refresh the app just to give it a fresh view. Let me click on it. There we go. I mean, it went to this page. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go back. Okay, so what you'll see what just happened is it erased everything because we do need to update this a bit. Whenever it opened the note, it set the value of the note title and note text to nothing. I could update title test. And hopefully this should be saved if I go back, which it is. Okay. But we obviously do not want the note title, note text to be empty. What we want is we want to say the value, the starting value of this should be all, hold on. So we want the starting value of this to be actually the chosen note. So maybe actually I moved too fast. We could do it this way, but I'm going to undo and actually am going to set the note just so that in here I can say note, pick the note. And in here I can say note dot note title and then note dot note text. I want to be able to do that. So I do think I am gonna add back in this chosen note feature. It's just easier to do it that way. So I'm gonna go back to all notes. I'm gonna import set note again. And I will go ahead and set the chosen node ID like that. And let me just verify that I'm doing things correctly. Okay, yeah, so I think I still do need the chosen node ID so that the automatic saving feature will work. So I'm just gonna leave that like that. I think all that will work. The next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say await set note, and I'm just gonna say element. Maybe just so this makes more sense, I'm gonna update the name of element to say note object, note object. Okay. All right, so hopefully this should work without deleting the value of the note. So let me refresh and see if this works. All right, now let me come back and make sure. Okay, it did not delete the value there. Yay, it's working. I'm so excited. I'm actually going to use this app all the time. I'm excited about it. I always am coming up with new business ideas all the time. So I'm excited to actually use this myself. Okay, so it looks like it's working. I'm gonna say updated title to testy test. See if it's actually working. And it is. It's working, guys. I'm so excited. Yeah. All right, we have a working note-taking app. So the very last thing to do, really, to have a fully functioning app here, is to be able to delete the app, and or sorry, not the app, but the note. Be able to delete the note. I'm thinking just so we could put like a little delete icon up here, but I want to really make sure the user definitely wants to delete their app. Not delete it on accident. Before I go on to though, I want to add a bit more shadow to, you know what? Let me see here. I'm gonna look at the note cont. There might be an issue here where I need to add some margin to both sides. So that some of the shadow will appear there. So I'm gonna try out, it's a padding. I don't know that this is actually gonna work. Let me just try it out. Okay, it does work. So I'm gonna, instead of saying, maybe this could just be padding top, and then, oh wait, never mind. Hold on. We have a margin bottom, margin tops already worked out. Maybe I here could just say width. Change this to 98%. And I think, or wait, so let me make sure I'm doing this right. So for the body, I set the padding left and then padding right to 2.5%. What I'm gonna do here is change these to 2. Okay, and then I'm gonna try to switch this to 96. So let me actually, I'm gonna, instead of saying that 0.5 here, I'm gonna say margin left 0.5, margin right 0.5. Let me go ahead, I'll switch this around just so it looks kind of better. Okay, gonna switch this to left, right, and I'll put the 0.5% here. Maybe that'll be enough to let the shadow appear. Margin left, margin right. Let me just reload the app. All right, there we go. It's actually showing up the it's showing up the shadow on the sides. A second ago it wasn't on the sides, now it is. A big thing here that I want to do to make the notes pop a little bit is I want to slightly darken the background of the note page. So I'm going to come to my color calculator, and I hate this color calculator, so I'm going to look for a different one. Okay, so Canva is a good website. They probably have a simpler solution. Okay, and let me see here. I'm gonna switch this to just FFF. I think that's white. Okay, and then I'm just gonna darken it a little bit. Maybe F2, F2, F2. We've been saying 1, 4, 1, 4. So maybe I'll say F4, F4. So let's try this out. The body, I think, is all I want to update. Okay, and let me come here, background color. Let's see what that looks like. Yes, that definitely looks way better. I like it a lot better. I'm wondering if I should worry about the header and the footer for now, or just not worry about it. I'm also gonna, I want to see what this looks like without a header. Maybe this app would look better just with no header at all on all of the app pages. If that is the case, I'm so sorry, but I think it's still good to know how that works. Let's see here. What was I had a padding top of 6% to the body. So you guys still would, I'm going to switch this to 9. You'll still know how to create a header and everything after watching this video. Oops. Let me do it this way. I think I might like this better. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Y'all can decide for yourself. Do you like not having a header? Or do you like having a header? I think I might like it better without a header. And if you, I don't think I'm going to go ahead and show how to create users and things like that. That would require a server and a database and things like that. If you would like me to make another tutorial on how to create a server and a database and things like that, you could comment below or email me. But for this video, I think it's enough to just show how to save things locally. But I said all that to say, the original thought with the header, I'm going to keep undoing until it goes back. Okay. The original thought with the header is you could here, there's like a user spot. This is usually a good spot if you want to create the ability for a user to create an account or something like that. They can, this is just a natural place to put it. They know to click right there to know to create their account, to sign up, log in. But you could always just put this like down here if you wanted to go through and make a server and a database and things like that. But I don't know. I think I might like it better without the header at all. A thing I kind of like about that too, I'm going to switch it back. Well, first, I don't like how there's like a white background here, slightly gray background here, and then white down here. I don't think it looks very good. I think it actually looks better like this. If like there's just one opposing, like there's two opposing backgrounds, kind of. There's a background for this part of the app and then a background for the footer, something like that. But yeah, I think I like this better. So I'm just going to stick with it for now, but you know how to create a header if you want one. And I'll still use that picture I bought. I'll just make that be the logo for the app. I'll make it the app icon, and I'll just go ahead and do that right now. So you know what it's like. So remember, in the root of the of your app, you have this assets right here. This icon here is what you want to change to make it be your app icon. Now there's different rules for like this adaptive icon splash. For the adaptive icon, and we can look it up real fast. I could put this in the description, but adaptive icon.png React native requirements. So here's the Expo app icons requirements. And I'll put this link in the description too. But this tells you what the dimensions are supposed to be. So for the icon, it must be exactly square. So for example, 1023 by 1024 is not valid. It has to be, the largest size is a 1024. So it looks like it can be smaller than that, but 1024 they say is a good size. I'm going to look at the dimensions. I'm going to look at properties, get info of my my one. So mine is 1200 by 1200. Thankfully, it is completely square. It says it needs to be square. So this is for iOS. And then the adaptive icon is for Android. And it says it should be at least 512 by 512. Since you already need 1024 by 24 for iOS, it won't hurt to just provide that here as well. So let me see with the noun project if I can update the dimensions real fast, or maybe I can just look it up. Update photo dimensions. So Adobe has a free resize your image for free. So I'm gonna click upload photo. And I'll put this in the description too. I'm just gonna drag my icon here. And I'm gonna say resize for custom. And again, it looks like it's okay if both of the icons are 1024 by 1024. So I'm gonna set it to that, 1024 to 1024 by 1024. Okay, I'm just gonna download this. So it looks like this will officially work for your icon. This is really important, especially for publishing to the App Store, like the Google or the Apple App Store. If you don't have the exact dimensions they want, they'll reject your app. They'll say, sorry, you have to fix your icon before you can publish your app to the App Store. So it's just real important. So it's saying you can sign up for free to download this for free. All right, and it let me download my resized image for free. Okay, so I'm gonna move this here and I'm gonna rename it. I'm gonna name it icon. And that way I'll know that's the right icon. And now I can just drag and drop this into my assets folder. I'm going to do that. And I want to say replace because I do want to replace this. So now my icon is officially good. It's officially good to go. I'm going to right click, copy it. I'm going to take the name of this adaptive icon. I'm going to go ahead and just delete that, the current adaptive icon, and I'm going to rename the icon copy to adaptive icon. And I'll just go ahead and make this the fav icon too, just in case I wanted to turn this into a website or something like that. So first, let's go ahead and we'll delete the fav icon. And then I'll rename the icon copy to fav icon. The last thing would be the splash. This base, trying to think of how I could create one. Let's come back to Expo, see if they have an explainer for the splash screen. So there's one for app icon. It looks like we're in app icon. Create a splash screen. Well, here, I'll have both of these links in the description for you. So create a splash screen. We really just need the dimensions. So let's see. What are some good dimensions? Let's see here. Guys, just see dimensions. So it doesn't really, I guess the dimensions don't fully matter. Let's see, just one more time. I just want to look. Resize mode. All right. So I'm gonna try to just go to Canva. And basically you just want something that kind of looks like a phone as your splash screen. I'm gonna look at phone background. Canva is a really awesome way to style images and stuff. It's real simple. And you could just search what you want. So I'm gonna search phone background. And I think I'll just stick with the black and white theme for now. But I don't know, maybe I'll actually add some color. So you want to pick one. If it has a crown, it means it costs money. So you don't want to do that. But if you pick one that doesn't cost money, it'll create a basic phone picture for you. I'm going to delete everything that's on here. And I'm going to go back to my app where I created, remember we created the save button that we got rid of in the create note. I liked that color. So I'm going to go back to that color. I found it right here. This is it. I'm going to click and update the background color. And again, this is canva.com, canva.com. I'll put this in the description as well. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then I might end up turning this into a white background. We'll see. But I'm gonna just drag over my PNG file. And I'm gonna shrink this a bit. I don't like how it looks, but I'd have to go through and update the PNG, but I'm wondering if there's a way to like, let me see. No. I wonder if there's a way to update the color here. Let me see. What is that? Okay. I might not. I might just have to, for now, switch the background to be a white background, which that would go along with this. I could give a background to this that's white. All right, and I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna click this, click edit image. I'm gonna add a bit of shadow around the edges there. And I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try this out, see if this looks good. Add in an element and just add in a square shape. And I just want to see if there's a way to update the radius of it before I move on. I don't want to animate. I want to update the radius. There might not be a way to do that. Let me come back to elements, say see all. I want to see if maybe there's already an app looking one, which it looks like there is right here. So maybe I can drag that and switch the background to white. Put this on the top, and you can right click and say send backward or send forward. I've already, okay, yep, that looks pretty good. It says that's perfectly centered, but I'm not sure that I fully like it. But let's group these. Well, first let me center it again. I'm gonna click Command and click on the, well, okay, I'm gonna highlight both of these, right click, say group together. I'll go ahead and put that there. And I'll shrink it a bit. I don't know that I'll even like this in the end, but let's see here. I'm gonna animate. Well, we don't need to animate. I'm gonna click this and see if I can. I'm looking to see if I can add some shadow to this. I don't know. Maybe this doesn't really work. What if I change the background to be white? That could, I mean, that could work. Let's see. Let me undo. Let's see what it looked like. You remember with, I'm gonna go ahead and close these icons that I just uploaded in here. In the all notes background, we had F4, F4. I'm gonna try to change the background to that. See if that looks better. Okay. It might would look good. Let me just try taking, let me ungroup these. Let me see what this looks like by itself. Okay, that's an option. I wanted to hopefully add shadow to this box, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to. Let me see if this naturally has a shadow. Okay. So this has a shadow. But let's see here. All right, I'm going to switch this to white. I'll put this on top again, say send backwards. Maybe this will work. Oops, let me go ahead and add these together, group these together, move it up here. Maybe the background would look better now if it was back the way it was. Maybe if I switch this to a different color, I don't know. Maybe I could switch that to black. I don't know. This is sort of decent. So maybe I'll, I don't know. Maybe that's okay. It may have just looked better to not even try to get fancy. But I don't know. So Canva is a good place where you can just play around with different design ideas. I'm looking just one last time to see if I like this. Maybe it's okay. Let me look at what exactly this was again to make sure I have the right one. Let me come back here to create a note. This was the other color I had liked. Let me see if I could still like it. And then let me go back. The other one was what was it? F4, F4, F4. Oops, and it was a lowercase f. F, lowercase f. Okay, let me go back and just copy it. It's not letting me lowercase. Come to all notes. It was lowercase f for. Okay, so there's that. So that's not too bad. I'm just gonna undo a couple times. There's that too. This is an option. I'll redo. That's an option. And what was the other option? This was an option. That's kind of a cool color. I kind of like that. It is more gray. And then there was this other option. And again, you can be doing this forever. So I got to move on, but I'm going to try one more time. This one does add more color to it. And I might like that a bit. But I don't know about, I'm going to try switching this. Let me switch this to that. Hold on. See what that looks like. Okay, that's better. All right. I'm just going to officially keep it like this. I'm going to make this icon a bit bigger. So there's not as much space in the middle. And again, this is like the hardest part of development for me is designing things in a way you like. Yeah, that looks a little better. And then the spacing, it says this is perfectly even, but it doesn't look like it to me. So I'm gonna shrink it a bit. Gonna move. That looks more perfectly centered to me. If you're thinking like this is the center. All right. Gonna just pull this out just a hair. Okay. All right. All right. I'm just gonna stick with this for now. You can come back and change it. Maybe it would have looked better just to have a white background with the icon. I'm not sure, but so the way you can download this is first I'm gonna change this title to be Startup Notes Splash Screen so I can know how to save it. There's usually a download link. Okay, so I guess you can click share and you can click download. And I'm gonna download a PNG. I'm gonna drag this once it's created. I'm gonna drag this to, if this would let me grab this. Okay, I'm gonna grab this and put this there. Okay, and then I'm gonna be replacing this splash screen. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that there. I'll copy the name of the splash screen and then I'll delete it. Okay, and I'll come here, rename this splash. All right, so let's just go ahead and see if this actually worked. So I'm gonna restart the app. I might have to shut it down to be able to see this. Yeah, I do. Okay. I'm gonna have to shut this down and completely, I'm gonna completely shut off the server. And I'll say Expo start again. And I'll click on run on Android. And I believe it's opening. Okay, so hopefully this time we'll see the splash screen. And there it was, you saw it. It was kind of cool. This didn't take a long time to open, but yeah, that was the splash screen. Here, I'll try to shut it down completely again and open it again. See if you can see it again. All right, there you go. So if it takes longer to load, you get to see it longer, but cool. I'm liking how this is all turning out. All right, the last thing I wanted to do was to add in the ability to delete the screen. I was thinking of maybe coming in here and adding a delete note button, but I don't know that I really like how that would look. So I think I am gonna just put a little X here, something like that. And then I'll just have an alert pop up. I'm thinking about this actually. I was thinking I could just have an alert pop up asking, are you sure you want to delete your note? This cannot be undone. But I don't know, maybe I would like it better in here. Let me see. And I'm also looking to see if I like having a white background here, or should I make the background like this color? I think it's okay to be white for now. All right. I don't know what to do. So I'm thinking whenever you're editing the note, probably nice just to write out your idea without having to think about accidentally deleting the note. So, all right, I think I'm officially going to put an X icon on the corners of the note, and I'll attach a delete note button to that. Once we have that, we have a fully functioning app with all of its icons, its splash icons. This would be good to go live on an app store. You could go ahead and publish this to an app store. So let's go here to create, or sorry, to all notes. We're going to create a delete function. And I'm going to just create another. Okay, so hold on, actually thinking about this, because this is already a giant touchable opacity. If I put another touchable opacity within it, it may just open up the note. So, I don't know though. If I gave it, okay, I'm gonna put this. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wrap this touchable opacity in a view. Put it like that. Make sure that doesn't break anything. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is, let me see what's in the note container. I might just take this styling and put it inside of the view. And I think I might, for instead of saying note cont, I'll say note touch cont. Which, I mean, I might be able to just, I think I might just go ahead and get rid of this altogether. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put an X button here, a different touchable opacity. I'll just, for now, I'll just put text delete, but we might put an icon here, or I might just say delete note. We'll see what that looks like. Okay. And then again, we might update this in a second. Probably will. Probably make this an X or something. But I'm gonna say here, style equals styles dot delete button. Okay, and I'm gonna let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna come up here. And I'll put it right there. And I'm gonna say position absolute. Okay, that's what I want it to do. And then I'll say right 0. Okay, I like it. The main thing here is, let me try top 0, see what happens. Probably not gonna change anything. So let me see how let me actually go ahead and put the delete button underneath note container because it's within the note container. I put padding everywhere. I'm thinking, so what I'm thinking about doing is I don't want this to cover like a long note. So like, I'm gonna say this is a really long title that will go under the delete button. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so I don't want that to happen. I want the delete button to be higher up to the right, or maybe at the bottom. Maybe that would look better. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let me go ahead and take out the padding real fast. And I might add margin instead around the note title. I'm going to try that out real fast, see what that looks like. Margin, just say 20. Okay. And say the same thing here for note text. Okay. And then here I'll say margin bottom 5. There we go. That looks better. And then for the note title, I might actually make the margin top be I'm still not sure if I like the delete note in the top right or in the top bottom. I think I'm gonna actually say make the delete button be on the bottom. All right, and so I'm seeing here 0. So let's say margin bottom here. I'm gonna, oops. Let me actually do it this way. I'll put it under. Okay, and then I'll say margin bottom. I'm gonna try out like 30, something like that. Okay. And then, so I'm actually gonna switch that to say 50. All right. I'm starting to look how this looks better. I'm gonna move the delete button. What if I put this underneath this touchable opacity? See what that looks like? Okay. Yeah, that's more of what I was looking for. That is what I was looking for. And then now I'm gonna say for the delete button, I'm gonna say 10 for both of these, see what that looks like. So far, I do not like how this looks. Maybe this will look better with the next button or something, but so I'm gonna try to give the delete button a higher Z index. Maybe that'll bring it above. And I'm gonna try and see if that works. So it's not working. All right, let's come up here and see again how we want to do this. So the note text has the margin bottom, and that's what's pushing the box down. And let me see the delete button. I'm gonna go ahead and update the font size. Say font size 14. See what that looks like. Okay, say 12. Yeah, it's starting to look better. Maybe 10. Okay, and I'll say color. I'm going to come back to Canva. I'm going to switch it to this red, but color is red. Let's see here. Okay, I'm switching it to red, and I'm going to make it kind of darker. Maybe that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So it knows, be careful. This is a delete button. Maybe it would look better just to say delete. Okay. All right. And maybe let me just try that. Again, this is design stuff. That takes forever. Oops. All right, I'll just stick with that for now. Okay, so this is still not working, but I need a way to, whenever I click the delete note, it just clicks that note. And it might do that if there was actually an on press event here. So let me try doing that real fast. And I'll say, when that happens, console log delete button clicked, something like that. So let's see. Delete button clicked. Let's see if this will work with to trigger it without. So let me come back here, see if it even triggered. So that time it did not trigger. And it did not trigger that time either. So let me refresh the app to make sure. Okay. Okay, so that's officially not working. So we got to design this differently. So what's happening is this is inside of this touchable opacity. This whole thing is a touchable opacity, and this is being triggered whenever you click on it. All right, so I looked at one of my other projects. I was wondering why this isn't working. But okay, so I learned that if I use the icon like we had in the header or the footer, I'll pull up the footer. You'll notice in these icons, there's an on press event that will work inside of a touchable opacity. So if I have an icon inside of the touchable opacity, that should work. So I'm going to test that out real fast. Before I move on, I'm so sorry I changed my mind again. For all notes, I think I do like having the header there. It just feels more like an app, and there's a lot you can do with a header that eventually I could put like a hamburger menu that you could click on to do more, like become a premium subscriber or something like that. But I still, inside of the notes, I do want to stay with it not being there. So and doing that again, I need to switch body back to flex 8 to make that look right. All right. And that was really mainly for the footer. You'll notice if I switch it to 9, the footer shrinks. If I switch it back to 8, the footer looks normal again. All right, so I'm just gonna officially stick with this now. And let's go ahead and create an icon delete button. We'll say delete. We'll create a delete button using icon. So I'm gonna come to the global footer, and right under the header footer, I'll import that there. And then, well, first I'll go ahead and also come down here where I have an icon already. I'm gonna copy that. I'll come down here. I'll go ahead and just put it here. And I'll give the style of this delete note here. I'll go, actually, I don't think I'll need to, I don't think that'll work actually, but there's already styling in it. It'll have a color and a size. So I think, well, actually, let's just see what it looks like real fast. Because it should have a style so that I can give it that absolute attribute. So I think I'll go ahead and do that, but I'll move this. It's yelling at me because this handle go home isn't there anymore. And I will go ahead and grab this style. And I'll change the icon to look like this so it's easier to see everything. Okay, that should be good. And then I'll do this. All right, and now I'll delete all this. Let's just see what that looks like. I'm thinking I'm gonna end up putting it inside of this touchable opacity probably. But okay, there we go. And let's just see if it works. And it's working. You could see delete button clicked. So it's working without opening up the app. And also now that I've put the header back, I want to come down wherever to this note styling. And I'll change the margin top. Or actually, this might be attached to something else. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's the body tag. I'm going to take out this padding top. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. All right, so I'm going to look for a delete button. Instead of that book, I'm going to come back to our React directory here. I'll type in delete and we'll see what looks the best. Feather, that sort of goes with the whole note theme. So that's a possibility. But I just really want them to know that this is a delete button. So that's a good one there potentially. Okay, so of all of these, I don't know, a trash can, they kind of know for sure that's a delete button. I want to see what this feather looks like. So first, I'm going to change the directory from simple line icons to feather. And I'm going to copy delete. And I'll come down here, replace name with delete. Let's see here. The other thing I wanted to do, since it's an icon, I'm thinking about maybe actually putting it in the top right. Let me go ahead and do that. So I'm going to cut this. And first off, I'm actually going to go ahead and put this back. Well, okay, I'll do it this way. I'll put it up top here. See, okay, and then I'll go to the delete button styling. And instead of saying bottom 15, I'll say top 15. Okay, yeah, that looks better. And I'll switch. Yeah, I'll take out this font size. Yeah, okay. There's already a font size up there. But I mean, I guess I could just do it this way. I'll just keep this font styling and I'll take out this size here since you can just do it there. Let's though, I do want to make it bigger. Maybe 15. Yeah, that looks kind of better, I think. And then for this note container, I think that's what this is inside of. Okay, no, never mind. For the note title, instead of giving margin bottom 50 for the note text, take that out, see what that looks like. Okay, and then I'm going to give the note title margin top, margin top of 30. See what that looks like. Let me see what 50 looks like. Yeah, I don't like that, but let's see here. Let me go back to 30. I don't like that either. What was it before? Let's just see what it looked like without it. Okay. Maybe instead, what I'm gonna do is maybe I'll give the note title a width of like 80%. And what this will do is it'll make sure it doesn't stretch the length of the button. And then for the button, the delete button, I'll give it a top of 20 as well. Since the whole thing has a padding of 20, I think maybe that will look better. And let's see what the font size for the title is. There is not one, so maybe I could just take this out. Okay. So maybe that would look better. Not sure. Let me see. I'm gonna try. Maybe I might try giving the title a font size. Let me just try out 16 for all of them. Okay, and I don't like 16. Let me go to 14. Yeah, I think 14 is better. And so I'll switch this to 14 too. And I'll make note text 14 too, just to make sure they all match. All right, and I'm gonna officially switch out this delete button. I don't like this delete button. Also though, I want to see about, okay, so that's the problem here. Hold on. What if I took that off? Okay, I'm gonna take, I think I had put these margins everywhere because I was changing how I was doing everything. I'm gonna instead add the padding here in the note container again, so that everything kind of looks right. I think that looks better. Let me make sure. So there's a margin bottom, scroll view container, which is this. Let me see what it looks like if I take that off. Or no, that's this whole container. Okay. All right. And let's officially start looking for a different delete button. What I'm looking at is, I don't know that I like having padding 20. I think I'm going to switch this to 15. That'll look a bit better. Yeah, there we go. And the lining is kind of more perfect there. Yeah, I definitely like that better. I'm going to see what it looks like with 10. That might be a bit too close. I think for now, I'm going to stick with 15. Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay, and then I'm going to look up some more options here. I might come back to delete. I'm going to say X. Wonder if you can just type X or just X to see if there's a delete button. All right, so there is like an X here for feather. I could just put X. I'm already using feather, so I'm going to try that out. So try just putting X. See what that looks like. Okay, and then there was, I think X circle was another option. This might really let them know that this is to delete. Oops. Copy this X circle name. Come here. Yeah, I think that is definitely, you know, for sure that this means delete. I'm just going to look just a little bit longer, see if I find anything else I like. If not, I think I might stick with this one for now. Let's see. There's a bigger X here that I could use. Let me see. A thicker one, and then also a thicker X. But you know, I kind of think what we have now is good enough. Just looking just to make sure. Okay, I think I'm gonna just officially stick with this X button that I just added. I don't know, actually, this one, what I kind of like about this one is you'll notice the corners have like about a radius. Let me see if, I'm not sure if, so this is octagons. And there's also this one here, which is kind of cool. I might actually like this one the best of all of them. Let me see what this looks like. I'm gonna say X circle fill. They probably don't have one. Okay, and then octagons. Gonna switch the feather to octagon. And it's saying X circle fill is not valid for octagons. Make sure I type that in right. X circle fill. Let's just see if they have an X circle. That's weird. It's saying it's not. I'm going to try to refresh the app. It's still saying it's not a valid family for octagons, which is weird. Maybe there's something wrong with octagons. So I'm going to go back to feather. I think, yep, they had an X circle. All right, well, I'm going to just look up X circle. I don't know why octagons wasn't working. But yeah, feather has the radius around the sides too. Yeah, I'm gonna just try one more time to see if octagons is working. It's not. Okay, I'm officially just gonna stick with feather. I don't think they don't have a fill option, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. And I'm gonna change this color. I'm gonna just try to comment out color. See what happens. See if there's a delete button color that I added. Okay, I did. So I'm going to go ahead and take out this color too. And I'm going to see if I added a color to font family there. I did not. To note title. I'm going to comment out this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and switch this to 141414. I think it's pretty self-explanatory that it's a delete button, but I don't know, maybe the red would be better. Also, I don't like it being this far down, I am going to switch it to this. See if that looks better. That looks better. Let's see. And then switch right to 0. Maybe 5. Thinking somewhere in between. So like maybe a 7. Right, maybe 7.5 or 8. Maybe back to 7.5. Maybe that looks good. Maybe. Let's try giving it a bigger font size so that the tappable area is bigger. Yeah. Okay. We're starting to get there. Okay, and the delete button is still working. Let me just try one more. Let me try giving this an 8 again, and then maybe switch this to 8 or 9. Switch it to 8. I think I like 7 better. Okay. Okay, I think this is okay. Let me make the font size 20. I want the tappable area to be big enough. Okay, that looks okay. And then I do want to try giving note title margin top again. Just maybe of 10 to kind of separate it from the delete button. Maybe that looks good. Let me try 5. Okay, I'm so sorry again for my indecision, but I'm officially going to keep the delete button in the top right. I'm going to give it the delete button right 8, top 8, and the note title a width of 90%. And I'm just going to stop. I think I officially like it this way. One of the things I think I want to do, though, is you see how I made this number of lines 1 and then it cuts off on the edge there. I think I'm going to do the same thing here for the note title. I'm going to give this a multi number of lines of 1 so that it'll cut off too. Yes. All right. I think I officially like how it looks. I'm going to stop. Just stop now. Let me click this. Okay. The delete button is still working. I can still click on the note. All right. Liking it. I still like this. I'm going to stick with this. I think I officially like it. Okay. So now the last thing we got to do is before we move on for this global header, this user icon, you'll want it to be there if you want to go on your own, create a server, a database, and be able to save these files off the device remotely so that the user could update the app, delete the app, reinstall the app, be able to log in and all their notes appear. You'll want to add a new page, make it be here. But for this tutorial, I'm just showing how to save everything locally. So I'm going to comment that out. And I'm just, what I wanted to decide is, do I like this better with startup notes to the right there? Or would I like it better if I just put an empty view here to force startup notes to center? And I think it's another one of those things. It's just, I think I'm gonna just stick with this for now. I think it's kind of cool that way. And I'm gonna just play around with the font size one more time. Maybe say 15, see what that looks like. Yeah, so I think I like it smaller now that it's over on its own over here. I do like the text to be smaller, even with the icon bigger. And eventually, long term, we will. If I personally just go in and update this more often and add it to the App Store, I might want to do more with the header. But for now, I think that looks good. And the logo, maybe try out 20 height. I don't like that. No. Maybe I like 25. That, yeah. And then let me just see what it looked like at 30. Okay. I think I like 25 officially. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stick with that officially. All right. I like how this is all turned out. And I'm going to go ahead and create the delete button feature. So we want to have something up here that says const handle delete. I'll go ahead and make this async just in case I need to just in case I need to do something in order. I can always remove it. I'm going to go ahead and import the note object. And just the way I'm going to make it work is just how I have handle press event here. For this delete button, I'm going to say, just switch that out to handle delete. Okay, and it's going to be sending the note object with it. And I'm going to write out what I want to do here in the notes. I'm going to say find, I guess I need to find the index of the current note of the note object that with a note ID that matches a note obj.id, or sorry, .note ID. Here, let me make this bigger. And basically, I'm going to be doing a lot of what's done in this create note page. So I need to find the index first. And let's just go ahead and bring this over. I'll put this here. So here's the index. I found the note index. And instead of saying, okay, and I am bringing in all notes. I'm finding the index of all notes this way. But okay, so it's looking for the object within all notes that matches note obj dot note ID. Okay, so that gets the first thing I need. So I have this. And now the next thing I need to do is delete. So I'll probably want to create another copy actually. Create an all notes copy. I'll just say let so that I know I can change it. Delete or remove the all notes copy object with a matching note or matching obj index. and then save that new all notes copy to set all notes, which we need to go ahead and, I'm just going to go ahead and import that, set all notes. And then save a stringified version of all notes, because I'm going to say await here. Save a stringified version of all notes to async storage. So I think a lot of this, again, this functionality is here in the create note feature. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this all notes copy. We need something like this again. So I'll just go ahead and put that at the top. All notes copy. We got the object index. So we know the note object index. All right. And now, so the next step is, so I've already done this. I'll go ahead and delete that. All right. So now we need to remove the value of, we need to remove this note object from the all notes copy. So let me look up, I don't need this open anymore. Let me make sure I have that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to come here and say remove element from array based on index JavaScript. I think there's a remove function where I can do that. Let me just look here. I can use splice. Okay, and then remove it using splice. Okay, so I should use splice. I'm going to click splice. And the way splice works is we'll use it. We splice. So let's just read it. The splice method changes the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding elements in its place. So for example, what we want to do is, so for example here, this months, if we splice at the 1 index, that would be right after January. The first amount, the first number is the index. The second number is how many elements do you want to delete? This splice says, I don't want to delete any elements. I just want to, and then the third option is, what do you want to put it in its place? So this is just a way of saying at index 1, I want to insert February into this list. And the thing about this, about the splice, is splice will update the original array. It'll change the original array's value. So you don't have to be, well, like, you don't have to say new months equals that. You can just directly update the value, and it'll automatically change the original value. So we already have this all notes copy here. What I want to do now is say all, maybe await. Let me see if await works here. All notes copy dot splice. I'm just going to verify it's called splice. Yep, splice. Okay. And what I want to say is at the object index, delete 1. And I don't want to replace it with anything. I just want it to delete. So this third option here is optional. You don't have to put it. So I'm not going to put it. I'm just going to remove it. And now I can await. The next thing is await set all notes equal to all notes copy, because now the new copy will not have that item anymore. And now I'm going to come back to create note, look up this where it says this last part here. This is all we need to copy this all over again. Come back to all notes, and I can go ahead and delete these notes now. I'll just put it there like that. All right, and I need to make sure to import async storage. So I'm going to copy that. Come back to all notes. Come here, import that. That should get Expo to stop yelling at me with all these errors. All right, and maybe add a space there so it makes more sense. I don't need this. I think it's just going to work. Okay. Maybe I'll put this up here because these are things we're using. These are the different functions we're triggering. All right, that makes sense in my head. Okay, let's see if this works. I think we may have a finished app here, guys. I'm really excited about this. I like how this has turned out. I'm going to refresh the app. And I'm going to test out deleting. Well, first, let me refresh before I do anything. It's telling me each child in a list should have a unique key. I've already done that. Check the render method of all notes. So make sure. So all notes. Oh, okay. So since we now have an upper view here, I did have the key value here in this this touchable opacity. I'm going to take this key value out and I'm going to place it here in the, it needs to be at the top level, basically. And I'm just going to put that there. That should get all the errors to go away. So I'm going to refresh, make sure all the errors go away. All right, they did. The errors went away. Here we go. Let's test this out. Make sure that I'm scared. Okay, didn't work. Let me add a console log here. Make sure. Oh, it did work. It just. Okay, so. Oh, and it. Oh, it. Okay, so hold on. Let me add a console log here that says handle delete triggered. So let me know it worked. So it looks like it did work, but the state did not change right away. So I'll just add in a few more notes. Test. Test. All right, and it's looking like, so it's working. I'm going to delete this one, but it's not re-rendering the page. All right, so I found something here called use force update. I'll put this in the description below too. But this is something that should allow us to force the screen to re-render within a hook function. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this npm install use force update. Going to come here into my terminal, paste that there. Okay, and while it's doing that, I'm going to come over here and import this use force update. I'll put that under async storage. And then I'll copy this const force update. Come here and I'll just put this underneath. Yeah, I'll put this underneath use is focused. I don't know that I like it there actually. Maybe I'll just put it there. That works for me. or this again, this doesn't matter. I need to just not worry about it. Okay, and then it looks like from then on, I can trigger force update to force the page to update. And so what I want to do is whenever all this is finished in the handle notes, I want it to force update. And this should hopefully work. So let me try out refreshing the app. Hopefully this works. And it did. There we go. All right. Give yourself a high five again if you made it this far. You have a fully functioning note-taking app. So let's just try out everything again. This is a test. Go home. It's there. Another test. All right. And just to, again, make sure that the internal storage is working, I'm going to completely close down the app. And then I'll open back up Expo Go. And you can see now our icon is there that we created. And that'll be used whenever you install it onto your phone or something like that. That'll be there. All right, and it's still working, and the local node ID is still going up. It's up to number 9 by now. All right, I'm gonna make sure I can update things. Test. I really like the app a lot. Okay, there's one last thing I want to do is I want to change the color of the footer icons based on if you have if you're on that screen. So the way to do that is we're going to come back here to global footer. What I want to do is I want to check what screen we're on, and based on what screen we're on, I want to change the color. So let's see how we have this in app state. I could create, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another constant app state. I'm going to say screen name. So I know what screen name it is, and say set screen name. I want the initial value to be the home screen, which is all notes. And I'll go ahead and copy these two values here, add those to app state. And basically what I want to do is anytime we navigate between all notes or create notes, to update the name of the screen. Before we do that, let me come back here to global footer. And this is what I'm meaning here is I want to be able to use, so first off, I'm going to switch this. I'm going to surround this by curly braces so I can use JavaScript. In here, I'm going to import screen name. Going to copy that and say screen name equal to all notes. If that is true, it should be one thing. I'm going to take that out. If it's null, which would be, sorry, if it's false, it should be this. The value here that I want is this greenish color that we've been using. I'm going to take the value of that here, And I'm going to say if we're on the all notes screen, change the color to that. Else change it to that. So let me see if that works. Let me refresh the page. So I just added that. Okay, it's there. Let me see if there's another way to do this though. Let me come back to my directory. I want to see if there's like a shaded in version of Notebook. And what I'm thinking is maybe I could have it to where once you're on the screen, there's a shaded version. Once you're off the screen, it's not shaded. So as you can see right now, though, it's not green, or it is green. And if I click on this, I haven't added the functionality in yet, actually. Let me add in the functionality for that. But okay, so but as you can see, it is green. And I'll just take this whole function here that I just created, this Boolean true false thing. I'll paste that there. And since this is getting a bit long, I'm gonna go ahead and switch it to look like this. Just so it's easier to see everything. All right. And this, we want this to be backwards. So what we want to say is we want it to be gray if, well, actually, okay, let's go back. I'm going to switch this to say, instead of all notes, I'm going to just call this create note. So we want to say if it is create note, we want it to turn green, else we want it to stay blackish gray. And for this footer and handle create note, I want to change the screen name. So I'm going to first come here, say set screen name so that I can set the screen name. And what I want to say is whenever we go to handle create note, after we navigate there, I want to set the name of the screen equal to create note. And here, whenever it goes home to all notes, I want to change the value to all note. I'll keep these kind of together since they're similar. Okay, let's see if this works. Let me refresh the app. It should switch. Okay, and it did. You saw that became green. This switched to black. That became green. This switched to black. The last thing is I want to make sure in the header, if they click the this home image, okay, I'll go ahead and add it, but I'll go ahead and add this here just in case there's like future updates or something. I'll just do it this way. Set screen. So we'll need to, for this to work, we'll need to import app state here. And then up here, we'll need to, we'll need to, hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay. Just making sure I'm doing this right. Say const, set screen name equals app state. So we don't have to import anything else, I don't think. I think that's all we need to import. Okay. It's saying undefined. Let me, did I spell this right? Let me see. Set screen name. I think I just need to refresh the app. Set screen name. I'm going to refresh the app. Okay, so I must not have passed down app state to the header. Let me do that real fast on all the screens. Let me make sure I do that. Yeah, I did not. Okay, so let me come here and say app state equals app state. Let me do the same thing. Oh, and first okay, good. Let me do the same thing on the note screen. Well, actually, the note screen and the create note screen don't have the header. So I just need to do that on all notes. All right, so yeah, I want to make sure if I'm clicking this, it'll switch it back to all note screen. But yes, okay, so that's working. Let me come back here to these. I might switch out the notebook for something else so that I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm officially going to do this. I'm going to come to material community icons. I'm going to use this directory. I'm going to come to my global footer for icon 1, which is the notebook. I'm going to switch this to material community icons. And I'm going to kind of do the same thing here that I did. I'm going to bring this up here. And I'm going to say if the screen is all notes, I want this value to be highlighted in. So I want this to be notebook like this. If the screen name value is not all notes though, I want it to switch to be an outline. And I'm going to do this same thing. Oops. Let me switch it like that. All right. And let me see if that works here. I'm going to delete this since it's empty. Okay. And there you go. I saw it switched. And I'm going to come back here. It ought to switch back. Okay. It switched back. And I want to do the same thing here with this MD create. I want to see if it's already built in, if there's just an MD create. There is. All right, good. And so I'm going to do the same thing here. I'll copy this, paste this here. And what I'm going to say is if it is true, make it the outline. If it is not true, or no, sorry, if it is true, I do not want it to be an outline. I want it to be filled in. And then if it's not true, then I want it to be an outline. So let's try this out. There we go. All right. I think that looks good. And it also changed to this color, which I like that too. This is another note. And I think we might be at the end of this tutorial officially. I think everything is just working correctly. The last thing I can think of is maybe with this new icon, I might want to make it bigger to match that now. Okay, that's still too big. That's a little better. Let me see, 26. It was set to 25, but this icon's kind of a little smaller than the last one. I think that looks better. Something like that. Maybe 28. I think 27 is the closest match based on just visually looking at it. I think this 27 kind of matches the box more, and then the pin kind of goes outside of kind of our box. So anyway, all right, I think that's working. Another test. Test. And then we can go in and update. Okay, so I'm about to just show you the very last thing. I'm going to show you how to get these ready to go to the App Store. Also, the cool thing with Android, if you have an Android phone, is you can create an Android app that you can just download directly to your phone without it needing to go on the Google Play Store. Just making sure this looks good. Yeah, and notice it has that down there like that. And the last thing I do want to test is just make sure. So one thing here, I think I do want to make, so this is kind of like a last minute thing. I do want to be able to see the whole title. I don't want it to look like that. So in my notes, I am going to say multi-line true for the titles too. These are just last minute touch-ups that I want to make sure everything looks really good. Okay, let me see what that looks like on the note title. Okay, it didn't mess up anything. This is a really long note titled test. I want to see what happens if the note title is very long. This is another test. I want to see what will happen. Okay, and then I'm gonna start just creating new lines to make sure nothing breaks or anything. And if this is all working good, then I'll go ahead and show you how to create your app to get it ready for the App Store. All right. Just wanting to make sure this all works. And then I want to make sure all these lines are still here whenever I go to the edit screen. So let's come back here. This is the one I just did, and they're all there. All right. Officially like this. I'm not sure that I like how, let me just see how much margin bottom I gave this. I don't know that I like the amount of margin I gave. Let's see if I took out this, oops. Let me come here and take out this margin top. Yeah, I think I might like this better without a margin top for the note text. Let me see what that looks like. Oh, I want to see what happens if I go, ooh. Yeah, okay, this should still work though. Okay. I don't know, I do like it better that way. I think when it's creating something, but then maybe here, I don't like it. So yeah, I think for the note page, I'm going to take out the margin top for the note text because I don't like how it added all that extra space there. Actually, okay. So it's looking like this might be a line height issue. I'm going to delete this empty one. So maybe for note title, I want to give it a line height of 1. See what that looks like. Ah, never mind. Okay, I don't think this is a big deal. I do it, so that's something maybe you could figure out. See, what do you like the best? Maybe you could switch the note text to 10. Yeah, that doesn't look bad, actually. But y'all can do whatever you want. you know how to do everything now. And at this point, it's just little tweaks here or there if you want to. All right, so let's officially, now that we've got the fully functioning app the way we want it, let me come here and I'll just look up the official documentation so that I can have this in the description as well. It's called EAS build is the new way to build apps for Expo. It used to be Expo build iOS, or like I'll come over here and show you. And this will work for the rest of 2022, but in 2023, this will no longer work. So the old way was to say Expo build iOS or Expo build Android, and this would get your app built for you. And this will still work in 2022, but in 2023, this will no longer work. This won't work anymore. So instead, you should be using EAS build. And it's pretty easy. It's saying it's the next generation of Expo build. All right, so we'll just go through this together. So it says creating your first build. I'll click there. And actually I'll make this a new page so that I remember to tell myself to link to this page. But so it says step 1 is we have to install EAS CLI. So I'm going to npm install this. Open up a terminal. This is a global install. So you can just open up a terminal, place it there, install it. And then it says log into your Expo account. So you'll need an Expo account if you haven't created one already. Oh, first off, before we move on, if it gives you all these warnings, again, for Mac, you should say sudo npm install something globally. For Windows, it's a different command, but basically you're having to say, this is the administrator saying, install this. And then I have to type in my computer password, which you don't see it because it won't show it on the screen, but you'll have to type in your password. And then the next phase is you can just say EAS login. I think if you have not created an Expo account yet, even if you do this, it'll let you create a new account. But I'm going to go ahead and do this because I think I might be logged into. Okay. All right. So this is my very first time logging into EAS. I'm logged in with a different account and I want to make sure I'm logged in with the right one. All right. And so I'm logged in now. So it says run EAS build configure within your project. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, come back to my project. I'll paste that there. So you want to make sure you're inside of your project whenever you do this. And then it has instructions for if this is iOS or Android. I'm going to say Android because I have an Android phone and I want it to put it directly onto my phone. So I'll say Android, but if you want to do it for iOS, you can say iOS. And let me see here. Your project is ready to build. Okay, so it now says it's ready to build. I can run EAS build when I'm ready to create my first build. Let me just make sure that's what it tells me to do over here too. All right. And so the easiest way to try out EAS build is to create a build that you can run on your Android emulator. It's quicker than uploading it to the store. Okay. And it looks like you can say EAS build -- platform Android if you would like to do that. But yeah, I think, let's see here. So, all right. we'll wait for the build to complete. So let me just try copy pasting EAS build, see what happens. Since I selected Android a second ago, it says you can now just say EAS build. So I'm gonna just go EAS build. Okay, and I'm gonna select the platform Android. And what, okay, and it's asking what would you like your application ID to be. So for that, you'll want to maybe come here to the root of your app. And let's open this eas.json. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. But the thing to worry about is your app.js. This is where you can name your project. So you can give it a name here. There's also a way. So I guess what this is doing. So normally whenever you're creating, you have to give it a package name for the iOS and also for Android. But it's looking like down here, it's doing it for us. I don't, so anyway, basically you could just go with this as your package ID name for your app. I don't want it to be named this. I want it to be named, okay, so that's just an example. So here you would type in your package name. The way to do this is normally with like a website, it'd be like www. whatever your domain name is .com. With apps, it's normal to start it out by saying com dot whatever your name is, and then whatever your app is. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna try out com.startupnotes.app. You can name this whatever you want, but it has to be unique or it won't work. And so I'm hoping nobody's used this name before. So I'm going to go ahead and use that. And then you can just say yes to all the rest of these things. I'm going to just say yes. All right, and then from this point out, it gives you a link that you can click on. And that link will show you where you are, your progress is, what's happening. And what's gonna happen is, I'm gonna exit out of this, is once this is done, you can just wait. There will be a link that you can click to download your APK file that you can then use to upload to the Google Play console. And I'll go ahead and look those up for you too, so that I can put this in the description below. But basically for Apple, there's something called App Store Connect. App Store Connect. And this is where you could go to, actually, let me go back. Let me just Google it. Developer, or create a developer account for Apple. Okay, so it's looking like you can go to developer.apple.com to know how to enroll. I'll put this in the description. This is what you would need to create for Apple to be able to publish to the Apple App Store. And the other thing is called, you can say create a developer account for Google Play. And then it's a Play console. So it's like play.google.com. And I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this, but this is where you would want to go to create a developer account. For Apple, I think it's like this worldwide. I don't know if it's worldwide, but in the US, you have to pay $99 a year to be an Apple developer. To be able to publish to the Google Play Store, it's just like a one-time $25 fee, I believe. But that's where you would go to drag and drop these files that you've created. But to publish to Apple, you'll want to probably download something called Transporter. Once you've gone through the process of creating an account, you'll want to go to the Apple App Store, and then just search the name Transporter. It's this right here. This Transporter app, it'll allow you to log into your Apple developer account. And then from within this app, you can push things up to your Apple developer account. So I'll put this in the description below too, Transporter Apple. And I'll put this in the notes too. Just so you know, this is the app to use to get your Apple iOS files to your App Store account. They like to make everything difficult at Apple and Google. But Apple's even worse. So Apple takes longer and it's more complicated to get your apps to the App Store. But Google's pretty simple. Once you create an account, you can just drag and drop your APK file into it and it'll work. So again, so you just have to wait for Expo to build your app for you. Once it's done, there will be something that pops up here, a link that you can use. What I'm going to do with this link is I'm going to email this link to myself so that I can open it directly on my phone. If I click to open the link from my phone, it'll automatically install the app directly to my phone right away. And so I can use it right away, which will be pretty cool, instead of having to wait for the app stores to approve it on their app store. So I'll wait till this is finished and I'll get right back to you. All right, it looks like it's finished. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this link here. If you want to publish this to the App Store, you could just go ahead and open up this link. And I'll go ahead and just do that, actually. I'll open up this link and it'll automatically download the app to your computer. And then once you create your Google Play developer account, you can just drag and drop this into that account and click submit. It's that simple. But I want to go ahead and have it on my phone right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole link. I'm going to come here. I'm going to email this to myself so I can access it on my phone. So here we go. I'm going to email it to myself. And I'll say this is my startup notes app. Paste that there. All right. Here we go. Let's see if this works. So it just appeared in my my email. And I'm going to just try clicking the link, see if it'll let me download this directly to my phone. And it's saying it's downloading the file automatically. All right, it said file downloaded. I'm going to open it. Okay. And now I'm going to click on this. Okay. So it's saying I can't open this file, which means the way they built this may not be an APK file. Let me look this up. So this whole process is a lot easier whenever it used to be Expo build. Expo build, and it would ask you if you want an APK file or not. What you want is an APK file. If you can get an APK file, then it can go directly on your phone. So I'm going to look up here if it says anything about an APK file. Okay, and here it looks like there's a reference. So I think that that file that's being downloaded here, I'm pretty sure this, I'm going to look that up real fast. AAB file. I'm pretty sure this file, so here's an article that says, what's the difference between an AAB file? What we just did is just create an AAB file. And this article here says, what's the difference between an AAB file and an APK? This APK file is what can definitely go onto your phone. And it's sounding like Google's starting to go away from APK files, and they want the new Android apps that go onto their Google Play Store to be AAB files instead. Okay, so what just got created is what would go to an Android app store. But if you want, so I'll go ahead and put this link in the description below too. But if you want to go ahead and test it out on your own phone, it's saying there's a way to build an APK file for your emulator, and also for your phone. So let's see how to do that real fast. Okay, so I found a good Medium article that says how to build an APK file. I'm going to copy what they say. It looks like it's pretty up to date. It's saying version 47. I'm on version 48. So I'll just keep the CLI the same. And I'll copy their build file. And I'm going to come down here. And for now, I'll replace their so I'm just actually, again, just to make sure I do everything right, I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole thing. And I'm going to set it like that. And it's looking like it wants me to get rid of these commas here. And then I'm going to undo it back whenever I'm done with this. But it's saying you need to build it this way. Instead of just saying EAS build, do EAS build dash Android dash non-interactive dash profile preview. And so I'm going to paste that in here. Click enter. And let's see, let's make sure that's going to work. Okay. Hopefully this is going to work. While I'm waiting for it, I'm going to undo this to go back to the version that for sure works for the Google Play Store. And then I'm just going to wait to see if an APK file builds, and I'll get right back to you. All right, so it looks like it actually created an APK file that time. So I'll put this Medium post in the description below. This shows exactly how to create an APK file with a new EAS build system. The documentation on Expo isn't very good yet. All of this is kind of new. They're really transitioning to EAS build, so it might not be the best documentation yet. But you can follow this documentation to create the APK file, and then just make sure to undo what you did to the eas.json file before you create an app to go to the Google Play Store. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this APK link here, and this should work to send this to my phone. I should be able to install this APK file onto my phone. So I'm going to try this out one more time. I'm going to send this to myself so that I can publish, or I can install this onto my phone. All right, let me find that. It just came to me. All right, I'm going to try to just click the link. Okay, and if you see something like this might be a harmful file or something like that, just say download anyway. And then when it does download, open. And there it says, do you want to install this application? So it's actually an app. So I'm going to click install. Again, it's just going to say blocked. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, install anyway. I know what I'm doing. This is just Google's way of saying, please download everything only through the Google Play Store so we can make money from this app. And all right, so it downloaded. I'm going to open it. I hope it works. Excited. There's that. All right, and it works. There we go. So it is a good thing I created this because as you can see, I don't like, I'm going to go back in and fix this myself. But you can see, I don't like this, the size of the header. It's too big. So I'm personally going to go back in and fix it. But this is a great way to kind of test out what is it going to look like on your actual phone before you go on and officially publish it. Like I just found out that I want to cut the header by like 50%. It's definitely too tall. I don't like it that tall. But I mean, everything else seems to be working. Let me test this out. This looks so cool. I'm so happy. This is my title. This is my text. All right. Let's see if this saves. And it did. It saved. Okay. I'm going to click on it so I can click on it. I'm going to say update. I can update it. I'll go back home. It's still there, which is so cool. And I'm going to try to delete it. Well, I'll create another note. Test. Test. I'm going to make sure the internal storage is working. And you can see the color changes whenever I tap. Here. Yep, there we go. Okay, and it's there. Now I'm going to completely kill the app. I'm going to find it, and there it is. So that's another thing. I found out I don't like how the icon showed up on my phone. What I need to do is I need to add space around the outside of the icon so that it'll look better. So that's another good thing I was able to test. I'm going to be able to go back now and add some some more space around the icon so that it looks better. But for now, it's fine. Okay, and it's all still there. I'll try to delete it. It deleted it. All right, there we go. We have a completely working, finished app that you could put on the App Store. The last thing I did notice is you may want to, this is just something you can do in your own time. So for the all notes deleting feature where it deletes the note, I forgot to add in an alert saying make sure to delete. To do that though, I'll link this in the description. Here it is. It's this alert. So it's super simple. It's built into React Native. You can just import alert. Again, I'll put the alert link in the description of this video. And you can add a function to it. You can just say there's an alert title, alert message, and then the last one, it has here. I'll try to make this a little bigger so you can see. You can add two buttons. You can say button cancel, and then on press. You can have an on press event for if they click cancel. Okay, or you can say yes, or you can have an on press event for that. So you could say wait, exclamation mark. Are you sure you want to delete this app? This cannot, are you sure you want to delete this note? This cannot be undone. And then if they say cancel, you'll know, don't do anything, don't actually delete it. But then if they do click yes, let me see if I can type here. Okay, then for this, if they say yes, delete my note forever or something like that. So if they want to definitely delete their note forever, you can add this on press event here. And we have this note, this handle delete function here. You could just replace this console log with this. And then if they click yes, then at that point it'll delete. So this is actually, I'll just go ahead and do this. This won't take long at all. So let's go ahead and import this. This will officially be the very last thing. This is just a quick way to make sure that they don't actually delete it unless they actually want to. So I'm gonna say, I'll create, well, let's come back here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say const confirm alert. Then I'll say, I don't think this, yeah, this doesn't need to be async. I'll just create a function, do this, and then I'll come back over here. It's just, I'll go ahead and copy this whole alert button function here. I'm gonna do it like this, and I'm gonna, instead of, oh, and I will take this note object, I'll put it here. And what I'll say is handle delete. I'll make sure to pass in the note object there. And I'll just change the title to say, wait, do you want to delete your note forever? Say forever. This cannot be undone! Exclamation. And I'll just keep it at cancel. And then for yes, I'll say yes, delete my note forever. And let's go ahead and, while we're here, let's go ahead and come over here. Let me go ahead and fix the height of the header as well while we're here. So this header container, let me see what we added here. It's got a flex of 1. It's got a padding top. I'm wondering if there's 2 padding tops. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me open up the app real fast here. Okay, that did not work. Hold on. Let me come back here to wherever it is. Let's see. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna open up the emulator again. Make sure it's opening. Okay, there we go. It's opening. So sometimes if this happens, you may have to close the emulator, shut off the server, turn it back on. Say Expo start again. All right, and then click run on Android again. Let's see if this works. Okay. Another thing I'm thinking about. Okay. So it looks like it worked. And let me create test. We'll just say test. Okay. Another test. Testy. All right. Let's just see this empty one. Let me see if I can actually, let me just test. All right. So now let's see if our function pops up. It did not. And I think it's because I did not update what function is being used here. So instead of handle delete, I should be saying confirm alert. So let's switch handle delete to confirm alert. Okay. All right. Let's create another one. Test. Okay. Now let's try it again. Okay. Wait, do you want to delete your note forever? This cannot be undone. Yes, delete my note forever or cancel. I'm going to try out cancel first. And I will like, wait, no, I do actually want to delete it. And there we go. It deleted that time. So I'm trying. One thing I'm going to try out is I'm going to open up my app on my phone using Expo Go before I create the APK file again. But before I do that, I'm going to see what it looks like to take out status bar height. So the height of my status bar must be pretty big. But let me just try to, here, I'll close this and I'm going to try to open this up on Expo Go on my phone to see if I can fix the header real fast. But it shouldn't, that constant status bar header should have just spaced it off, but it's looking like the status bar for my phone here is all the way down here. But actually it looks fine on here. Maybe there's an issue just with, let me see. Okay, well, but this is stuff y'all can play around with. I don't know why. So that seems to be more of a bug. So on the actual APK file, there's more padding on the top than if I like open it in Expo Go. Like in Expo Go, it looks fine. So I'm thinking this is like a bug that it should be fine on the EAS build if you're not using the APK file. Maybe there's a bit of a bug there. I'm not totally sure, but I like how it looks on Expo Go. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and stop there. The biggest thing from there is just know with your app icon. So see how my app icon has like no space around it? For yours, you want to add in some space around it. If you add in some space around it, then whenever you open up the app on like a phone, you'll be able to actually see the image. On mine, you can't really see the image very well. It's kind of cut off on the corners. So I just need to add some extra spacing around the icon and it would be good. If you've made it all the way to the end of this course, congratulations in building a React Native note-taking app. You did a great job. Hopefully you should know everything you need to know in order to be a React Native developer. If there's ever anything you need to know, hopefully you know enough now to where you would know how to look up any extra information you may want to know. But yeah, you did a great job with this app. If you like this course and you'd like to see more content, I have a YouTube channel. You can look up Native Notify on YouTube to subscribe to the channel. It's called Native Notifies, the name of the channel. And if you ever have any questions about React Native or anything like that, I have my email in the description below. Feel free to email me. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks for watching this course. I hope to see you again on YouTube. And if I ever come out with any other courses, I'd love to see you in those classes as well.